you go now.
Hello, everybody. We didn't stream yesterday as usual because I was not feeling well. So we're here today. And Spoon's not feeling the best either because both of us have had major issues with YouTube. When did yours start, by the way, Spoon? Was it
3 days ago? Exactly the same day as there was no more Susan. Hey, look, the same boss is the exact, or the new boss is exactly the same as the old one.
I actually think the new boss might be worse than the old boss.
Yeah, of course.
I would say, well, what happened to me is that I got a strike for a 5-year-old live stream I did with Hard Bastard on the movie Get Out. And it's on my main channel, which is really frustrating because it shows you, like, why was that video, that stream, fine to be on YouTube for 5 years? Like 4.5 years, around that time. It was no problem, and now all of a sudden I get a hate speech strike for it. I have no idea. 5 years later, why was it fine? And then, you know, some fucking, man, I already cursed already. Some dick on Twitter goes like, well, you probably always deserved it, and you finally got caught, you Nazi. And I'm like, okay, like, and then I go to the guy's Twitter. I go to the guy's Twitter. All he does is flag people. And this YouTube, you're rewarding people like that. Where all they do, they don't make anything, they don't produce anything, they don't create anything. They just flag stuff because they're miserable.
Yep.
And they do it for free, which is the other thing that Bill just shouted. But you know, people like that. So I blocked, and I'm sure he's over there like celebrating all day on Twitter because he got a block. And it's like, yeah, well, I don't want people like that. First of all, I don't want you to have access to my Twitter easily. You're gonna go, you know, at least open it up in another window. Because people like that who are mass flaggers, that's what they do. I actually don't think it's an attack, Stanton High. I think that that YouTube is cracking down. I would say that Team YouTube responded to me almost instantly. For my appeal, however, when I appealed it, my appeal was rejected within 5 minutes, which tells me for a fact that, of course, no one human looked at it. It was already in a bad people list or whatever. And Spoon and I both are feeling a little bit, I think, and tired of YouTube because it's like, well, that was fine 5 years ago. I follow all the rules on YouTube, but what if the rules change in a year? Then all of a sudden, who knows how much of my content? Because now it's a question that people don't, or a thing that now all of a sudden is more sensitive than it was before.
Yep.
There's a new rule today, so it becomes a new issue. I mean, like, you know, I would say, like, all of my content is also uploaded to Odyssey. But
same here, yeah.
It's really frustrating when... Again, I'm sick yesterday, and I wake up today, and I just get this... Now, it's my first channel strike. I got a warning forever ago. Doesn't matter. Warnings never go away. So it's the only strike on my channel right now. But when people who are mass flaggers, like so many people on the left are, and they do it constantly. Like, look, I'm not a fan of Ethan Ralph, but I went to that guy's Twitter, and all he does is sit there and flags Ethan Ralph stuff. Which is like, what are you doing flagging Ethan Ralph? Like, he's not on YouTube, idiot. No. I mean, he's going over and flagging him on like Rumble on Cozy TV. Like, oh yeah, Nick Fuentes is totally gonna kick. Nick Fuentes is absolutely gonna kick Ethan Ralph off of Cozy TV. You absolute moron. I'm sure that's gonna happen. These people are pathetic, but that's all they have to they do with their time. And you're just getting yellow checked, which is not the worst. I mean, it massively messes with your reach of your video is the biggest problem. But you had a video that went like semi-viral just like a week ago, wasn't it? Like 2 weeks ago?
2-3 weeks ago, yeah.
So it's very frustrating.
Yep. My last three videos have been restricted.
Vier Mi Debutura says no ear bleeding music in the background. Oh,
I toned it down now.
Okay, sorry if it was really loud.
It was really quiet, actually.
Okay.
Well, I don't.
Some people really don't like music. I tend to like music on with podcasts, but that's just me. Other people are sometimes playing music, so they don't like having music on. I get like that.
The last three videos that I've done haven't even gotten 1,000 views. Like,
man, my last video didn't do great. Well, it did okay.
Like, if I can't even get 1,000 views, like, there's no point in me doing YouTube. Like, that really isn't. Like, I said this to a bunch of people. Like, the next 10 days, I'll do maybe like a couple of shorts and 1-2 videos, and then I'm done. I'm out.
Well, clearly YouTube is pushing the shorts, which is really frustrating. Uh, but you do shorts. I can't do shorts. It's just not. It's not within. You know, I have one selling point. You know, my USP, right, is that like, oh, I'll go do an autistic amount of research. I can't explicate an autistic amount of research in, what is it, 30 seconds?
Yeah, but no, here's the bit that bugs me, okay, is that if you do long videos, or like, not even, like, longer than the shorts anyway, like maybe like 5 or 10 minutes or whatever, right? And if you write a script, you do that, you edit it, and you do all that kind of stuff, and that gets like not even 1,000 views, or like 1,200 views, and then you spend like a half an hour making shorts, which you just splice together from just some dumb crap you see on Twitter or whatever, and then that gets like 50,000 views, the first question you ask yourself is, what in the fucking hell did that make go 50? And then you're constantly
because
looking
YouTube's
at,
pushing it.
Yes, but then it makes you look at every single fucking video that doesn't get that views, and it makes you go fucking insane, wondering what the hell made this thing go 50, and why doesn't everything I do now do that? And it just makes you fucking nuts, because you're basically selling your content to something, and you don't know why it's sold.
Yeah.
That just makes you want to kill people.
It's because because they want to be TikTok. YouTube is very jealous of TikTok, so that right now they just want to force being TikTok. Lance, I can do 30 seconds of autism though. I can do 30 seconds of autism because when I'm talking about studies, if I don't cite everything in autistic detail, I can't do in 30 seconds. Which I can't do in 30 seconds. Then people clip chip it and then say I'm lying about the science, which is what always happens. If that's for me, because I do scientific stuff. If I don't go into autistic detail, someone will just pull it out and be like, this isn't scientifically accurate, which was really a funny thing that happened to me on Twitter just the other day as well, where somebody they were asking for a transcript of the Nuland Piet call, and I gave him a transcript, or I gave him like a transcript of it, and he's like, this is a pro-Ukraine or pro-Russia website, read. And I was like, okay, well, I gave you a transcript because you asked for a transcript. Here's the freaking video of it happening. All of a sudden blocks me. How weird.
Ukraine is pro-Russia.
Well, and all of a sudden, that person, of course, it was like him and like, it was like this person, like 2 other people who were all just like shit posting at me on Twitter, like be very, very aggressive as they usually are. And then it's like, well, and then it was very funny because one of the things we're going to talk about today is that Trump has come out and said, looks like, I mean, I imagine that he has some idea, being the former president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces, so the State Department had something to do and was involved in the Euromaidan, but we'll get into that. Let's start. You and I are both not in the best of moods tonight.
No. I will say this, like, if I can crowdfund, because a bunch of people have said to me, like, I should do Patreon or whatever. I keep saying I'll do that. I've been saying to do that for over a year now, and I still haven't fucking done it. And I've had a bunch of people in my comment section saying I should do it. I don't know how much money I can get from it. If it can cover what I get from YouTube, which is not much, by the way, but if I can do that, then yeah, then I will happily say, fuck YouTube, I'll take it, and I'll post on Rumble and Odyssey exclusively. Easily.
I mean, I would easily don't have a Patreon. YouTube. You don't have a Patreon or anything, do you?
No.
So I would start, yeah, I mean, I don't know, like I don't have I do have my perennial sponsors, but I don't have a specific sponsor picked out yet for the video I'm working on. So I might just do a push and say like, no sponsor for this video, the sponsor's me. I've never done that before, and be like, if you like this content, please, because YouTube is messing with me, and I don't like to front load asking people to like sign up for Patreon, because like, why would you sign up and support me on Patreon or be a member? Why, if you've not seen the video yet, why would I ask you up front? Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I ask at the end, be like, hey, if you liked it, then consider, supporting me. But I don't like to ask people before they've seen the value, right?
Yeah. That's start the video and just say sub. It's like, why? You haven't done anything.
I really.
What the fuck?
Yeah. I don't like when I do that. So that's why I don't do it.
I don't like when I watch a video and I see someone just saying like, "Hey, why don't you subscribe?" Like, because you've given me 10 seconds and I don't even know what I'm watching yet.
Yeah, I mean, if it's somebody
so
that I.
Bother?
Yeah. Yeah, Rob Walker, you do need to get some speakers. Speaking of someone who could probably use some, shall we talk about Don Lemon?
Eden is a lot louder than me. Yeah, okay.
Am I? You did say that you weren't sure about your volume.
Yeah.
So. I just with the mix.
Here's the thing, like, if I can cover the cost of what I get on YouTube, and I can get more people to watch it on Rumble and Odyssey and BitChute, I will gladly fuck YouTube in the ass and just say, like, fuck your platform. If I can say other shit, and I can swear, and I can say the F word repeatedly over and over again,
the thing is, like, if this is what YouTube is going to do, where if it looks like that they're moving towards a no politics policy,
you're going to kill your platform.
You're really, I mean, I don't know if they don't
committing
care.
Suicide.
Like, because inevitably politics does end up coming into like all kinds of stuff. You'd have to ban so many people talking about media, as we're going to get into also tonight. like pop culture. You'd have to ban all of them because they might accidentally say a thing that's a little bit political, and it's untenable. I think that there's probably some the NFT bro guy who took over, whose name I haven't committed memory yet.
Who cares? He's a jackass.
Well, maybe he just doesn't know what to do yet. You'd think that someone who is an NFT bro would have a better idea of how modern, social media technology works, but who knows? Let's talk about Don Lemon, shall we?
Oh.
After we talked about our own problems, Don Lemon's got some problems. But you wanted to start with Don Lemon saying something spicy and based.
What do you make of what got him in trouble?
Well, we'll talk about it more in a minute, but he said that what's her name being 51 meant that she was past her prime. Nikki Haley.
No.
Now,
Are you sharing your screen, by the way?
I am.
Oh, give me a second.
Yeah. So that Nikki Haley being 51 meant she was past her prime, which that doesn't make any sense. Like, that's such a bizarre statement to make in politics, considering you're a Democrat, Don, and your guy in the White House is 82 years old.
Yeah.
Or 81.
But here's the thing. I don't know about you, but what...
Come on.
What he said, I don't think what he said was sexist, just stupid.
Yeah, I don't think it was sexist either. Well, the way that women took it, right, is that you're saying because she's probably perimenopausal, that she's not hot. It's like, why would you assume that of... Because I know people on the left saying that as well, by the way. I mean, it's like, but Don's gay. I don't even think he thinks about... I don't know if he thinks about women in that kind of way. I'm not trying to make us to be stereotypical. I just don't think... I don't think that Don Lemon, being a gay man, looks at Nikki Haley and goes, is she fuckable, though? Because he's not into it. You know what I mean? So that's not his lane. So I actually think that maybe wasn't necessary. I think he was just being a jerk. I don't think he was being sexist. But let's start out. We'll give Don, I guess, the benefit of the doubt here with something that I have not seen this. You said this is based. Okay, go ahead.
The bit that I don't get is why would you say that in front of two younger white women next to you? Like, Don, what do you get out of this? You look like an idiot. What did you think? Because like they're Democrats, and you just attack a Republican, that they're somehow going to align more with the politics than the sex? Because clearly you overplayed that hand, and that didn't go so well down for you.
I think it might be more complicated than that. As some of you may know, was it last year that Don got removed from his primetime spot and put into the morning show?
Yeah.
So Don used to be primetime on CNN.
Why?
And then last year, but then last year he was moved to the morning show. I think he's unhappy with being on the morning show.
Of course, because he has to deal with women.
Yeah,
he's gay. He doesn't like women.
Right. So I think he wanted to cause. Is it just a thought? I think it's possible that he wanted to get his name back in headline. In a way that was something. Yeah, negative attention is still attention.
Oh right? Yeah, the Breitbart article I read said that he's at the end of his career.
Yeah.
And he's basically, if he doesn't get the morning show to work, then he's basically going to be Keith Olbermann on Twitter yelling shit.
Right.
That's basically the gist. Yeah.
I think
there's
that's
an element
probably
of truth
accurate.
to that. Yeah, I agree. Although I don't think he's going to be as bad as Keith.
Oh no, I got some Keith Olbermann stuff.
Really?
I got a Keith Olbermann thing. Yeah.
Oh, what did he do now? Keith is insane.
Oh, he's calling for Fox News to be shut down.
Oh, dude, like this is. It's really sad to see people who were like an 80s sex symbol, and that is something that is exclusively powered by youth.
Was Keith Olbermann an 80s sex symbol?
No, I'm using an example.
Oh.
I'm saying it's like seeing someone who was like an 80s sex symbol, and that's obviously something that's powered by youth.
Mm-hmm.
And once that is gone, you're never going to get that back. You can't recreate something that's powered by youth. Madonna.
Oh my god, that's pathetic.
Yes.
It is actually sad. It actually does make me a little bit sad when I see people like that. You know, I mean, I'm not too sad for Madonna. She's really, really rich. But it does make me feel sad when I see people who are...
Have all the money in the world, it will never make you young.
Age gracefully. Okay? Just accept that...
Aging by plastic.
You're going to get older. You're going to look different. And by stuffing your face full of chemicals and plastics and compounds... By the way, everybody who after a certain point gets so much plastic surgery, they always look like a cat to me.
That's what you think. I think fish.
I think they look like they get like all that stuff put in their, in their upper part of their mouth. and it makes them look like they got that little big cat, face. Oh my!
I remember there was who was the guy that has like a really like high pitched voice? Gottfried. Can't remember his name now.
He passed away, didn't he?
Did he?
I think he did.
But yeah, he was on Becca once, and the one actress asked him like, "Doctor, I've always wanted to ask plastic surgeons, how much would it take? What would it take to keep me looking like this for the rest of my life?" And he just said, and he lists like a whole bunch of things, and he ends it with, "And when all that fails, basically just like put all the skin in your back of your head and start pulling."
That's
because, like, yeah. And he says like, "Is that expensive?" Thankfully, yes.
Right.
And I feel like that is a lot of people that if you just like in 20 years time, you're just gonna save a whole bunch of people that's just gonna have a stitch on the back of their skull where all the skin is just pulled and just stitched together like a freaking nail gun.
Yeah, well, you're not a big sci-fi fan. I'm guessing you've never seen
Gilbert Gottfried. There we go. Thank you.
I already said Gilbert Gottfried.
Oh, thank you, Hasselhoff.
But you've probably never seen the first episode of the relaunch of Doctor Who.
I didn't see any.
Well,
I don't watch TV, Aiden.
I know, that's why I was saying I didn't think you had seen it. Where
I watch sports and that's it.
Okay, so in the vastness of the future, like right before the Earth is about to be swallowed up by the sun, we have the last human, and all she is just a flap of skin with a face on it that they have to keep moisturizing. It's just a big flap of skin, like on a tapestry.
That's kind of gross.
She does have good taste in classical music. Yes, Britney Spears is Toxic. The great Earth ballad. It is a banger. Let's watch Don Lemon be based here. Get into it.
You are not going to believe that this is what Don said.
Fix the problem.
In 2013,
yes.
Nearly 10 years
Only
ago.
10 years ago. Only 10.
Here's just 5 things that you should think about doing. Here's number 5. And if this doesn't apply to you, if you're not doing this, then it doesn't apply to you. I'm not talking about you. Here's number 5. Pull up your pants. Walking around with your ass and your underwear showing is not okay. In fact, it comes from prison when they take away belts from the prisoner so that they can't make a weapon. And then it evolved into which role a prisoner would have.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true. Maybe.
No, that is true. Just by the way, there's going to be a hard N in this video.
You didn't tell me there was well, Newsin, I'm not the one saying it, okay?
Okay, so you're gonna know, and I'm telling you can mute it so that you know when.
Okay, tell me before he says it so I can mute it, thank you.
Yes, okay, so when the background changes, he's gonna say it.
Alright, just let me know.
Yeah.
During male-on-male prison sex. The one with the really low pants is a submissive one. You get my point?
Well, he's
Number
gay,
4 now is the N-word.
Oh my god, Rob Walker for $100. Thank you so much. Says, thank you both so much for your work. Thank you, man.
Thanks, Rob.
I hope you know how much we appreciate you both. The Wednesday stream is my happy time of the week. I'm glad you enjoy it. It's always good to see you guys here. I love discussions and random tangents. Hopefully, this can buy you both a little happiness and a fist, but drink responsibly. Thank you so much, dude. It really is appreciated.
I'm not going to promise.
Spoon's a little bit more down in the dumps than I am, I think, about all this.
No,
but,
I'm just annoyed.
Thank you so much, Rob. It is deeply appreciated, and it is a community that's the reason why there's so many people who are always so incredibly supportive, which is why I'm gonna keep working. I have so much of this video done that it's coming out. My new video's coming out no matter what. So I wouldn't even. I wouldn't know what to do if I stopped. I'd go back into the private sector. But yeah. Oh well, back to Don Lemon. And again, tell me before he says an N-word one more time. Yeah. Thank you, Rob.
By promoting the use of that word when it's not germane.
Okay.
Just mute it.
When can I... Just this whole segment?
Just... Hold on. You can just look at his face. You can see when he's going to say it. Just... No.
Perpetuating this.
No.
Just... Hold.
Should I just skip this segment?
No, just let it. Mute the thing.
Stereotype.
Until it goes back.
It goes what?
Just let it play, because he just says acting like a. Yeah, okay, there we go.
3, respect where you live. Start small by not dropping trash, littering in your own communities. I've lived in several predominantly white neighborhoods in my life. I rarely, if ever, witness people littering. I live in Harlem now. It's an historically black neighborhood. Every single day I see adults and children dropping their trash on the ground when a garbage can is just feet away.
I do hate that, by the way. I hate that. I mean, I lived in Baltimore City for years, you know? It does really kind of piss me off when I see, like, just somebody, like, just throwing just garbage right on the ground when there's a garbage can, like, 5 feet away from. Yeah, I know, bizarre, right? There was a time when Don Lemon talked sense.
Not only did he talk sense, it was actually
just being
really, really based.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with them here.
Honest here. Number 2, finish school. You want to break the cycle of poverty? Stop telling kids they're acting white because they go to school or they speak proper English. A high school dropout makes on average $19,000 a year. A high school graduate makes $28,000 a year. A college graduate makes $51,000 a year. Over the course of a career, a college grad will make nearly $1 million more than a high school graduate. That's a lot of money. And number 1, and probably the most important, just because
Whoa!
Yep.
Good for him.
That's what I'm
you
saying.
can have a baby, it doesn't mean you should, especially
Holy
without
crap.
planning for one or getting married first. More than 72% of children in the African American community are born out of wedlock. That means absent fathers. And the studies show that lack of a male role model is an express train.
This is my whole thing.
This is toxic masculinity is what that is.
But that exact point that Don Lemon just made, is the point that I make every single time. We had that discussion just last week about the Asian American and like the differences between communities. What did I say was the main issue? I said it was the lack of fathers, and because it's the number 1 issue. And here's Don Lemon saying the exact same stuff. 10 years ago, I mean, I didn't start watching Don Lemon regularly and then most of her content in like 2015. And by then what happened to him? That in like 2 years, he went nuts.
Yeah, but you see what this is amazing to me, because this is really conservative. Like, if you were to espouse this, you'd be considered a white supremacist. Like, Don, you yourself said this. Tag him on Twitter with this clip and say, do you still stand by the 2013 version of you?
Oh, wait, no, he doesn't. I'm sure he's been tagged all in this, obviously.
Yeah, because my first question is like, you in 2013, you were a hardcore conservative by today's standards.
By today's standards, yeah. By today's.
Yes.
Wow, that's too bad.
Yeah, and CNN used to be sane.
Somewhat. I mean, that's just, wow. That really puts it into perspective for you, doesn't it? That this was 10 years ago on CNN that Don Lemon could come out and say...
He sounds like Larry Elder.
Pull up
he
your pants.
Sounds like Larry Elder.
He does. Pull up your pants. Stop destroying your neighborhoods with litter and trash. Finish high school. And I don't know what the N-word thing was about, so because I didn't play it.
Because it's perpetuating, the
stereotypes.
Yeah.
Okay. You stop using that word in lyrics all the time, and finish high school.
Yeah. And don't have a kid before you get married.
Don't have children out of wedlock. Wow.
Which has been like the conservative talking point since like the 50s.
Junebug for 2 says, I knew this Don stuff months ago, AK Nation News. Well, I mean, it happened 10 years ago, but so yeah, it's old news.
But isn't this amazing that this is what was said like back before the civil rights era? Like, this is what you do to be successful, and then over 50 years later, you're still parroting the same talking points. That tells me in 50 years these people didn't learn anything.
Yeah, well, at the time that the civil rights era started to happen, the marriage rates in the black community was higher than it was in the white community at that point.
Which is insane.
So, black families were sticking together more than white families.
Do you know why that was? This is going to be a controversial point.
Okay,
segregation.
Why do you think? Yeah, that probably was a big part of it.
Because
that probably was a big part of it.
If people stick in their own communities, the only people who will clean up their communities is themselves. This is the one thing segregation has going for it, is that if you're sticking with your own kind, you have to rely on yourself to clean it up.
Well, you're South African. You have a different perspective on that than a lot of people. But it is true. I mean, if you have to be like, no one else is going to clean up this neighborhood. No one else is going to help this neighborhood but us.
No. That's not a South African thing. That's just a common sense thing. Like, you look
at I know. What I'm saying. You have a...
you have more enforced view of it. But, like, every... if you read, like Thomas Sowell's older books, like, you look at, like, the Lower East Side neighborhoods in Manhattan. Every neighborhood was dominated by a certain group. Because the groups stick to their own kind. Like, what they don't know, I won't say fear, but they avoid because of the unfamiliarity. They will stick to what they know.
Well, it's called in-group homophily.
Yes.
And
that's like a survival tactic to me.
It is, but it is. is that people like they're more likely to know that other person because that's just how people notice race. I mean, it's funny that the colorblind side of the right that's been like that has for years, but they're the only ones left saying. The only people left in politics who are saying let's not look at race are the conservatives.
We're going to recognize culture,
and I think it's good to recognize culture.
Oh,
but the left, of course, has said like everyone has to recognize race all the time, constantly. I'm more of the perspective again that like people see race because they have eyes, except for the blind,
sense.
I guess. But like people, they can see it automatically when they look at you. But what we should be more aware of is culture, right? So you're not gonna get the idea of like the color blindness, like that's not gonna happen. People will notice it. They will be implicit associations that they will make along with that. Some good, some bad, by the way. Like I said, there's two ways it can go: stereotype lift or stereotype threat. Stereotype threat is when that Black people are taught to believe that, well, I'm going to end up in jail anyway because the police are racist against Blacks, so I might as well do crime. That's stereotype threat. It's
that doesn't make any sense to me.
I don't. Well.
Oh my goodness!
How about this one? Let's see. Like Asians are bad drivers, so why should I learn to become a good driver? I'm just saying, like these are things that usually what it is it's an excuse, right? I don't think stereotype threat really works in that it prevents people from being able to be successful. It gives them an out. It gives them an excuse to not be successful. Stereotype lift is the opposite. It's when you say all Asian people are good at math, and then some Asian kid is like, "Oh God, I suck at math."
But I'm a great driver.
And then they feel terrible about that. And then it creates it. But both can create negative feelings. But stereotype lift can make people feel very, very poorly about themselves when they're given this positive stereotype and they can't live up to it. They can't rise to it, right? So both types of stereotypes can be harmful, but I think stereotype lift is almost more harmful in a way, Because with in terms of...
Man, I'm very happy to be South African right now. Our stereotype is just to be racist and aggressive. That's pretty easy to fulfill.
And smell like baboon, or what I've heard. No, I never met a nice South African.
Did you just say I smell like a baboon?
It's one of the lines in that song.
That's quite racist, actually. Just saying.
But it's all the white puppets singing it.
That's like me saying, yeah, well, the song said the N-word. Like, that doesn't
That's
really
not
matter.
what That's what it's from Spitting Image.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, way to bring race into it.
You said baboon.
It's in the nice South African song.
You're still very rude.
So that was based on Lemon. Here's current Don Lemon. Don Lemon's apology slammed amid sexism scandal. Please resign.
This is so dumb.
No,
I'm sorry, but he's not sexist. He's just stupid.
Yeah.
Look. I said this in a previous video, right?
Mm-hmm.
The reason I hate this so much is because both sides did something really stupid. Because Don Lemon, he said a woman is past her prime when she's past her 30s and 40s, right? Which is birth rearing years, true.
Yeah.
But she's not protecting or making children.
Not more talking about politics.
Yeah, but she's running for president. So, like, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah. And the bit where the other two hosts could have just stopped and just said, "Don, we're talking about running for president, not rearing children. That's a stupid thing to say, even if it's true." And that could have been like, "Oh yeah, good point," and just stop there. That could have just been the end of this discussion. Yeah. But instead, when the woman asked him, "Prime for what?" he just said, "Google it." Like, dude, that is a
then he said, "Google it," which is what the hell do you mean by that? Google it. Like,
the woman knew what he meant, but you could have just said, "No, we're talking. That's child rearing, Don. Like, this is running for president. That's a dumb thing to say." Oh yeah, I suppose it is. And they could have given him a soft landing and just said, like, that's kind of a stupid thing to say. But instead, their reaction made him blow up, and then he went like, "Oh, I don't know what to do here because he's gay. He doesn't know how to handle women." But like, why?
A lot of gay
say
guys
that?
know how to handle women quite well, actually. But I think
that
again, like I said,
they're cattier than they are.
Like I said earlier, I think Don He's been in this morning show with the broads, you know, for a year, and I think he wants to.
He prefers the company of men, I hear.
I think he wants to, like, you know, rip his eyeballs out. Like, he's just so tired.
Give him a show with Anderson Cooper.
Yeah, why not? The two gay guys.
I mean, they're both gay.
Yeah.
It'll essentially be like a buddy sitcom.
Yeah.
When did they do that? Like two gay guys. Like that's like
because Don Lemon is despised. He spent the last clearly like 7 years making sure no one can tolerate him because he's been so aggressively vile. Yelling Google it, what is this Chanks Politicon debate with Ben Shapiro? Yeah, it's that level of discourse. Hot coffee for $10 says, "Say Spoon, if you scrap your YouTube channel, are you going to abandon Broken Crown as well?" It is a question I asked you, but Spoon appears to say he doesn't know. I would like for you to keep doing this with me, because I'm not doing it alone, I don't think, which would be frustrating. But anyhow.
Also, Rob, you can say you know, but they need each other. Because both of their ratings are shite. CNN is basically in a toilet.
Yeah, it's totally propped up by the U.S. government.
Yeah, and do you know why? Do you know why it's so shit? It's
why?
Because when Trump ran for office, these people forgot what it's like to be journalists, and they basically went, "Oh my God, Trump is a drug. We must overdose on him." Yeah,
it became the Trump News Network, all Trump all the time. And Junebug for $2 says, "I recommend watching AK Nation." I'm not familiar with them, but thank you. I'll check them out. It says here, during a conversation about Republican Haley's 2024 presidential run, Lemon suggested women over age 50 were past their prime. He made his remarks on Thursday alongside co-host Poppy Harlow when discussing Haley's comments about requiring competency tests for politicians over 75. You have that Breitbart article? Which one?
The one where it slams those two hosts.
No,
oh my God!
You didn't send it to me now.
Hold on, let me see if I can. Let me see if it's in my history. The guy who wrote the article did not.
Hold back.
Yeah, he was like, oh, that's like.
It has to happen for 5 says if it's too gay, because I'm pretty sure it's a buddy sitcom instead of a buddy sitcom, a T instead of a D. But I agree with Nikki Haley that you should have to pass a competency test if you're over the age of 75.
Yeah. Oh, here's what she said. She said, here's John Knoll, who said, "I sent you the article. Said, to be fair, CNN this morning's humiliating ratings are not all Don Lemon's fault. His co-anchors, Poppy Harlow and Ken Collins, have all the charm, warmth, sex appeal, and charisma of a first wife."
Ooh, oh, right. Yeah, you did send it.
Yeah, that's oh, God damn. They're both like in their early 30s. The thing of it is, one is older than the other, and the one that's younger looks way older than the other, which they...
Yeah, sometimes that happens. Here we go. Lemon's on-air statements caused a stir online with some people jumping to his defense and others slammed him.
I would defend him, actually.
I
will defend him as a man of stupid. No, I will defend him because I think what he said was stupid, not sexist. I don't think there's any malice in what he said.
I would defend him on that point, in that it's not. I also don't think it's sexist. I just think it was stupid, and I really don't like the Google it remark.
Yeah, that was just dumb.
It's like, yeah, well, no, I don't. What do you mean, Google what? I don't even know what you mean by this. Yeah, Are you saying that she's past her prime because she's likely can't have children anymore?
Did you see
what she's past her prime? Yeah, it's in this. On Wednesday, Lemon expressed his gratitude for being allowed to return to the air. Quote, "I appreciate the opportunity to be back at CNN this morning today," Lemon continued. "To my network, my colleagues, and our incredible audience, I'm sorry, I've heard you, I'm learning from you, I'm committed to doing better. See you soon." It appeared, however,
you're 60, Don. What are you going to learn?
Yeah. Yeah, what I was say, like, come on. Like, it's one thing to make a mistake like this when you're younger, but, like, I mean, I don't know. Like, people can make a mistake, but it was so aggressive, right?
Don, you probably have more on-air experience than literally the accumulated lifetime of one of your co-hosts.
Right. It appeared, however, that his critics were not willing to forgive him just yet. "Please resign," wrote fashion journalist Gwen Flamberg. A number of commenters, like journalist Jacob Airy, Republican politician Andrew Wagner, and associate editor for Media Research Center Nicholas Fondacaro, all called for Lemon to directly apologize to Haley. Fondacaro got hundreds of likes for asking, "Why haven't you apologized to Nikki Haley?" Veteran Jason Stormchaser Nelson offered his derision with a hint of irony. Quote, "A woman over 50 would have written this much better, just saying." Not everyone in the comment section was there to criticize Lemon, though.
I have an alternative take.
Yeah.
I think we should keep him on there.
Mm-hmm.
If only for one particular reason. And that's because he will kill CNN faster.
Oh, Gary Thomas says for 5 says, be careful, Aiden. I also watch AK Nation. The channel is about race realism, and the channel is run by a noir male like myself.
Oh.
I mean, if it's statistics and it's then I don't have a problem with that. I mean, I like alt hype, Ryan Folk. So,
yes, but I'm currently reading a book called Race and Realism.
Depends on what that means. So let's see. Kiki Melendez says, "Thank you for acknowledging and apology. Appreciate it. It's the first step towards a full recovery."
You make it sound like you're injured.
Okay.
People.
Gary Thomas from another 2 says, "It's fun to watch if you're not easily offended." Well, I'm not, obviously. So.
Oh, for God's sakes, we're not easily offended. We're usually the ones doing the offending.
Yeah. Glad you're back, Don. Looking forward to seeing your work. Wrote Chief Brand Evangelist at North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University, Todd Simmons. Lemon expressed regret.
That is a hell of a long title, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a long title.
Fuck, yeah,
Lemon expressed regret on the day he made the comments. The reference I made to a woman's prime this morning was inartful and irrelevant.
That's true.
That shows that, but the fact that he says it's irrelevant means he was referring to her
birthing
fertility.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
As colleagues and loved ones have pointed out, and I regret it, he wrote, "A woman's age doesn't define her either personally or professionally. I have countless women in my life who prove that every day." It somewhat it does, yeah, because of that fertility thing.
A woman's age does define her personally and her professionally.
Candace Owens defended Lemon after the backlash, noting that if Donald Trump had said the same thing, conservatives wouldn't be as mad. Yeah, but that's Donald Trump. And actually, I don't know. I don't think that Trump would have said something like that.
Trump is too smart to say something like that.
I mean, he said that grab him by the pussy shit, but I don't think he would say that, like, a woman over 50
that's behind closed doors and what he's allowed to do. He wouldn't be on television
right.
just one like, hey, you know what, ladies after 30, your eggs are dry, get the fuck out. Like, I don't think he's going to say that.
No, I mean, it was weird and it was hostile. I don't know if Trump would. He might have. But Lemon has agreed to take part in formal training at CNN. Oh, sorry, here's what Candace Owens said. Sorry, I skipped it. Yeah, he's got to go through, he's got to be retrained. He's got to go to his thought retraining.
Oh, there is one thing that old women do better than younger women.
Huh?
Bake.
Oh, my bacon's pretty good. But yeah, usually true. Candace had said...
grandmothers are... I think it's because once you reach a certain age, like, what do I do with my time? I'm going to end up like a baking grandmother and just bake like a fucking pro.
I like cooking.
Yeah, well, okay, so you'll be a baking grandmother then.
Hell yeah. Candace said, "I'm sorry, what was wrong with what Don Lemon said? Is it just the part that happens to be true? Is it not allowed on CNN? Is everybody acting so offended by the fact that he basically said water is wet?" Well, it's because of his position, right? And because of the aggressiveness of it.
Candace.
Yeah.
Mm.
I don't think Trump would have said that either, okay? Just an idea.
I feel like if it was... Yeah, I kind of agree with Candace. But then again, I also wasn't offended by Don saying it. Because I
wasn't offended by it either.
Yeah, it was more
again,
just... It was just a stupid thing to say out of context.
It's not what he said, it's who was saying it. Do you know what I mean?
It's more why he was saying it.
I think that's...
At least for me.
The aggressiveness of it, and the Google it thing, I think was what made it more offensive than anything.
Wait, Razor Fist going to surgery? Why? What's wrong with him?
Yeah. I don't know yet, but I did see he said on Twitter, "Thank you, DRTS King for 5. Says prayers for Razor Fist, who is going into surgery today. But I'm generally against women in the workforce." Yeah, I agree on this part as well. But yeah, I did see he's going into surgery. He said he should be able to update everybody tomorrow.
I want to tell a story that it involves a family member, so I don't really think I should, but it's really funny.
Okay. So that's the Don Lemon stuff. Now I had a segment that was this is the fourth estate. Let's just finish with the
thing
fourth
of it
estate.
is, like, if Don went back to 2013 Don Lemon, he would be the most popular person on news.
He wouldn't be on CNN much longer. He'd be fired.
No, but I'm saying, like, if someone just said, "Hey, look, Don, if you can come on our network, what you said in 2013, if you can say that on our network, you'll have a job," he would be like, "Holy shit, Don Lemon is base as fuck," and he would do it right. Like, if he went 2013 Don on Fox, he would do fine.
Yeah, I think a lot of people he would do probably pretty well.
And
here's another.
I think people would be really confused. Like, why the hell is Don Lemon there, and why the hell is he saying this shit? But then he could say, like, "This is what I used to say for 10 years," and then just show that clip from 10 years, and then you're like, "Oh, why are you saying this now, Don? Like, why?"
I wouldn't believe it. I don't know if I believe it.
Yeah, but okay, that's interesting that you say that you don't believe it, because in one of my videos I said, if you were in a Hollywood movie, he looked at all the people you see on television, people like Tucker Carlson, Bill O'Reilly, all the, Sean Hannity, all these people. All of these people are actors.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, but like, you have to look at these people what they are. They're actors and they're script writers. Okay, they're like journalists are basically story writers. That's it. Because if you read something that makes absolutely no freaking sense, and you know it doesn't make any sense, you're looking at this going, who is this appealing to? And it's because there's a bunch of morons who read this crap because they think this is real. It's not, but it doesn't matter if it's true or not. What matters is, can it keep you engaged? Because they look at you as a consumer.
Well, yeah, of course.
Yes, and that's why
Which is why CNN's
miss.
ratings are failing, because they're not entertaining it.
Yes.
They just preach at people.
Yes, and also you look nuts when you were, hey, look, our entire network is dedicated to Trump, and now that Trump isn't there, we don't really know what the hell to do anymore. We simp for the other guy, and now that he's setting the world on fire, and we can't acknowledge that we were responsible for getting this moron in power who is now setting the place on fire, and you're just ignoring it, you look like morons who don't want to talk about the fact that you allowed this monkey boy to come in and wreck shit. So yeah, that is a problem. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, everybody press P in the chat to send power to Razor Fist. Speedy recovery. Make sure everything's okay.
God bless the rageaholic.
In other journalism news, Kevin McCarthy gives Tucker Carlson access to a massive trove of Jan 6 riot.
Do you know where he should have really sent it to?
Who?
Where he should have really sent the footage to? Pirate Bay.
Yeah, it should have just all been released. Send
it on 4chan.
Yeah, that would have been funny.
Oh my god, the feds would have been like, oh Jesus fucking Christ.
So, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has given Fox News' Tucker Carlson exclusive access to 41,000 hours of Capitol surveillance footage from the Jan 6 riot, McCarthy tells sources tell me.
You're still giving it to mainstream news, and I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't.
If you wanted to really see it let fly, then give it to 4chan, give it to BitTorrent, give it to Pirate Bay. Like, send it to the uncensored internet, not through a mainstream, not through a mainstream media outlet, because that's not.
Yeah.
You want to see some shit. You want to get the public to see it, then give it to the public.
WikiLeaks it.
Yes.
Just drop it.
Yes, Wiki. Give it to Julian Assange.
Yep. Carlson. Okay, so Carlson producers were on Capitol Hill last week to begin digging through the trove, which includes multiple camera angles from all over the Capitol grounds. Excerpts will begin airing in the coming weeks. But I do agree with you. It should be with. Why it matters, Carlson has repeatedly questioned official accounts of January 6th. This is an Axios article, which I found because I want the Axios one because it's supposed to be the middle ground. Of course, it's not. Now it shows Tucker Carlson. They're supposed to be, but they're.
I can't really think of any. Okay, here's a strange question for you. Do you think that? Oh, what's really far left? Say Polygon and the Daily Beast. Okay. Do you think they can drag everything else to the left? Like, where would you put the Federalist in, say we have a ubiquitous middle, roughly speaking.
Yeah.
Right? And then how far Daily Beast and maybe like Salon Polygon is?
I mean, they're really far left. Daily Beast and
exactly.
And Salon.
So would you put something like the Federalist and Breitbart as equally far from the center, or do you think it'll just be like slightly to the right of the center?
Breitbart is. I don't know. Like, what's really far right?
That's my point.
It's something of a like.
Daily Stormer.
It's which I guess it's the.
Daily Stormer doesn't even exist anymore. I don't think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's still around in some form. I don't know if England's.
A shame, really. Last time I read an article on Daily Stormer, like, why do people hate this website? This was just sensible.
Because it's a literal Nazi website.
I don't care. The Nazis did say some things that were true, like scientifically speaking. Obviously not the genetic stuff. Their rockets were really good. For heaven's sake, the NASA scientists took them out.
Okay. All right. True.
Yeah.
I mean,
And their medicines were pretty good.
Operation.
And they built really good roads and uniforms.
Operation Paperclip happened for a reason.
Yes.
So back to this though.
And the Soviet Union did good art. I'm not gonna just say like, oh my god, therefore Nazis everything they did is bad. Like, no, that's just dumb. That's just short-sighted shite.
Carlson told me there was never any legitimate reason for this footage to remain a secret. I agree. If there's ever a question that it's in the public's interest to know, it's what actually happened on Jan 6. By definition, this video will reveal it. It's impossible for me to understand why any honest person would be bothered by that. I agree. Reality check. The Jan 6 committee played numerous excerpts of the footage during last year's captivating hearings. I wouldn't call them captivating. The process with Carlson started in February. Whatever. You get the gist. Carlson's been given an enormous amount of footage. Some of which it does appear was taken by Nancy Pelosi's daughter, who was there. I believe it was by her daughter.
Is this before or after she filmed her grandmother or mother saying that she wants to punch Trump?
I'm not sure. Probably after. But...
You know, so that's kind of violent.
Oh, a little bit. I'm going to get to that right now. So, Tucker Carlson's been, and his show, been given these tapes. What do you think the View's take on it is?
Oh, God.
Listen to this absolute insanity.
So exactly how dangerous is it to let Tucker Carlson reset the narrative on January 6th? Go ahead.
I think it's twofold. So let him reset the narrative. You mean by letting him have access to the footage?
How is that resetting the narrative? Oh, yes, we can see raw footage. What?
And I can show people the footage. That's very dangerous for our democracy. But it gets so much worse.
Okay, it's going to get worse.
So this raises huge safety and security concerns for the Capitol. So I worked in the Capitol for many years. There are underground evacuation points. There are safe rooms. We even have rooms to protect for like biochemical attacks where you can go and safely be housed. This will also reveal where video cameras are stationed in the...
So let me get this straight. You had all of these things for how many years, but a bunch of unarmed LARPers with friggin' face paint and plastic horns in their head scared the crap out of you? That tells me you politicians are a bunch of bitches.
But she's also saying here, she's going to get more clear about, that if you give it to Tucker Carlson, he will release national federal security information somehow. Tucker Carlson will. That he's going to put the lives of people in the Capitol at risk.
Freeze frame.
Yeah, I know.
The Capitol. So as a Republican, like we always say, we back the blue. Will you just expose...
Stop pretending.
You're a Republican. You're on The View.
Yeah.
The entire Capitol.
She's supposed to be that, she's their one supposed Republican, but she's not,
she is attractive, so therefore,
and undermine the Capitol Police and their safety precautions for something like a January 6th were to ever happen again, or something like 9/11 where the Capitol...
Why do you compare 9/11
January
to
6th
January
and
6th? Like, they're not even remotely comparable.
In their heads, they are. Remember, this one's supposed to be Republican. It's just if you let Tucker Carlson have this footage, then 9/11 will happen again.
Have you been harassed by that organization Chaos guy?
Corporal Geroro. No, thank you for the 5, but no, I'm not even familiar with him.
Organization Chaos. I don't know what the fuck that is.
Organized Chaos guy. No, not familiar.
Go on.
Was targeted.
All right, there's more.
It's the law to do something like that? Why isn't it?
It's not. I spent the morning researching that because generally, you have a Freedom of Information Act request that news outlets, let's say, ask the Capitol Police for it. So is it illegal just to give it to one person? The Capitol Police is actually not, it does, the FOIA request, the Freedom of Information Act doesn't apply to them. No. And so if someone in Congress, like a leader in Congress, asks the Capitol Police for this kind of information, 44,000 hours of footage, they must comply. And so that's really what is scary here. And
why is it scary? The people should have access to this information. Why is it scary?
Also,
hey, The View, if you request it, you could get it too.
Yeah. And also, just by the way, the state building, the Capitol building, is the people's building.
Yeah, exactly.
So why should the people not see where their tax money is going to? Any objection?
Well, I mean, if you want to have if these guys want to have the footage too, then you can have it, and CNN can have it, and the Young Turks can have it, and you can all see the same stuff. I don't see the problem with it.
Imagine giving Young Turks like that kind of information and realizing there's actually nothing to it.
Well, yeah, they wouldn't be able to. I mean, like, why not then? The only reason that Sunny would be upset about this is that she knows that it probably is not going to show the things that she wants it to show.
Of course not.
Organized Chaos is one of those ankle biters, as Eric July calls them.
Or it's going to show something that they don't want to see.
Oh, he's going after internet movie reviewers like Drinker, Gary, EFAP. No, I didn't know about that. I've not heard about that guy. I'm sure he's come up, but I haven't watched EFAP recently. I haven't heard Drinker or Gary talk about it either, but I don't know.
They're good people.
There are crazy people like that everywhere.
But why didn't he give it to the New York Times and to other newspapers?
Well, I think. Well, I don't want to.
Were they requesting it?
Guess, but he had to make.
Guess.
I can tell you why. Because those places are snakes.
Because they don't want to review it.
Or
they already have their narrative. They don't want to review it. They don't care. The New York Times and the New York Times doesn't care. They already have their narrative that it was
the worst thing since 9/11.
That it's the worst thing since 9/11. Why would they bother doing any more investigation into it? They don't care. They already know their truth.
Madrum.
He harassed Ethan Van Sciver, did he? Huh.
Make a lot of.
And Adam Sitch did a debate with him. I don't remember. I might have seen that, but I don't remember it.
Concessions to become speaker, right? And so maybe one of the concessions that he had to give Marjorie Taylor Greene or one of his supporters was give Tucker Carlson this. We know how powerful Tucker Carlson has become within the Republican Party. It's really odd that a fake news anchor would.
Cold-hearted bitch.
Says Sunny on The View.
How
fake
is he
news.
Fake news. By what metric is he fake? He is the most watched news anchor in the entire United States.
Coming from The View.
Would be that person. And when I say fake news anchor, I really mean it because a judge ruled in 2020 that Tucker Carlson is not a credible source of news. And in fact, U.S. District Court Judge Mary Kay Viscols decided the whole tenor of his show should make it clear to viewers that he's not stating actual facts.
Well, I don't care what some stupid Dem judge said. Can you disprove anything he's saying? Or do you, again, as usual, typical, modern Dem crap. No, it's appeal to authority every single time. Trust the science. Trust this judge.
It is
don't
poisoning
trust
the
your
well, though.
Yeah, don't trust your lying eyes. It is poisoning the well. Don't trust your lying eyes and ears. And again, coming from The View, absolutely hilarious. Just defect or go to whatever authority figure you can find because you can't stop kissing boots. So pathetic.
So it's not a news show, says the courts. He's just like entertainment. And so when you have someone that is just...
No, was it decided in a court of law, Sonny? Or did a judge just say that? Oh, a judge just made a statement. Who cares?
I don't really give a flying monkeys what a judge says, to be honest.
Nor do I. Was it found in a court of law? No. It's the opinion of a judge.
It's an entertainer.
Yeah, that's a good question as well. What do you mean by credible?
The actual facts. I agree with you. It's so dangerous. It's so divisive for our country, but it's most dangerous, I think, for the security of our country.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is there more of this dumb crap?
Yeah.
I think it's often to the public sometimes confusing the difference between news journalists and opinion entertainers.
That's really funny because that's exactly what The View is.
That's what The View is, yeah.
The View is completely opinion. I mean,
it's also for women, so it's also going to be highly inaccurate.
It is opinion, barely politics, by women, for women. That's what The View is about.
I guarantee you, if we sat there and we read out a list of news, and we went, where do you rate the following as far as credible and not credible? Breitbart, Town Hall, Red State, PJ Media, The Federalist, okay, and that's it. Daily Beast, NPR, CNN, MSNBC. Where do you rank those? The latter is obviously far more trustworthy than the former. Like, what if you kind of biased?
Well, as Bill said up the stairs, like he said, they're literally called The View, as in here's my view, here's my opinion, and it's overt. It's an opinion. I can't believe.
Is that why they named the show that?
I would assume so. I mean, this is like absolute lack of total and complete lack of self-awareness.
There's nothing worse than The View.
Yeah. Oh, right. Dear Fitty for 5 says she leaves out that legal precedent defense was set by Rachel Maddow. Right, exactly. That thing about Tucker Carlson. I forgot about that. Yeah, thank you. And Supermanador for 5 says...
Oh, it's set by Rachel Maddow.
Yeah. Sure. If Tucker shows a few doorways on a video, that will be what compromised the Capitol when this 9/11 rehappenings in D.C., not the plane hitting. Yeah. Right, of course. it would. I mean, it's prima facie absurd.
Can I just say that?
Yeah.
Because they kind of bury the.
Every time, I'm just gonna be sexist for a second. Every time I see something on television that just makes no sense and is utterly emotionally driven and makes no sense, it's always said by women.
True.
Like, I'm sorry, like, what Don Lemon said was not sexist. It was biologically accurate.
Mm-hmm.
It was just said out of context. It was just kind of stupid. When he apologized, he said, "I believe women of any age can do anything," which counteracts your statement, Don, which doesn't make any fucking sense now. Then you get these stupid bitches who just say a bunch of crap. You're Rachel Maddow, absolute moron. Everyone on CNN who's a female is a complete idiot. Like, the only ladies that have any sense is the judge chick, Judge Janine on Fox.
Yeah, I like her.
I like her because she's base. But like,
Mr. Twisted Frenzy for €5 says,
dumb as fuck.
He says, Aiden, why do you make us listen to these insufferable harpies? Spoon, please make her stop. Should I stop after this one? There's a couple more.
Well, it makes me mad, and then I say funny things, so you get some bad with the good.
All right.
Themselves at night in those primetime spots.
Do you think Fox News should be called Fox News, or should it be called like Fox Entertainment Channel?
Yeah.
Yeah, there actually is a channel with that name.
Yes.
Yeah, there's
the
Fox Comedy Channel. Yeah.
What is?
You do realize you can be
my
funny
God.
and say something accurate, right? Do you ladies know? Do you know that?
I just seriously not understand that there are Fox
Rage
outside
watching.
of just Fox News. Oh my God! And again, it is so incredibly ironic.
Fox
all
is
of this
the
coming from The
network.
View.
Also, it's called Fox News.
Yeah, that's their news segment.
Yes, it's why it's called Fox News. The Fox is the name of the network.
Was it supposed to be a joke?
Oh, is it?
I think it was supposed to be a joke.
Oh, okay. Well,
Well, they laughed,
it's
but
a
I don't
woman,
know.
therefore it's not funny.
Yeah, it wasn't.
No offense.
Fox and Friends,
But why is it called The View?
Like, because as a news organization, you would think the executives there would not allow Tucker Carlson to use these tapes in this way.
I don't even pretend.
Why? Why wouldn't they allow him to use the tapes? It is
we're
news.
trying to give this
Why would he-
person we're trying to give this person credibility. You know where it would go really handy with that raw footage.
Yeah, that way you can actually back up whatever it is that you're saying with pure raw footage.
Yeah.
Yeah, she wants to regulate who is allowed to be called the news. We're gonna hit more into that basically. That's what it's about, though. That's what it's about, though.
I feel like if they said, well, it's going to be selectively edited, okay, then show the entire thing. Do you think we would be okay with that? Yes, we would.
Yeah.
I don't think you would, because you don't like that Tucker is going to show it, and I think if all of us just went, yeah, we agree with you, so how about we show the whole thing? Would you like to sit through, 41,000 hours?
No, I don't. That's why you need a whole big team of people to do that. Why are we pretending that The View is relevant to anything? Sad. I'm not pretending they're relevant. I do think, however, that it's interesting to watch what these people think, right? Because this is probably what a lot of normies think.
It's cute
on the
you
left.
call them people.
I'm saying this is probably what a lot of normies would agree with this. Now, I don't know if they watch. I don't know. No one actually watches The View, which is, again, a Dutchman. It's funny because no one watches it, but it's called The View. Haha.
Here's the thing.
But
the only time we ever
This is
watched
normie
The
to your
View-
opinion.
The only reason we ever watched The View, and I said this before, the only time The View goes viral is when they say something stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're literally just cannon fodder for comedy. That is their only purpose. Like, if you watch the news for political opinions, you are special.
Right, yeah, this is hard-hitting news, right? This is hard-hitting news. Not like Tucker Carlson.
Tend to know the standards they have at that particular organization. But I think the biggest thing here is what Alyssa said before, the security risks exposing the inside of the White House.
It's the
White House?
White House? What?
What the hell are you talking about?
What are you talking? Does she think they broke into the White House? Does she think January 6th was at the White House? Not at Congress. Oh my God!
Sorry, I'm lost for words.
Yeah, that kind of like I had a bit of a error there. Anthony Petunias for 2 says it's called The View because they're myopic. That's true as well.
That's pretty good, actually. That's
yeah,
a pretty good joke.
She doesn't seem to know the difference between the Capitol building and the White House, but that's cute, I guess.
Sharing your security videos with people.
People were killed on people died on January.
Who died? Who died, Joy?
Ashley
Joy,
Babbitt.
who died?
And
Hey,
she got
Joy, who
shot
died?
by a black cop.
Oh, by a
climbing
Capitol
through a
police
window.
officer. Shot her in the skull.
Yeah.
Yeah, as she was flanked and couldn't escape. Couldn't move. Yeah, well, Bill says everyone around her was a Fed, which is probably true. But Joy, why don't you bring up who died at Jan 6? If you want to throw in the cop who died 6 hours later of a stroke, I'll even give you that one. Although I don't really think you should.
I wonder if it has anything to do with the
the only person who died at January 6th
was shot in the head.
Was a woman shot in the head by the police who was there to protest for Donald Trump. Her name was Ashley Babbitt.
Yes.
Joy, are you gonna say that? Of course.
She probably doesn't know who she is.
We were upset when they gave tours.
But I'm curious who died then. Well, of course, they also think it happened at the White House, so you know.
They're going to say it's a tourism day.
But they
Please,
proved that
they're
they
dead.
were giving tours.
Who?
Have you seen the way that they walked through the Capitol?
Yeah, I know. But
They
in
look
between
like
their
a group
velvet
of lost
ropes.
tourists.
They do look like a group of lost tourists.
Yeah,
Joy, who died? Who died?
I remember Norm posted a picture of that. Norm posted a picture of just like security footage of them just walking through the velvet ropes, and like this is like the least aggressive protest I've ever seen, when people are neatly walking in a straight line. And you look at the people and like, these are rioters. Like,
Well, we watched we just watched some footage of what capital were they protesting at last week? Was it Utah or Colorado or something? At one of the state capitals?
Oh,
no problem. It was against I think an abortion thing. Transgender thing. Yeah. No problem there.
Yeah.
No problem there. No problem for leftists to fill up a Capitol building.
And then
It's
just
only
scream transgender
it's just so hilarious to me in a gross way that they can sit here talking about how Fox News, Tucker Carlson isn't real news. Sarah Haynes can sit there and talk about how the terrorist breached the White House, and Joy can sit there and talk about all the people who were killed on January 6th. You're demonstrably
Ladies, do
false.
you know what the word irony means?
Demonstrably, you are telling fake news. You are lying right now. You're either lying or you don't know. Either way, it's not true. Therefore, it's fake news. I mean, it's just this is some really peak, just peak level irony of these ladies calling the things fake news while having no idea about the facts of the things that they're irate about. That's just.
Congress people were giving tours before to show people exactly what was just now handed over to someone. And whereas there can be nothing good coming from it, they've investigated. We've done everything we need to do.
No,
we haven't.
First of all, no. This has been nothing but show trials. Been people in jail for 2 years who have not seen trial. And in the interest of public knowledge of the true purpose of the Fourth Estate, why do you not want people, the average person, to be able to see what happened on January 6th? If it was not for the reason that it was not 9/11/2, it was not the tragedy, it was not the Maximus Terrorismus that you have been painting it as for the last 2 years as an excuse to keep people locked up, as an excuse to forward your political agenda. That's the only reason why you don't want people to see this. You don't care about security. You don't care about anybody's safety. You're just mad that Tucker Carlson's got it. Why didn't you ask? Have CNN ask for it. I'm sure they can get the freaking footage as well. But the reality is they don't want to look through it because they're not going to find anything that would help their side. That's it. That's all this is about. It's pure tribalism.
It's not only not going to add good, it actually only has bad intentions.
By that, she means it won't help us. Yeah, the truth is bad intention when it doesn't help us. Just say what you mean. I mean, she basically is, to be fair. She more or less came out there and said it straight up. It's bad because it doesn't help us. So there's no reason to tell the truth here. No reason to show people the truth because it won't help us.
It's nefarious intentions drive this.
Nefarious intention, because the left never has any of that.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen how
the Capitol floor.
Because we all
And
He
hiding
removed the
boxes
metal
like that.
detectors. So
Yeah.
Pelosi had added metal detectors because we also know there were Congress people fighting whether you should be able to carry in the Capitol.
And by the way, we've seen the Capitol floor descend into attacks recently.
Right, and after you've seen that, one of the first things he did as Speaker was remove those metal detectors. Those seem like ridiculous moves.
And again, that may be something that he.
Are you worried about the safety of Congress people?
No. Not
Your name
even
again?
remotely.
Sarah Haynes. I'm not familiar with her. I don't remember her from before, but Sarah, are you concerned about the safety of Congress people? Then let them carry.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering the same thing.
Then let them carry guns.
Then let them carry guns. Yeah, like
Maybe AOC wouldn't have been so afraid shaking and shitting and pissing in her office if she had a Glock. No.
I wouldn't trust her with a gun, would you?
That's true. Bill did yell up the stairs that if AOC had had a gun, she would have perforated the Secret Service agent who came looking for her. Where is she? Where is she?
That's not even a joke. That's probably true.
No, it is true. Bill says that they don't trust these infants with guns. Yeah, that is true. Scrix for 5 says, "Oh yes, Colorado, otherwise known as California. I need to move. I'm sorry, man. I think it was Colorado where the transgender thing was happening last week."
I mean, would you trust her with a gun? I don't trust her with a pencil.
No.
I don't trust her with a phone.
That's true. I don't trust. Yeah.
He had to give those people that want to carry weapons within the sacred halls of Congress. But I will.
My sacred halls.
Sacred halls.
My sacred halls. My sacred democracy that can't ever be questioned as long as we're the ones in charge, but needs to be constantly protested and torn down as soon as it does anything that doesn't align with our perpetually moving progressive narrative and goalpost. Yeah, our sacred halls. By the way, I hate the U.S. government because it's systemically racist, but my sacred halls. Okay, sure. God, it's so frustrating.
We'll say this. Why doesn't the House Ethics Committee look at something like that?
Well, because he oversees it, though, is the
Well, yeah.
It's
Hello.
like HR in a company.
Hello. And that's a problem. There is.
Wait, which?
The phrase ethics and anything to do with politics.
Oh, I know. It would be nice if it wasn't oxymoronic, but it is.
It's like the House Ethics Committee. Like, what the fuck?
Oh, yeah, Lance Revice
ethics and government never go together?
No, not
Actually,
often.
ethics and politics don't go together.
Very rarely. Lance Revice says the only members of Congress I can think of who were in any real danger were the Republicans at that baseball game who were shot at by a Bernie bro. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what was his name. But yeah, I recall that, of course.
Call me boy 69.
What?
Call me boy 69.
I don't think his name was Connie Boy.
Should have been.
Let's see. Who was the Republican who got shot at?
Hmm.
You remember this?
No.
Oh yeah, because the Dems certainly didn't want to talk about it. Let's see. Congressional baseball shooting. There is a Wikipedia article about it. Shockingly. Steve Scalise. Steve Scalise. I am actually. I'm actually.
That sounds familiar.
Flabbergasted that there's a Wikipedia article. He was the House Majority Leader and representative for Louisiana's first congressional district. Served as the House Minority Whip from 2019 to 2023. But yeah, he got shot.
I think it's a conflict of interest, clearly, but there must be some mechanism within which to review this decision.
Well, we'll be watching it, and we'll be right back also.
Are you gonna watch it though, Joy? Anyway, that's it.
Why is it everyone who's called Joy is completely miserable?
It is funny, isn't it? Well, let's Joy Reid and Joy Behar. So
I don't think Joy Reid is actually that racist.
I don't know if she's racist. She's just annoying.
No, I think she's just like a lopping twat.
Are you ready for Keith?
Oh God!
Are
Keith
you ready
Olbermann
for
is
Keith?
Man, he's aged really badly lately.
Because he's paranoid as hell. He's constantly losing his mind. So here's his response to Tucker Carlson getting all that video footage.
No.
Only Marjorie Trader Greene would be stupid enough to demand a national.
Marjorie Trader Greene, like,
right
out of the bat.
Right out of Marjorie Trader Greene. All right, Keith.
Divorce of the red states from the blue states, while she is living in a blue state. But what do you expect? She was raised on a diet of Fox News. And now that Fox's true evil has been revealed in the Dominion lawsuit, and Fox's true evil has been...
What's this Dominion lawsuit about? I have no idea about this. Fox.
Don't know, and I don't really care.
I don't know anything about this. Incredibly damning Fox News document experts. I'm not sure, Bill. This is the Washington Post, so it'll be extremely biased. Disclosure of behind-the-scenes emails and texts greatly increased chance Dominion will win. Oh, this is Dominion, the voting.
Oh yeah.
Fox News executives and personalities just parrot some of the election conspiracies floated on their shows.
Oh yeah.
Greatly increased the chances.
About this.
Okay. Dominion voting systems included dozens of messages sent internally by Fox co-founder Rupert Murdoch and on-air stars such as Carlson in a brief made public last week in supporting the voting technology company's $1.6 billion lawsuit against the network. Dominion claims it was damaged in the months after the 2020 election after Fox. Okay, so this is just some nonsense. Because by the way, I'm pretty sure it has been found multiple times that there are problems in these Dominion machines.
Yeah.
But that's the lawsuit there. Good luck. I don't think it's on your side, but okay.
Revealed while Kevin McCarthy has turned over 41,000 hours of January 6th surveillance video to Tucker Carlson exclusively so he can show the next insurrectionists how to avoid all those cameras and reach all those panic rooms.
My God, like it's so bizarre
you need
that
to live in one key.
that's where they immediately go to. Is that like no, there's no because these people don't have any journalistic integrity whatsoever, right? They don't care about the truth at all. So when they hear about this, because like when I heard about it, I was like, oh, cool, I guess maybe we'll find out more about what happened. When they hear about it, they go, no, he must be trying to spin it in some way so that he can show all of it, so he can show more insurrectionists how to break into the Capitol. And it's like, what? That's for both of you and for Keith, that's their first go-to. Because they can do nothing but lie and be subversive and try to do messed up stuff. They can't imagine what real journalism might even look like.
Of course not.
The time has now come. We must deplatform Fox News and we must close down.
It's not Twitter, Keith.
It's a major news network, Keith.
You can't just he wants to mass report them to Twitter. He's so used to Democrats having and leftists having all the power on social media. He's like, deplatform Tucker Carlson from their news network that they
own.
When Tucker's in it, but Fox News should deplatform themselves from, like, okay, dude, fuck. Get off Twitter. Keith Olbermann, you're absolutely insane. This is what I do think.
Watching him is great fun.
It is fun. I do think that
nuts.
That Don Lemon might be a little bit worried that if he is fired from CNN, this is what he will end up becoming.
Yeah, because he will.
Yeah, he'll just be Keith Olbermann shouting into a phone camera, saying the most insane stuff anyone's ever heard.
Fox News. All that and more in the Tuesday Countdown podcast, available now wherever you...
Nope.
People actually watch you, Keith?
No. So... This is an opening segment has been about the journalism stuff. So here's Mara Gay talking about how we can't have freedom of speech. Journalists can't have freedom of speech because it's too dangerous.
To have an exemption that nobody else has.
Joe, you're making a powerful case here that the law just maybe
this was about Section 230, not about Tucker Carlson. Just to let you know, we're changing gears a little bit.
Just is out of date. I mean, listening to you talk about the way you were thinking about it when it was enacted is reason enough. You're right. The internet has changed. The world has changed. But this is one of those areas of American exceptionalism, too, where other democracies look at us and say, well, why can't you figure this out? And one of the
other democracies look at us and go, why do you have that annoying, pesky freedom of speech thing?
I don't think the rest of the world looks at America for that. I think the rest of the world looks at America and just think, the way they used to have freedom of speech, why don't you have that anymore?
Yeah.
I think that's more the way we look at it.
But it's also ridiculous. It's like other democracies are like, man, why do you have all that horrible aspect that's kind of required for democracy? Why don't you name them the unsuspenders? Scotland. That one.
Oh God, yeah.
Dreadnought for 5 says Keith Olbermann's paranoid mirror universe automatically, unironically sounds like a better world to live in. Maybe he is clearly, deeply. It's Trump broke. I remember watching HB cover his stuff sometimes. Like he would be just spitting into the, like, he'd just be drooling. He'd get so angry. It was hilarious.
Watching him cover the fucking coof thing was hilarious.
Yeah, that also broke him, dude.
Yeah, he went completely insane with the vaccine.
Yeah, I remember that video of him. They're afraid. They're afraid. They're afraid of a vaccine.
I just remember watching the twins, because I just remember Kevin just saying, "Wait a minute, he's reading this."
Yeah,
and he just did his face where he looks like a blind man, like, we need to stop coddling these people. These people are morons. Like, when he said that, I started crying with laughter just because his face it's like a blind man reading.
I mean, it is insane that he was reading that too, because to anybody it just looked like an unhinged lunatic rant, but he was reading it. It was scripted, which is even like,
worse.
Yeah, way worse. The reasons is we actually have a very broad First Amendment statute. And of course, as a journalist, that's a wonderful thing. The problem here is that the world has changed. And so to your point, Joe, now you have companies that are actually not journalistic organizations that are disseminating.
So here's the same. I brought this up for, I think, which would be obvious reasons. Here's the narrative. Fox News is not journalism. We are the only real journalists, whoever we are, MSNBC, CNN. Only the left are real journalists. They started this seed obviously in COVID by trusted news sources. You have to have a trusted news source, and it's only us. It's only leftist media outlets that were trusted news sources. And now they're going to push with this further, saying that if you are not a trusted news source, that meaning a left-wing Democrat-owned news source, meaning you're owned by the Democrat Party, then you are not news. You do not deserve Section 230 protection, which is what Joy and Keith Olbermann certainly want. So here's just some more of this shit. News. Yep, and they want to remove your Section 230 protection, which would mean also, of course, what that means is that if you and I having this podcast or stream right now, anybody on YouTube who has an opinion, if they're not an official journalist, they're not allowed to have a voice about anything related to politics. That's what this is about. That is the end goal. They're starting with Tucker Carlson. They're starting with Fox News. But remember, I mean, well, that's their big goal, I should say. But if what's happening to you and me at YouTube, which I've heard other people say also weird stuff's happening, the point will be to make sure that there can't be anybody doing a podcast or doing a show like this, because we're not official journalists who work at a Democrat-approved source. So we're not allowed to talk about the news because we wouldn't have Section 230 protections. It's interesting to see the Democrats now go after 230, but they want to go after 230 to rewrite it for that specific reason, is what I'm guessing is going to be the goal, judging from this here and judging from the anger at Carlson. Just a guess. We'll see if it happens.
Information, some of it factual, some of it dangerous, some of it hate speech, and they essentially have no responsibility for the consequences.
Neither do you.
Neither do you, yeah, I was about to say.
Absolutely none.
Of that. So we have this central tension, and it's easy to get wonky. We all know what Section 230 is here at the table, but, for the Americans sitting at home, the question is, well, what responsibility should YouTube or Google or Facebook have if they're promoting hate speech on their platforms?
Here it is. There it is. That now, again, they just got a hate speech strike today. Who knows? And here's the other thing too. If people aren't aware of this, although I think most people are now, I have no idea what in that video was supposedly hate speech. There's no time code. There's no report beyond hate speech. End statement. Right?
Yep.
That's it. Nothing else. Now, the reason why that's bullshit is because if I get a copyright claim, well, YouTube tells me exactly where the copyright claim is.
Yep.
Right exactly where it is. And I can go into the YouTube tools and remove the section. YouTube does no such thing when they strike you for hate speech, which is what these people, again, what they want to do is make sure that you do not have a voice. They hate free speech. They hate Section 230, and they want to remove all of it, that only they can speak. That's the ultimate end goal.
I think the average American would say they should have some, but legally, that's a harder case to make, and I don't have an answer for it, but it's just to say that I don't think we can allow it to go on as it has, where there's no consequences and people can make money, in fact, to your
Oh, that's the biggest part for them. They don't want anyone to make any money besides them. They want you to be poor. They want you to be destitute. They want you to not be able to get a job if you don't have the approved of opinions. That's the dystopic future that this lady wants. Lamented Guide for 5 says, does anyone else think Oberman's voice sounds a lot like Chank's? I can't unhear it. The delivery is somewhat similar, but Oberman's voice is higher pitch. Hasselhopper, thank you for the guide. Hasselhopper for 5 says, she warned Fox was sharing information, some of it factual, some of it dangerous, some of it hate speech. Note she didn't say any of it was incorrect.
True.
She did, I would say that by saying some of it factual, that meant some of it was not. But yeah, you're right. She didn't say it was incorrect. Dangerous and hate speech. And that's what it is that dangerous speech, hate speech, those aren't real things.
I like dangerous speech.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I prefer dangerous freedom over peaceful slavery. How about that one? Thomas Jefferson. Maybe you've heard of him, more gay. I don't know. But that's the whole thing about hate speech is what the hell is it? Is it speech you don't like is what it means, right? Like, there are some forms of speech that are not protected, namely violent threats. Actionable violent threats are not protected speech. I have not, in that stream, I know for a fact I didn't make any actionable violent threats, obviously not. Hate speech is stuff that I don't like. And that's nothing to do with free speech. Now, people will say like, oh, well, it's a private platform, sure. But we're not even talking about private platforms anymore. I don't think so. Section 230 is in there to protect YouTube so they don't get in trouble for the things that you and I say. And that's why I like, and not just YouTube, but so smaller websites, so individual blogs can't get in trouble for comments that people leave on those websites, right?
Which makes sense.
Yes, of course it makes sense. So they can't get sued for what a commenter said. But she doesn't want any of that. No, she wants to be able to just, people like this, they want to make sure you cannot speak. Because if they can control your mouth, they can control people's thoughts.
Yeah.
And that's the end goal. Because remember, like, their ideas are terrible. They don't hold water. So the only way that they can get their ideas to fly in any way is to lie and cover up the truth and make sure that their opposition cannot be heard. That's why they're so adamant about this.
Point. Right. While disseminating this information that is tearing the country apart.
Wow, ironic.
That's kind of you bitch.
Yeah. Yep.
By the way, providing disinformation and
what does that mean? What do you mean with disinformation? That means again stuff you don't like. I didn't actually have this up. The new information's come out the masks.
Which?
For the masks.
What, they were utterly useless?
Yeah. I don't know if you saw it.
And I seem to remember places where I went, yeah, this is actually a bunch of crock.
Yeah, here it is.
And I said this, and I was told I'm an absolute asshole who doesn't listen to the science. Turns out I was right. What else is new?
Yep.
I didn't mean science for that, I just used common sense.
I think this is it.
Do you guys want to hear something stupid?
Yeah, sure, it's it.
So yesterday I was having an argument. I should really get some people in my Discord server, or some of the servers that I'm in, just because they can hear this dumbass speak and then just hear how stupidly insane he is.
Yeah.
I asked him, like, why is it that a certain demographic B, let's put it that way, why do they commit more crime? Or violent crime, I would say. And his explanation was, it's because there's more police around.
Mm-hmm.
And his justification for this is that the police report crime and therefore there is more crime.
I mean, it's an observation, right?
Yeah, but
so if you have it, hang on. There's some validity to that, right?
No, there isn't.
That it's based on what there is. If you have more, let's say it's not police officers. Let's say you have more surveillance cameras.
That was my argument.
Right. Wait, what?
Is that there's a difference. But here's the thing. He said that the reason why they show up in stats is because if there's more crime, if there's more cops to write up the crimes, there will be more crime reports. And I just went, okay, first of all, you don't need the police to report crimes. Like, if you see a security footage, like, if there's no police to report it, there's still going to be crime, you jackass. It just isn't reported. Like, I can see security footage. Like, if there's no cops that says, hey, look, there's robberies, but they just constantly show security footage. I'm going to see there's crimes being committed. I don't need police for that. I just need to see evidence of the crime being committed. That's what security cameras are for, or like a camera.
So maybe if they wanted to if you wanted to find that this was for sure not an observation effect, then you could.
But also, here's a bit that I thought was dumb. If I have, let's just say there's a certain area, okay, and it's full of like 50% W and 50% B. Okay. If B commits more crime and kills more people, it doesn't matter how many police are there. If they tally up the bodies, I'm going to tell which one kills more crimes.
Okay, right. So if there's there's clear physical evidence of crime, obviously.
Yeah, and I'm talking about violent crime, so naturally.
Right. So I guess if you're talking about I guess you don't really need the
that's what
I was thinking more about I guess if it was I must have missed the part where you said it was just violent crimes, because I was thinking more like petty theft and stuff.
Yes.
Where people might not even notice it,
Yeah, but that's what this is the stupidest argument I've ever heard, and you're clearly insane.
Yeah, when you put it that way, it makes sense. This is a new meta-analysis, by the way. Published in January, late January. This is about the efficacy of masks. So we were told for forever, and we're still being told, maybe sometimes to wear masks. Massive meta-analysis. 10 studies took place in community, and 2 studies in healthcare workers, compared with wearing no mask in the community. Many studies, community studies only, wearing a mask may make little to no difference in how many people caught a flu-like illness, COVID-like illness. 9 studies, 276,000 people. And probably makes little or no difference in how many people have the flu or COVID confirmed by a laboratory test of 6 studies and 13,000, nearly 14,000 people. Unwanted effects or rarely reported discomfort was mentioned. N95 P2 respirators, remember, the gold standard. 4 studies in healthcare workers, and 1 small study was in the community. Compared with wearing medical or surgical masks, and wearing N95 P2 respirators makes little to no difference in how many people have confirmed the flu. 5 studies of over 8,000 people, and may make little to no difference in how many people catch a flu-like illness. 5 studies, 8,400 people, or respiratory illness. 3 studies, nearly 8,000 people. Unwanted effects were not reported. Discomfort was mentioned.
So, just out of curiosity, how many people?
These are massive studies.
Yes, but I seem to remember people saying that we should wear N95s because they're more effective, and like millions and millions.
Well, you had to. Well, any mask was effective. Remember, any mask was effective, but N95s that was a super duper ultra effective.
Yes.
Looks like no.
No.
Looks like nope. Looks like not even probably at all.
From the friggin' get-go.
Yeah. Now, again, if you're working in a medical setting, and when you're operating on somebody, you want to wear a face covering that you don't spit or get, stuff into bacteria.
Yes.
But in terms of being in a public place, these masks don't work. Neither the medical nor surgical masks nor the N95s. Not in the way that we were promised. So when you talk about like misinformation, lady, there's your misinformation. Massive meta-analysis. Probably still are shilling that shit on MSNBC, I bet.
Yeah, in some cases has made us very endangered, like with January 6th. So there's real consequences to this, and I hope the court realizes that.
No, I don't think so. That's absolutely a bunch of nonsense. I'm gonna get through a little bit of this because I have a bunch to get through. So you sent me this article the other day. This is the...
Which one? Oh, yeah, this is
this Hill article.
Reality.
This is about why journalism actually should not be objective.
Okay, let's ask the chat. Can you put up a question there? How many of you think that news should be about objective reality?
Yeah, let me put up a poll. And then...
by the way, any of you who say no, there's something wrong with you. You should seek help immediately.
No, I know. But just out of curiosity.
Yeah.
Just wondering if anybody disagrees. I mean, maybe. I'll be right back there. I got the article up for you.
Yeah, okay, so I'm just gonna run through this. So I sent this to Aiden and I went, holy sweet Jesus balls, what in the holy hell is the person who wrote this on? Because they essentially made the case that objective reality should not be the standard. It's not a loaded question. It's okay, it's a load of common sense maybe. They thought that fairness should be the standard. I don't even know how you measure fairness in terms of journalism, because you must know these people, the way they work is that, we need to have a diverse range of people and their experience to somehow comment on the shit, which doesn't make any fucking sense, because these people want a whole bunch of woke morons to all believe the same thing. They want diversity of appearance, not a diversity of thought. So why you need a whole bunch of people with different skin colors to give the exact same bloody experience? It's the woke worldview. Doesn't make any fucking sense. They want diversity of appearance. So this... I have to read this crap. Hold on a second here. Fuck, I sound really old right now. I don't usually write about journalism. You should stop writing in general, my friend. But there are two concurrent controversies with wide-ranging implications. There is a clamor from powerful figures on the right to make it easier to collect damages from news organizations for defamation. That's not particularly very difficult, considering the amount of shite you talk. There is a separate debate over whether objectivity is a desirable... I don't know why objectivity is in quotation marks. It's... Okay, whatever. Is the desirable standard for mainstream news reporting. By who? Who the fuck is this debate? By you lefty jackasses? Because everyone on the right is one like, yeah, we prefer to get objective news, you gimps. The helper reached out to three of the very... Now we said that what he defines as very best is also very subjective. And the most experienced journalist I worked with, Jill Abramson, the former executive editor of the New York Times, so, classically lefty. Earlier a Wall Street Journal, okay, also lefty. Reporter and editor, Norman Pearlstein, and once managing editor of the Wall Street Journal, again, more lefty. Then editor of the Times Incorporated and editor of the Los Angeles Times is fucking far leftist balls, by the way. That's the same outlet that said Larry Elder is the blackface of white supremacy, which should tell you everything you need to know about them. And Michael Gardner, who was editor and publisher of the Des Moines Register, president of the NBC News, and owner-publisher of the Ames Daily Tribune. So everyone is lefty. There's no fucking... Everyone here is objectively left.
I'm going to scroll down a little bit, but
yes.
I told you I was having a bit of a stomach bug. Oh, my tummy's not feeling well. I'm feeling like I might puke. So I'm going to scroll down. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Let me know where you're at. So
the objectivity.
Because, okay. All right. I should be fine.
Okay, let's see. The objectivity is sparked by former Washington Post editor Len Downey, who wrote a column and co-authored a report for the Cronkite School at Arizona State entitled Beyond Objectivity. I've read it, by the way. It's complete shite. He argues that the standard, the product of largely white male-educated elites, there you go, now you can fucking tell it's complete bollocks. Educated elite often doesn't give sufficient coverage on issues like race and gender. Okay, the only time you should ever be concerned about race and gender is when you argue crime stats and pregnancy. That is my objective worldview. Among others, while Downey opposes reporters expressing personal opinions, he writes that both sidism on the one hand and on the other can skew reality. Not really. One side is bollocks, the other side is correct. That's generally how that works. The American conservative charged this would throw the journalism door open to younger barbarians who would destroy it. Yes, that is objectively true. New York Times conservative columnist Bret Stephens chimed in and reports that should collect and present relevant facts and leave the truth-seeking, with a capital T, to opinion writers like Stephen, presumably. Actually, when she gets back, I want to read what he wrote. Because I read what he wrote, and I went like, how the fucking hell is this guy the New York Times? He makes way too much sense to work for the New York Times. I'm much closer to Donnie's worldview. Of course you are, because you're a gimp. Objectivity is a misnomer. No, it's not. As much of what journalists do is subjective. Fairness is the appropriate standard, and with nuance, so are my panel of wise people. Now, what in the fucking hell does fairness mean? Because everyone's view of what fairness is rather subjective as well, whereas objective reality is by its very nature objective, hence why it's called objective reality. Okay, whatever. Let's see. Pearlstein thinks the meaning of objectivity has been distorted. Abramson says it is a waste of time. I get the feeling those people shouldn't be journalists. If you're describing objectivity as a waste of time, I think you should consider a different career path, because you're clearly an idiot. Objectivity is in the mind of the beholder. Except when you look at things like gravity, that's not. You can physically see that. Notes Gardner, truth and facts should not be. Truth and facts should not be in the mind of the beholder. I feel like I'm missing something here. This is about mainstream news reporting, whether on the national or community level. The approach, Abrams said, should be simple. Go into every story with a willingness to be surprised by what you find, report deeply, and then report more, hearing from different sides, and then you'll see where the weight of the evidence leans. Then write with authority and be transparent about your sources. Aiden, why the hell? Hold on, give me a second. I can't pull this up. There's going to be a dead end now, or about. But this is what happens when you feel sick and you do dumb streams. Because you get stupid moments like this. Where is this? Aiden, get back here, or I'm gonna start saying dumb shit and saying the F word on stream. And no, chat, do not encourage me, because I know people are gonna say it, as soon as they hear this part of the stream. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Why can't I open this? Oh, yeah, I would just click the stupid thing. Ah, why is this so bright? Give me a sec, see if I can pull this up and give me a new window capture. Just so I can, ow, my eyes.
Hello, sorry.
Oh, for God's sake. How do you feel?
Hello? Not great, but, usually I feel better after a puke, so. So we're good now. And all I ate was mashed potatoes for dinner and everything. What? Where are we at? This article?
Scroll down.
I know to where.
I know, scroll up. Oh, so yeah, there we go. Let's see, this is about mainstream music program. Oh, I already read that. Ghana says, truth sometimes has a dozen sides. I don't believe that. Truth has one side.
No, the truth has one side. Okay, sort of. There can be multiple elements in terms of what comprises truth, reality, objectivity. So, like,
Spoken like postmodernists.
No, I mean, like, if you're trying to understand variance accounted for in something, right, statistically speaking, well, it's more than one variable. But one of the things that I've often tried to explain when explicating statistics is that when you throw everything into an analysis, like every single thing in the universe into a regression or ANOVA or whatever, we're trying to explain a variance accounted for, an analysis of variance, right? We're trying to understand variance accounted for. Well, you throw in everything, then you won't be able to be very predictive anymore because you've thrown in everything, and we won't be able to understand or determine the predictive power of each individual variable. But at the same time, there can be a bunch of things that do lead to a certain outcome, right? It doesn't mean that the truth has dozens of different sides. It means that there are a lot of variables that can go into reality and truth. That doesn't mean part of it is less true than other. Anyhow, sorry. Continue, please.
Hold on a second. Also, Ghana says that truth sometimes has a dozen sides, debates on abortion, religion, capital punishment, and sometimes just one. When that's the case, he suggests using that old Wall Street Journal formula, be sure the sleazy politician is good to his mother. Stevens contends that both sides' isms is a critical way to build trust by presenting multiple views. Again, it's true. But you don't build trust by presenting a false equivalence on issues ranging from, that's the reason why people with the coof dies.
Well, this is what they're saying, too, is that, like, it's not that you can't say both sides have a valid point, because what they're saying is, but both sides don't have a valid point. Only we do, of course.
Yes, of course.
That's their opinion, is that you can't say that, people of different political beliefs maybe have good points or could be acting in good faith. No, people who are to the right of Stalin are all acting in bad faith, and therefore we should not listen to anything that they have to say, even if it is factual, scientific, doesn't matter. If it doesn't align with my worldview, then it's bad and shut it down. That's it.
Yeah. So let's see. False quote ranging from climate change versus climate deniers. By the way, climate deniers is a bullshit phrase. No one denies that climate changes. Like, the climate changes in cycles. It goes by every year. It's called seasons.
Well, I mean, but also, massive levels. Okay, a couple things about this. When I brought up that thing earlier about when you throw in all of the variables, you throw away the baby with the bathwater. Dr. Peterson talked about it with Joe Rogan, and I thought he did a really good job of explaining what I was explaining in less
words,
mechanical terms, and more more colloquially. But the reality is that like you can't figure out if the environment, which is everything, if you're trying to figure out what's doing what to the environment, it's really, really hard to pull that out if you're also including everything that could influence the environment, because it's everything could influence to a certain degree. So, also we do know for a fact, for example, that the Earth moves in cycles. We have come out of an ice age. So there was a little ice age that happened, but that we're just now coming out of. So yeah, the temperature is going to change. It's just one of many variables. But so climate deniers, no one denies that climate exists or even that climate changes. But it's is it all man-made, and to what degree can we fix it?
Did you see?
Can we at all?
Did you see? John Kennedy? Yeah, from Louisiana. Did you see? Mm-hmm. He was grilling two climate scientists. I say climate scientists in brackets. He said, like, how much is it going to take to make the U.S. carbon neutral by 2050? Mm-hmm. And he said something like $60 trillion. So like 50 trillion, something insane.
Yeah.
And he just said,
because you'd have to rebuild basically every house. And
yes.
Every building
and he said, okay, so how would this benefit the world if say like China and India just say, fuck you, we're not going to do that? Like, what do we gain by doing that?
Which they've already said, basically.
Nothing. So so we need the entire world to do this. Like, that's communism right there.
Well,
is that if we don't have a universal consensus by all of, by the way, if I was China or like any advanced country, I would just say, there is no fucking way in God's green earth I'm ever going to do your stupid shit, because everyone who adopts this, it's way too expensive, they're going to have economic destruction, and anyone who just says fuck you is instantly going to be better off because it's cheaper, more effective, and it builds faster. Why in the hell would I go with your stupid green crap?
It's communism, yeah, technically, but it's also fantasy.
Yes.
It's absolutely completely... It's never gonna. Even if you did have one world government, you're never gonna get people
agree.
Individual people, but also no one's gonna agree on this. Countries won't agree on.
They don't agree on it now.
For one fact, like the Joe Bidens of the world are never gonna give up their private jets that burn more in an afternoon than most people do in a year, right?
Yeah, of course not.
So that's never gonna happen.
Yeah. Bill Gates said his flying in a private jet has nothing to do with this. It's perfectly compatible.
I know.
Of course he would say that.
Of course. But, of course, but that's the thing, right? That's the thing. Is that the climate change stuff, it's just, it's eating the bugs thing. It is a part of destroying and to finally eliminate the middle class and upward mobility, because the elites hate and have hated for the last 100 years or so that regular people could join their club through hard work, tenacity,
or just
and luck.
Moving up here.
Yeah, they hate that, so they want to make permanent caste systems based on, in large part, these environmental regulations.
Yeah,
so that you can never and you won't be able to leave your city. You won't be able to. You're just gonna live in your pod. You're gonna eat your bugs. And you're going to be happy, and you're going to have no capacity for upward mobility ever in your life. That's their dream goal.
That's never going to happen, by the way. There's too many people for that kind of...
Monarch is talking about the problems with top-down governance and elite class. It's a little bit different, though, isn't it? With the monarch, you know exactly where you stand. There's no need for that. Why would the monarch want to keep people from being prosperous?
Yeah.
The monarch's role is given by God.
His fucking kingdom.
Yeah, exactly. The monarch's role is given by God. He's not in any position... His role is not threatened by people doing well, if that only... helps him out. More taxes, which I'm not a fan of taxes, but the wealthier the kingdom is, the wealthier the king's coffer.
Yeah.
So there's absolutely no reason why a king would be incentivized
to like enslave,
and enslaved. To the way that it's that not in the modern day, at least. Not to the degree that it is with ultra elites. Right now, who they. I think some of them are concerned about the energy and crisis stuff and the, especially as the green stuff, but I think that's actually the minority. Most of them know that it's just a way to subjugate people, to keep them poor and to keep them unable to gain any kind of power or mobility.
Yeah, because they're pricks.
Monarchy creates caste systems. It can.
So does government.
but so does any form of government.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Twisted Frenzy for €10 says, gravity is objective to all, except the blind and insane who either can't see they're falling to their demise, they know they're falling, or
also,
so
monarchy
off the
doesn't
wall they
create
think they're
caste
flying.
systems. Power creates caste systems.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, any kind of power can't caste system.
Yeah.
The blind or insane who either can't see they're falling to their demise, or so off the wall they think they're flying. In other words, the left. Oh. Mike
True, though.
Fallon, hey, nice to see you, man. Nice to see you here. Says, how long until the elites try to force vegans to eat bugs because fruits and veg are only for the upper crust? That will be interesting to watch, right?
Ooh, that is a really good question. I never thought of that.
That is a really good question. Is that will they force the vegans? Well, the vegetarians, I'm sure. I mean, that's not an issue with them. But the vegans, are they gonna? Well, actually, you know what? This is actually that is a really interesting point, Mike, because one of the things that they said that they want to do, I missed it. I'll look for it in a second.
That's a really good question.
Oh,
I'm thinking about that now.
Because one of the things that they want to do is that they're just going to start adding the bug protein to stuff, and they won't. And I've heard people basically say like we won't have to necessarily label it as bug protein. You'll have to like look it up and know exactly what it is to go make sure that it's, because they might just say like added protein or something. That's Bill said it's a good thing is to check if it's kosher, but the thing would be too is that like, well, they might not make it. They might add that to vegan products. To bulk out or whatever the hell they want to do to for whatever reason. So I would be worried because these governments, they're saying we're just gonna start adding bugs to food. Well, if you're a vegan and you object to eating living things, they might just start adding bugs to your food. You know, just an idea that could happen. Yeah. Keza for £5 says, evening all, sorry I'm late. Postmodernists are sub 80 IQ morons who should be used for scientific experiments. Any objectives? Or objectives. I disagree with the some of the implications of that, but you know.
What's the experiments?
Well, if they're postmodernists, maybe they want to be involved in it. I don't know. Durafiti for $10. Thank you so much. Says, did you see Angela, my reparations Davis, learned one of her ancestors was a slave owner, and how fast she said that she shouldn't be held accountable, guilty for her ancestors' sins? No, I did not, but that's...
Who is this?
Angela Davis.
The singer?
I don't think... That's not... Actually, now I feel like I know who Angela Davis was, but now I'm wondering if I don't know. Yeah. This activist woman. Yeah, I remember her. Oh, how cute. Yeah. I'm not at all shocked by that, though.
I love seeing people react to that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Like, hey, guess what, how full of shit you really fucking are, you bitch.
Kids for another £5 says, all environmentalists should be made homeless in their birthday suits with all their property and capital redistributed to the less fortunate.
Yeah, I can kind of agree with that, actually.
I mean, when I did that video a while back where I looked at the research on how people who call themselves left-leaning believed in actual redistribution of wealth, they didn't believe in it at all. They were like, when they actually got, like, what did they want to redistribute wealth to? Like themselves. And only themselves. They didn't want to give up any money to anyone else. In fact, people who considered themselves less left-leaning were more willing to donate to, like, charities and other people, left-leaning people. They were all they were all on board with redistribution of wealth.
Just
as long as the wealth was redistributed to them, right?
Yeah, of course, because they're pricks.
Even I was kind of shocked by those data, though.
Really?
I was shocked at how.
Because
it's something like I feel like something I would have made up. You know, it's something I would like something that like a conservative pundit would have made up. You know what I mean? I mean, it's so.
These people are actually this evil.
Right. Right. It seems like because it's so hypocritical, and it's like there's no way that's real. Oh, it was absolutely real. And I was just okay.
I like the way that you're continuously shocked by things that everyone else was like, yeah, we knew this for a while, Aiden.
Because I don't know. I like to. Well, I need to have evidence.
No, I think it's because
hard scientific
you still have faith in humans.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, whereas I
think if you don't have some faith in people, we're a little lost. Like, are most people really shitty? Probably, but I think you have to have some faith in people.
I don't.
You know.
I have very
understandable. Understandable. Have a nice day. Let's get through this because I got a whole bunch of stuff and I don't know what we're gonna get through tonight.
Okay, well, what do I now? Can we read his article?
Whose?
Stevens. He's the guy that mentioned in this article. I've read his article. His article is like aces. His article's fantastic. It's shorter than this, but it's really, really good. We just finished this.
Okay. After Gartner's.
It just scrolls up. Yeah.
Oh, Stephen. Okay, yeah, fine.
It says, but you don't build trust by preventing AI. Yeah, we read that part.
Okay.
Let's see. Academic now go.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Let's see, but you don't build trust by presenting false equivalents on issues ranging from climate change versus climate deniers, just because the one is scientific and the other side is a pile of shite. The climate deniers are the scientific ones, and the climate change are fucking weathermen. The Russian invasion of Ukraine, based, claims that the last presidential election was fraudulent. 2016, there was no evidence for that, but you screamed Russia for 4 fucking years, and then there's a whole bunch of shit in 2020. No, now it can't. Anything can happen to it. It's funny, when Trump isn't in office, for somehow it's definitely hackable. When Obama was in office, but when Trump is in office, then it's foolproof. Nothing can go wrong. That makes no sense.
Well, I've got a thing on that in a minute that I want to get to. Crane stuff that's happened, which is let's see. Or academic freedom at Hamline University, which fired a professor just showing a 14th century painting of the Prophet Muhammad with prior warning to students. There's a big difference, posting notes, between having an opinion and trying to justify it, and good reporting that ends up making a point. And I agree with that. Shame that they don't actually agree with that. It's just mindseller. Social media creates complications for you, maybe. For the rest of us, not so much. Garner worries about reporters writing their stories and a couple of hours later going on cable news to give their opinion on those stories. How, he asks, can you both be a reporter and a commentator? That's easy, and the one you talk, the other you write. Yeah, I that reminds me very much of, I want to talk about that crazy woman who's trying to basically like keep Trump out of office again, who is clearly insane.
Oh, and yeah, she's great.
I've got the video for her because it's so funny. Like, she might have been able to hide her insanity a little bit better if she just not gone on television, but you can tell she's so excited to go and tell everybody her opinion.
Yes, and she's also clearly just an attention seeker. Very often.
Yeah, I'm going to do a little body language analysis on that. I don't normally do that, but I'm going to do a little bit.
It's no brainer that newsrooms are much better with more diversity.
How?
By what metric?
Yeah, what metric are you using to determine that one?
Yes. Race, gender, geography, educational, and social background, except when they're leftists and they all think exactly the same fucking thing.
Yeah.
So there's actually no diversity there whatsoever.
Yeah.
The many newsrooms remain dominated by white males today, Abrams said, is reprehensible and fully within the power of these organizations to change. Diversity can cross a line if it tumbles into strident wokeism. Yes, and that's what diversity just means. The separate argument over libel becomes ideological. The benchmark in the 1964 Supreme Court decision, New York Times versus Sullivan, where a unanimous decision ruled the First Amendment precludes a public official from a defamation charge, unless it can be proven assertions were made with actual malice or with a reckless disregard for whether it was false or not. I think the proven assertions of actual malice is quite difficult to make.
Yeah.
Especially when somebody else is determining what is malice.
Okay, he's talking about, these are very specific legal definitions, right?
They are.
So, yes. Okay, so can be proven with actual malice or with a reckless disregard of whether it was or not. Actual malice has to show that you were intentionally lying or with reckless disregard for the truth, meaning you don't care if you were lying or not. It's what makes defamation cases really hard to prove, because most of the time people can just go like, oh, whoops, I just screwed up, my mistake. And that's what makes defamation really hard to prove. However, and it is kind of the ironclad, rule that protects journalists, and with good reason, because if they do have good reason to believe they're telling the truth, it's really hard but they didn't tell the truth. It can be difficult to determine what's the difference between that and lying. Like the Amber Heard case was obviously this is what that was about predominantly, was did Amber Heard act with reckless disregard for the truth, and was found that right, she didn't really care about whether or not what she was saying was true. Now, of course, she was the one who got treated that way. Now, when Johnny Depp brought his case against the Sun newspaper, that was dropped because yeah, sure, but it was because
this is really good. Whoever did this.
Therefore, the state's so well protected. Lance, Alex Jones wasn't protected by that because he's Alex Jones. He's
Look at this.
not corporate media.
This is fucking brilliant. Whoever did this.
Oh, that's nice. Here, I'll bring it up.
That's really good.
We have a bit of an
That's fantastic.
Aside here.
That is the best freaking Photoshop job I've seen in a long time.
It's not that good of a Photoshop job, but it is funny.
That's fucking good. That's really clever.
It is funny though. There he is. He can't go down the steps on his own. He's got to be whisked down by his balloon.
That's fucking good.
Oh my. Pure Stress for 5 says, had an awesome lunch. That's great, man. Chicken salad with banana peppers, cilantro, and olive oil seasoning. Talk about food now. Man, I normally would. We have so much stuff to get through. That sounds delicious though. If I didn't feel sick, I would talk about food maybe a little bit more.
Someone gave us money to talk about food. We have to honor the money and talk about food now.
Okay, did you? All right. Even though I don't feel good, I of course showed you, and I'll not bring it up here on the stream. The dessert thing I made the other day, which I still haven't broken into because I haven't been hungry because yesterday I felt really sick. Today, obviously, I haven't been feeling tip top either, but so I haven't had a chance to do this. Go. I sent it to you earlier. I'm trying to. I was posting it on Twitter. I guess I probably there. Where is my dessert?
You post foodies on Twitter?
Yeah, I post my food on Twitter. Here it is.
Yeah, at least it's not Instagram.
All right, here's one
Oh,
image.
that giant monstrosity.
It's not that big. It's actually a tiny cup. I mean, it's not a tiny.
I mean,
cup,
it
but
looks
it's
huge from this angle.
Yeah, it does look.
Like when you look at that, you just think like, "Fucking hell, that looks monstrous."
Yeah. Well, it's for Bill and I to split. We didn't really do anything on Valentine's Day, so I made this. We haven't eaten it yet, but we should probably eat it.
It just looks custard.
Okay, so here's what it is. The bottom layer is
because they look really big.
They're fairly small strawberries.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the bottom layer, as you can see, has got little strawberries floating in it. That layer is
jam.
Strawberry jelly. I put like strawberry flavor in it. It's gelatin with strawberries, fresh cut strawberries, and vodka.
Oh, of course.
The next layer is tequila rose, like a tequila rose cream and gelatin. So it's
why did
tequila
I
rose
tequila rose?
Tequila, which is so it's made from tequila
alcohol.
And strawberry. Yeah, every layer is alcoholic in a different way. The next layer is Bailey's.
You were drinking sometimes.
I wanted the next layer, the white layer, is Bailey's
white layer
and custard. The chocolate layer is Kahlua and like a Kahlua and chocolate gelatin. And then the top layer.
Without getting drunk.
It's not even drink it. You eat it.
Okay, can you eat this without getting drunk?
Yeah, it's way too much sugar in it.
That. You do realize sugar doesn't stop you from getting drunk, right?
I mean, you'd have to eat a whole thing and to get a buzz off it. And then the top layer is brandy whipped cream that I made from scratch. And then the strawberries are not alcoholic; they're just dipped in chocolate. I should have made the chocolate alcoholic. How'd I screw that up?
Because. Okay,
how'd I mess that one up?
That is a worrying thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's full of alcohol, and your first thing is like, how did I not make it more alcoholic? My best friend, if she overdoses on alcohol, I'm like, I fucking told her so.
Yeah, it's the theme of this treat was "Oops, all booze."
I feel like the "oops" is not.
I like making creative alcoholic treats.
That's not creatively alcoholic. That's just alcohol with just food added to it.
Really, is alcoholic. Yep. No. You're not gonna hang. I was having share a recipe, please. I mean, I kind of made it up, so I could write it down what I did though.
I feel like eventually I'm gonna go like, Aiden, we need to talk.
Yeah, I don't worry. I've been through there. I've been through it. Yeah, it's basically just a really weird trifle. Yeah, and also most of it's not very alcoholic. Like the most alcohol is probably in the jelly at the bottom. It's about vodka in it. But the rest of it, it's tequila rose, and then Bailey's, and then Kahlua and brandy.
So alcohol, and more alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
And you
yeah, there it is.
Americans.
I don't think that's an American thing at all. You always do that. You're always like, oh, Americans.
That's because you guys are weird creatures.
This was a thing for me and Bill for like a late Valentine's Day because we didn't get to do anything for Valentine's Day. We were both sick.
And your first thing is we need to drink a lot of shit.
No, we haven't even had it yet. By the way, it's still sitting in the fridge.
Oh, okay. Well, that's just a waste of food then.
It's not a waste of food. Then I got sick again yesterday, and felt. Where's the ironic virgin daiquiri? Strawberry daiquiri layer? That is a good. It should have been like one layer that was just made with, like. Yeah. Jarnegi, whatever what it is, it's the bottom layer is strawberry and vodka jelly. The next layer is tequila rose.
How? Out of curiosity, as any
Bailey's,
as any
mustard, chocolate Kahlua.
Hold on a second.
And
has
brandy
any,
cream.
Because you said sponsor. Has no drink company ever sponsored you?
I tried to get one time,
Like,
and they just didn't respond to me.
I'm fucking amazed if you haven't.
I mean, they should. My character's got a martini glass, right?
If I get a company that makes top hats to do my videos, I'd be happy.
That's there is our food aside.
That's insane. Oh my god, it's just alcohol.
Oh,
Yeah, we
Mark
need
said
alcohol.
YouTube notification Broken Crown is live from 3 hours ago. Me, cool, that'll still be on. Yeah. we're not even. There's so much stuff. This is almost over, this article, because I want to get into some other.
You gotta see.
I'm tired of talking about journalism.
Yeah. It wasn't a story, but an ad in the Times during the civil rights protests that contained some minor errors. Justice William Brennan wrote that the First Amendment encourages a wide open and robust debate. And as some erroneous statements are inevitable, the press must be given breathing room. Yes, the press must be given breathing room by fucking over all the people that it calls competition. Yeah. Two current conservative justices, Clarence Thomas and Neil Gorsuch, we would pray to God to be there for at least another 10 years, have called for revisiting Sullivan, as have right-wing politicians, including Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump. By the way, actual fake news, as Robert Sack, a federal court of appeals senior judge and former expert on libel law, explains, is by definition defamatory under current law. Reversing Sullivan would be disastrous. If you're saying it's disastrous, it means it's going to be good. On a national level, some of the favored venues of the right might be the most affected, and it would really hit the little guys. Small papers would go out of business. Small TV stations would focus more on weather and car wrecks, which is what you fuckers do right now. Venture Gardner's stories would not be written or told because editors and news directors wouldn't be able to take the financial risks bearing the high cost of lawsuits. Or you can just report honestly because we are more concerned with objective reality and not libel fucking lawsuits, you twat.
Yeah.
So I don't know why the fucking hell that would affect us more. I think he's just peddling shine.
No, he is peddling. He's basically trying to give himself an out to be a bad journalist.
Yeah.
And saying, but it's okay because of whatever.
But you've not read what Stephen wrote.
No, which
you
was...
really should. His one is.
Let's I will read that in my off time because we are really far behind in what I have for the show.
Well, you've got so much shit to do. Oh fuck.
Yeah, like a lot. Like I wanted to talk about, speaking of journalistic stuff, because that's just dessert again. Whoops.
You're making the chat hungry.
I know. Well, we were paid to and asked to talk about food, so there was the food segment. So
we tend to do that every week, by the way.
Yeah, I know. So Ukrainian government wants Atomic Heart banned from Steam.
Oh god, I'm fucking pissed off about this.
The reason I put this in the journalist segment instead of the Ukraine segment is because it's games journalism, and I had a thing about Jim Sterling I wanted to cover, but I don't think we're gonna have time. So
I am pissed off about this, and I will spend 60 quid just on this game. Just to piss these fucking people off. I
already bought Hogwarts Legacy. I'm still playing it, really enjoying it. So I don't have a lot of time to play video games. So I'm going to be playing that game for a while before I'm going to have time to play Atomic Heart. But Atomic Heart looks really fun.
Yeah. It's very heavily influenced by Bioshock.
It's Soviet-styled Bioshock. It looks awesome.
Yes.
Which
is the really weird thing we will say out loud.
Right. The Ukrainian government, like Soviet-style realism, I would call it brutal realism, is pretty cool. The Ukrainian government says it will write an official letter to Valve, Microsoft, and Sony requesting that Atomic Heart, the new FPS game from Russian developer Mundfish, be removed from digital stores in Ukraine itself, and that platform holders should consider limiting distribution in other countries. Ukraine's Ministry of Digital Affairs says it will send the letter owing to the toxicity of Atomic Heart as the potential collection of user data information and the possibility of transfer to third parties in Russia.
We've been doing this with our fucking media for how many fucking decades, and now for some reason when Russia's doing it, now it's a problem. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Well, I mean, maybe. I would hope that they're not doing that, but TikTok does it every single goddamn day towards the CCP.
Yeah, and we don't give a shit about that.
Our own Atomic Heart review, whatever. Regarding the situation with the release of the game Atomic Heart, which has Russian roots and romanticizes communist ideology in the Soviet Union, I'm not really sure if it does, if that's an accurate way to describe it. But it does have glorious robot waifus, as Abigail points out. I think it's just using the aesthetic. I mean, I don't think there's a whole lot of people in Russia today who are real hell-bent on going back to the Soviet Union. I mean, there's maybe some, but I don't think there's a whole... There are a couple czarists, Bill. They're trying to build their thing in Africa, though.
The which?
Didn't I tell you about the czarist movement in Russia that's trying to buy like a couple little islands off the coast of Africa? Yeah.
That's kind of based, I'm not gonna lie.
It is based. I think that'd be cool if they did it. Hang on, Bill's yelling something at me.
We can't have dead air. That's bad.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. It's hard. Bill, can you send it to me? Sorry, Bill said something about someone in Crimea is doing something about the waifus. I don't know. In the game. I showed you some have you... Oh. Well, you've seen what the waifus look like, right, Spoon?
Oh, with the animatronic
The robot titty?
Yes.
Everybody likes robot titty. Okay? It's just... It's the nature of the beast, right?
Red Westerns.
Where was I? We'll send an official letter. Yeah, I got that. We also urge limiting the distribution of the game in other countries due to its toxicity, potential user collection,
By the way,
use of...
they're just going to get it from a different source. Like, what are you kidding? You're not going to stop them from getting it.
Right, and the potential use of money raised from the game's purchases to conduct the war in Ukraine.
Yes, how much money do you think they're going to get?
I don't know, but Biden just gave another $10 billion.
Well,
I don't think it's going to be on that level. I'll put it that way.
Also,
I mean, I don't know how much money this game could make, but I'll tell you this, it's not going to be $10 billion.
No, probably. Can we try?
It's not 10... The biggest Marvel movies, like, don't make $1 billion, you know? The biggest movies in Hollywood don't make $1 billion. Or they just cross the $1 billion mark at very most. So, 10 billion from a video game, absolutely. That's an absurdist.
I'm just reading this. The statement was initially issued via Ukrainian tech website dev.au. God, Dev, even your fucking name is ruining shit. An English version was subsequently obtained directly from the Ukrainian government. And fuck the Ukrainian government. I don't give a fuck what the Ukrainian government has to say about anything. According to media reports, the game's development was funded by Russian enterprises. The state continues, therefore, we call for all users worldwide to avoid this game. No. We also want to emphasize that the game developers have not publicly condemned the Putin regime and the bloody war that Russia has unleashed against Ukraine. Okay, this is a bit that
they
pissed me
just
off.
want to make a video. I know, it's me too. It's the same thing with the Harry Potter, with Hogwarts Legacy. It's like, sometimes, look, the world is kind of shit in a whole bunch of ways. There's a lot of horrible things going on. Sometimes people just want to play a video game and not have politics come into it.
This is a bit that pissed me off. You know when this game? You know when this game was developed? Like original pieces of this game came out.
I would imagine they probably started work on it like back in 2016 or 17.
Yeah, but 2019 is when the first trailers came out.
Okay, yeah.
2019.
Oh, I remember, yeah.
Over 600 hours has gone into 600,000 hours have gone into this game. You mean to tell me that I need to punish actual productive people for making a game 3 fucking years before the war broke out?
Yeah.
Why the fuck would I give a shit what the hell their opinion is on fucking modern day politics? They're game developers, you jackasses. I am going to enjoy their art. I don't care where the money goes. I don't care if the freaking people collect Nazi memorabilia. I don't care. It's their own bloody business. Did they make a good game? Were they productive? Do I enjoy their labor? Yes. Then they deserve to be compensated for their fucking labor. Shut up and let me play the game.
Exactly. People worked really hard on this game.
You moron.
And it looks really fun. As soon as I really like Hogwarts Legacy. I don't have a lot of time to play video games, so when I finish Hogwarts Legacy, which probably won't be anytime soon, I will play this game because it looks. Speaking of video games, I do think it would make sense to transition.
Fucking asshole.
Please understand the joke into my watch together. I want to watch a little bit of this. I'm gonna put it on higher.
What are you watching?
Because the watch together of James Stephanie Sterling review of Hogwarts Legacy.
Why the hell isn't this thing not up now?
Hogwarts: A Legacy of Hate. So the reason I want to watch this is because this is the video that has dropped Jim Sterling below 800,000 subscribers. At one point, Jim Sterling, I think, almost had, if not had, breached 1 million subs. Jim Sterling now has like 790,000.
And mental problems.
Not Jim. Do you guys really not want to watch this? Let's not watch much of it then, because here's the reality. Jim, and this is what why I'm interested in this at all, is that Jim used to be somebody who actually reviewed video games. In fact, he was someone who I respected a lot because Jim would call out horrible predatory practices that were happening in the games industry, be it horrible asset flips that were being sold to people on Steam as legitimate games when they weren't even playable, essentially, which is a huge problem, to gambling mechanics, to predatory microtransactions. Jim has been... Please don't play this. Oh, is there an active people that really... Okay. I'm going to do just a little bit.
A very strong reaction from
we
the
say
crowd.
Not Jim. Kind of end the cringe. I'll play a little bit of it, guys, and then we'll see how bad it is, and if people really hate it, we'll stop. The only reason why I find it interesting is because, for people who don't know, is that 2 years ago, like 3 years ago, Jim basically made it clear he wasn't interested really in covering video games anymore. He wanted to rebrand as into like wrestling, right? And people did not like his wrestling persona. It was really cringe and difficult to stomach. And Jim also, by the way, his previous like look and aesthetic, you've never seen it. It was very fashy looking. It was all red, big red flag with wings on it behind him in the background. It just looked very fashy. There's no other way to describe it. As you can see, did you have to watch the other up, Spoon?
Yep.
As you can see, this is what his logo looks like now. After the wrestling thing didn't work, Jim came out as non-binary, and now I think you can still call him him and call him Jim, because his name is Jim James Stephanie Sterling. So I think he's alright with still being called Jim Sterling, but I don't know. I think he's still okay with that. But the reality is that people respected Jim for all of like the cringy stuff he would do, because he was one of the only people who actually seemed to give a damn about actual games journalism and holding game developers to account for doing predatory things towards people who play video games. And this is who he is now.
No, I don't care. It's stupid. Harry Potter is stupid, and it's about time someone said it was bad. Nobody.
Did you know? You didn't watch any of the video? You had no idea what he sounded like?
I
or looked like?
I basically said he looked like Anne Whitcomb in drag.
Oh yeah. Well,
if you guys know who Anne Whitcomb is, then you will get the joke.
Yeah.
That's a funny joke.
I'm gonna spoiler alert the video for you. Oh, there's an echo. I know why there's an echo. My bad. It's because I'm sharing my screen. Whoop.
Yeah, it's gone now.
Oh, well, okay. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, that's Jim. Sorry about the echo, guys. I always forget to turn my sharing screen off when we do. It's because I'm usually sharing my screen. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm gonna spoiler alert here for you. This is 26 minutes. I highly doubt we're gonna get anywhere near that in it. But the spoiler alert is I have watched all of it. Jim does not review Hogwarts Legacy in this 26-minute long video about Hogwarts Legacy.
in the history of ever has ever suggested that Harry Potter is bad. I'm a trendsetter. No, but it is stupid though, right? We're supposed to believe that wizards and the wizarding world is so much superior to the muggles, right? We've got phones.
It's so awful. Like, Spoon, I know that you don't understand this. This man used to be funny.
Really?
Yeah, for
Why?
real. He used to be entertaining. And now, seriously, it's like, wow, my phone is so much cooler than a wand. Not really.
Now it just sounds like
Magic
a
is
cringe
inherently
game lord.
cooler. Yeah, magic is inherently cooler than a phone, dude. Like, you're totally forgetting why
The
that
modern
magic
world
is
sucks.
magic. Like, you know, it's beyond explanation. I can explain how a phone works. That's not fun.
They use owls. Chuds. Right?
He just is throwing the word chuds, of course, because he's become a lefty. Are you familiar with the word chuds? I'm sure someone's called you a chud at some point, Spoon.
Why would they?
Chud, it means like something underground, humanoid underground dwellers.
Why would I be called that again?
What was the first word, Bill? Oh, cannibalistic humanoid underground dweller. It's from a movie, but it's just a word that lefties use to refer to right-wingers. It's supposed to be derogatory. I don't know. Cannibalistic humanoid underground dweller? I don't actually think that sounds that derogatory. And also, chud is one letter away from Chad, so it doesn't really work out that well for you.
It also, it's something that Jim used.
Yeah. Well, yeah, chud butts. Well, he was mocking people like this, obviously.
Yeah, 'cause it's funny.
Yeah, it is funny. Because it's not derogatory at all. I'm not in any way offended by chud. I know you keep saying it, hoping I get offended, but I'm still not offended, sorry.
If fucking Hagar the Horrible, right, bicycled into my fucking house and went, oh, you're a wizard, Stephanie, I'd probably be excited at first. I'd be all, oh, that's brilliant, Hagar the Horrible. How do we go? Am I going to go in a car? What? No! We don't ride cars in the wizarding world. We fly about on flippity doos.
I mean, like, this is awful, right?
How
This is his review of... as I said, Jim had nearly 1 million subscribers, has now dropped under 800,000. This video was actually, I think he lost like something like 30,000 subs, maybe 40 after the video.
I'm just amazed why they were popular in the fucking first place.
Because he didn't used to be like this. He used to actually review video games. Video games. Now he does this.
What's a flippity do? Well, first of all, you gotta get yourself an 8-legged one. We're not gonna get on. Right, I insist on bringing my 3DS. Hagar, have you got wall charges? What's wall charges? Oh dear. Okay then, so what do you do for entertainment? Oh, it's brilliant. We eat sweets that make you do elephant noises. Fucking what?
You do magic. You fly around on broomsticks and play magic freaking... What would you call Quidditch as being closest to as a sport? Rugby? I don't know.
No.
Is it close to... I don't know what the fuck Quidditch is like.
Volleyball, probably.
Bill said autistic sky hockey. No, but you have to like, you hit some of the balls, but then some of them you catch, and some of them you throw and hold. Like, yeah, whatever. It's the bludgers, they hold those. Jugger is what Bill said. I don't know. I don't know what that is either.
And what is the shit with the all flavour beans, right? I could, right, get a McDonald's, or I could eat bonbons that taste of literal sick.
These are like legitimate like 25-year-old jokes. Isn't it funny that every flavored beans are gross? Yeah, they're a prank candy. In context, they're a prank candy. That it's like first of all,
that's prosthetic.
Birdie, I don't know, probably, but Birdie Bot's every flavored beans exist in the real world. You can get them, and I've had them, and the whole thing is that it's a gamble. It's funny when you sit there eating those with your friend, and you're like, what's this one gonna be? I sure hope it's popcorn butter and not earwax, right? You know, it's just fun. Like, Jim has become so...
Cringe and gay.
No, what's the right word for it? It's escaping me. No.
Give
He
the
has no
definition.
sense of childhood wonder anymore. He's melancholic.
He doesn't.
Yeah, but I think he used to be able to understand things like. I don't understand that people would like something magic that they can't understand. And by the way, I'd rather have Birdie Bots every flavored beans and potentially get grass or earwax than have McDonald's. Because when I went back to the United States, I thought like, I haven't had McDonald's in many years. And I kind of thought that I missed it in my head. And then I went and got McDonald's and it made me sick. And
that's because it's not really food.
Because it's grease. Like, I was sitting there eating it with my dad. My dad was like, "Oh, I'll take you up." Yeah, jaded. He's jaded, Hasshopper. Thank you for that. Is the word I was looking for. But like, we were sitting there, and first of all, we got home with it, and we were eating the fries. They were cold by the time we got them. They go from hot to cold in about 3 minutes. So they're no good when they're cold and they're garbage. So I didn't want any of the fries anymore because they tasted like crap trash. I was eating my burger, and I got about halfway through my burger, and I had to go to the bathroom because, I mean, I just to be honest about here, like, you know, there's no fast food here in Guernsey, right? There's just there is no fast food. So I haven't had fast food in 3 years. No chain style fast food, right? Like there is like, you know, Chippies and stuff, but there's no fast food.
Based.
And so I haven't had American styled fast food in like, well, I didn't eat it really when I was in the United States. So I hadn't had it in probably like 4 years and immediately upset my guts, if you know what I mean. And it was like, wow, how did I ever eat this? But Stephanie, I would rather eat the grass flavored Birdie Bots beans than freaking McDonald's.
Those are the words. Someone brought those fucking things in.
I've had them, Bill.
And I got centipede.
Oh, you got centipede? What was that one like?
An assault on every sense I had.
Oh god, I don't remember centipede. I remember grasping it.
It tastes like it's 1,000 words.
Okay, but again, the fun thing about the Birdie Bots every flavored beans is that it's fun. It's magic. This is a magical world. First of all, primarily and predominantly, Jim, for children. Okay.
To be fair, he's dressed like someone that might touch them. But is that too mean?
I mean, a little bit.
That's a pretty fucking good joke, though.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm done with McShits. Calling it that for a reason ever again, because that was awful. That was truly awful.
Everyone gangs get a bird every bean.
Bill talked about the Mc. Yeah, maybe they'll make you a McRib flavor every flavor bean. Stephanie, I don't know.
And mucus. And we're supposed to think that this is charming and quaint. Well, it's not. Oh, Hagrid, how do we get to school? Well, first of all, you've got to go to King's Cross.
It's charming and quaint, and it's for children. It's for children and young teens. That's who it's for, okay? It is charming and quaint. One sec. Oh. Bill says it's witchcraft through the way that Monty Python saw British society, which is probably quite accurate. Uptight but comical. Yeah, that's about how I'd say that the Harry Potter world is. It's not meant to be taken hyper seriously. The fact that you're taking it hyper seriously is proof of why, yeah, that you're a cynical old fuck and you can't enjoy anything. I've truly abandoned America, Aiden, for shame. Like, why can't you just enjoy things that are meant for kids? You know, like, again, you know, my friend Laura and I...
That's why.
Well, I'm saying, like, as it is made for kids, without inserting yourself, and that probably is the wrong word to put into that, to use in this context, not inserting your adult politics into stuff. And it's not like, by the way, that kids are playing Hogwarts Legacy, a whole bunch of them. Probably some are. But I think it's, like, rated... Maybe rated... I don't think it's even rated teen. I don't know what it's rated. I'm not sure. It might be rated... It's probably rated teen, because it's got, you know... like violence, but it's not really violent. It's magical violence, you know? I don't see anything that's in it weird.
It's a really weird way to describe that.
Well, I'm just saying because like
real violence, it's magical violence.
Well, no, because I'm saying there's no blood, there's no gore, there's no guts, right? There's nothing like that.
Okay.
It's just like, you know, the fights are really fun. I think that the mechanics in it are quite rewarding, and it's fun to do combos. I find it to be quite fun. But we're now 2 minutes, he's still not talked about a fucking video game.
Cross station. Even if you're already in the wizarding world, you gotta get out of it and then run it first into a fucking wall!
No, you could just get on your broom, you could apparate, you could blue powder, you could use all of that, but you're going for a really terrible joke. A joke, like jokes that people would have made 15 years ago about Harry Potter that are no good now, and they weren't good 15 years ago. And you're also wrong.
This is bollocks, right? If I were there, I'd sort it all the fuck out, right? I wouldn't bother with the fucking wands they've got. It's Gringotts, right? Oh, what wand have you got, Stephanie? Is that a Dragonite string core? No, it's a gun, and it's only got one.
Well, guess what, Stephanie? The first mod they made for this game was to make your wand into a gun. So why have you not played the games? You can review it, because you could just make your wand a gun. If you want Master to drop your clock, you can mod that in now. You could have modded it. I think that the mod was available like the day after it came out. Fuck's sake.
Spell, bang, that's your Voldemort problem taken care of. Bang, bang, that's the fucking...
No, like, I mean, it's just like, it's not this... Again, these are like 15, 20-year-old jokes about Harry Potter. It's no, they can deflect your bullets. This is so bad. It's so bad. I mean, this is... Did you take these jokes from 20 years ago? Because that's what it seems like.
Snake.
2 for the snack.
It's long, innit?
Did you mean to call Ollivanders Gringotts?
I don't fucking care. I don't care what the one shop is. Olivia Newton-John's. I don't care that the one shop is Olivia Newton-John's. I don't give a fuck.
You know what you would...
I don't even want to do this episode. I've known it's coming for a year,
here's the thing.
but I don't want to have to talk about...
Jim doesn't want to do the episode. The reason why Jim doesn't know that it's called Ollivanders and not Gringotts is because... Okay. I think I talked about this when the game came out, is that I'm not the biggest fan of Harry Potter in the world. I do really like the Harry Potter universe more than I like the books, right? Themselves. I do like the universe. I find it really fun and cute. And just... Again, it's because it is like somewhat Monty Python-esque. It doesn't take itself seriously in any way that I like it. So, but I did grow up reading those books. And when I was playing the game, and you have the first shot over Hogwarts, a little tear started to appear in my eye because I remembered being a kid and grew up reading those books.
No.
And then, I know, but then, no, but it got worse because then when you got to Ollivanders, and you get sorted, of course, and I was like, even though I already did the quiz on Wizarding World, so I already knew what house I was supposed to be in, so I didn't have to do anything with that. But still, like going through even though it's a very rushed sorting ceremony in that game in particular because of circumstances involved in the game's plot, I was like, oh, okay, like that's also it's emotional. And then when you go to Ollivanders and you get your wand, it's so, I don't know, like there's something that's really about that's very wholesome and personalized, and it's like this one's for you, you specifically as a person, and it's not just for me who feels that way. It's millions of people all over the world who feel that way about Harry Potter and the Hogwarts, the Harry Potter world. Because I talked about this before. Like, what child, especially a young teenager who's like going through all kinds of stuff, you know? Because being a teenager is really hard. It is being a young teenager and like figuring out who you are and dealing with bullying and puberty and stuff like that. It's difficult. And so to have the idea that like one day out of nowhere, an owl might just show up at your room and give you a letter and say, actually, you're going to go to a magical world and do spells and do all this fantastical, silly, magical stuff is something that truly appeals to, well, as Michael says, Twilight for socially awkward people. Yeah, I think so. But most teens are a little bit socially awkward when you're going. So that's why Harry Potter has near universal appeal. And what house? Ravenclaw, of course. But let's get through a little bit more of this, and I'll read you guys super chats about this.
Right? I made my peace with the Harry Potter series. I made my peace a long time ago. But it's inevitable. It's here, and we've got to talk about it. The fucking Wizards game. Warning, of course, for what you're about to see. There's going to be a lot of transphobic rhetoric that I have to show you.
No, you don't. You don't have to show any of it, because it has nothing to do with the game. Review the damn game. Review the game, Stephanie. You're not. You're not talking about the damn game. You're a game journalist.
In order to talk about some of this shit.
Who people used to respect.
So, let's talk about J.K. Rowling. Let's talk about Hogwarts Legacy. And let's talk about how allyship really works.
Allyship.
J.K. Rowling.
What you can tell? Did you just see that little AGP shit there? Just grab his man boob. Ugh.
Is a transphobe. This is a fact. Yeah. It's a fact I've never seen disputed.
How is J.K. Rowling? You've never seen it disputed that J.K. Rowling's a TERF.
Who gives a shit?
I don't. Even if she is, I don't care. She is a feminist. She's on your side. You chased away a feminist from the left.
That's just more about you, actually, than anything else.
Yeah, funny, huh?
In good faith, only challenged by fellow transphobes who have a pre-baked line since these people read from the same script. What did she say? Exactly.
What did she say?
That's transphobic. Rowling couches her hatred in plausible deniability, but her daily obsessive takes on us, her
Gender confirmation certificates may now be granted without any need for surgeries or hormones. That's true. Then you need to open the door and to any men that wish to come inside. That's the simple truth. Yeah, it's a problem. It's a problem that we're not covering tonight because I don't have anything on specifically tonight about this, but it happens every single damn week. There's another freaking thing about somebody abusing their trans identity to be weird, to sexualize people, to go into women's bathrooms. It happens every week.
Constant comparisons of trans women to men, her verbatim repetition.
Trans women are men, biologically speaking. Just stop lying to the world and lying to yourself. Biologically speaking, trans women are men. You are a trans woman. You are not. I'm gonna get fucked on you. I think that it's fine to be a trans woman. I don't think there's anything wrong with that whatsoever. But you're not a biological female.
I have different opinions.
Okay, I know. Be a trans woman. Be proud of who you are.
Traditionalist.
Yeah, I know. But like, if this is what the stuff you're gonna do, be proud of being who you are. Okay? Why do you have to be what I am when you're not what I am? It doesn't make any sense to me. You click the button.
What button?
Repetition of gender-critical talking points makes her feelings clear. She follows, is best friends with, and outright claims to be one of the many prominent TERFs, trans-exclusive radical feminists these days rebranded to gender criticals. Her slide into open fascism as a result has been...
Fascism! Fascism! You see why I wanted to show you this video? You see why I wanted to show you this video?
Because fascists are big fans of feminism.
Right, yeah. Fascists and feminists go hand in hand, right?
Horrifying. She is a fan of Matt Walsh, a fascist...
You see what I mean? Like, these people are just... Like,
everything is fascist. I mean, it really is that old meme of the, everyone I don't like is Hitler, an emotional child's guide to online political discourse.
Yeah. Really
That's where you are at. That is where you are at. This man used to do legitimate games journalism. Like Spoon, he was sued for like millions of dollars by a shitty fake company called Digital Homicide because he criticized their crappy asset flipped games. Everybody who likes video games was on his side and was like, you go, Jim Sterling, for, actually exposing major problems in the gaming media. And now just a few years later, here you are, just calling everybody you don't like a fascist.
So into fascism that he self-describes as one, and has made a career from accusing LGBTQ+ people of the very pedophilia he himself seems to be a fan of. She's liked tweets from the abjectly abhorrent libs of TikTok.
Oh, why is libs of TikTok abhorrent? Because libs of TikTok does nothing more than share. All that libs of TikTok does is share TikToks made by leftists. Do you not find this fascinating? They hate libs of TikTok for just holding a mirror up to them. Abhorrent, if you're calling libs of TikTok abhorrent, you are calling all the people who have made the TikToks abhorrent, because that's all that libs of TikTok does. So all of those young people on TikTok who are espousing the same ideology that you have just now called abhorrent. James Stephanie Sterling? Curious.
Account, a notorious right-wing platform that outs queer people and is used to organize attacks against drag shows as well as threats against...
Whoa, it doesn't out queer people. They out themselves on TikTok and they just post their TikToks on Twitter. That's all it does. And this harassment of children's hospitals, what an extreme stretch. What an extreme stretch.
Hospitals. She retweets unscientific drivel by queerphobes like Baroness Nicholson. She stands with Maya Forstater, who, after losing her job at a progressive organisation over demeaning anti-trans comments, has dedicated her life to combating trans rights.
No, Maya Forstater has combated her life to trying to expose things that are being done to children after she was fired for telling the truth. So stop lying about this, Jem. I mean, I know you're completely down this insane rabbit hole that you decided to dedicate your life to because you hate video games, which is why, by the way, Spoon, what we're watching right now is supposed to be a review of a video game.
Right so far, I've just heard political shite.
Yep, me too.
She once sent accidental transphobic profanity to a 9-year-old girl after pasting a comment from an anti-trans website she was reading and copying at the time. She called...
What does it have to do with the game?
Let's also see. Harry Potter author J.K. Rowling tweets profane transphobic message to 9-year-old fan. It's interesting that you would post a tweet about this without showing the evidence of it. So I don't know about this story, but considering everything else up until right now that Jim has said has been factually incorrect, or at least in terms of the extremely heavily framed, I don't believe this.
Time. She called criticism of this censorship and authoritarianism, seeming to defend her right to rope kids into her
profane transphobic message. What was it? What did she say? Where's the transphobic message? Why are you not showing the message? I don't know about this story. So why are you not showing the message? When I do stuff like this in my videos, I show the damn message. Where's the message? Oh, is there a reason why you won't show it? That's what I have to question. I'm not sure what she said, but because you won't show it, it makes me ask that question.
Obsession. And she is obsessive. Scroll through her Twitter and you'll find that she thinks about trans people all day, every day.
That's some real projection there, Jim. That's some real.
Quite rich.
Do you think maybe one of the reasons why she thinks about trans people quite often is because they've consistently and persistently post death threats at her, show up outside of her house?
Yeah, that would do it.
Maybe that's why. I don't know. If people were constantly sending me death threats, I might think about them a lot too.
She herself has fought against Scotland's gender recognition reforms.
Based.
It's mermaids. If you don't know what mermaids is, they've been caught up in all kinds of weird pedo crap. Mermaids is also, it is a trans youth organization, which means trans kids as soon as possible. We're talking like ages 6 and up, if not earlier. Mermaids has been denounced even by major politicians in the United Kingdom at this point. And they've been dropped by a bunch of people because they're clearly an ideological crazy group. And yeah, this is in Scotland.
Scaremongering and spreading outright lies about a law that would simply make being trans a tiny bit easier.
Nope, that's not what it was. Nope, it's for very young children. Nope, and it's not what it is. You need to look into mermaids, Jim. It is not just making it easier. It is intentionally causing a rise in particularly young girls identifying as trans. With mermaids and particularly with Tavistock, the Tavistock Institute has been completely, I believe, defunded in some parts of the UK. So at least one of their hospitals or one of their services was like defunded and shut down. Because let me double check that one, but because I believe I'm correct about that Tavistock, because it was, Tavistock to close its child gender identity clinic in July of 2022 because. It's insane because they were taking children in as young as like 4, 5, 6 years old, giving them, putting them on hormone blockers, and then starting to do transgender. And when this stuff came out, like all these people said, "Well, there's no transgender surgeries, but no one's cutting any breasts off." But there's countless examples of girls having their breasts cut off when they're 14, 15, 16. It keeps happening, and all they say is, "No, it's not." And then you show them an example and say, well, that's just one. You show them another example and say, well, that's 2, 3, that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You show them massive level studies that say this is happening. And they go like, that's just transphobic. It's infuriating. It's absolutely.
Yeah, she still has the nerve to act offended at accusations of phobia while literally campaigning against our basic rights.
It's not about your basic rights. It's not about, nothing to do with the game yet. We're 5 minutes in, nothing to do with the game. It's nothing to do with your basic rights. This is about children. And in particular, it's stuff about like keeping men out of women's spaces. That's J.K. Rowling's big issue, is keeping males out of women's spaces, which I understand. I'm not a feminist, but I totally understand and agree with that. And if you look at the stuff that was going on, so again, Scotland's legislation will make it easier for trans people to secure legal recognition for their acquired gender without medical diagnosis, which means that you could just say, I'm a woman, and go and do exactly what Jonathan and Yaniv did, and go say, wax my balls bigot at a female esthetician office. I'm going to go into a women's spa and flash my balls to everybody, and you got to deal with it, my feminine nutsack.
Rights and legal dignity. First, she tried to keep up the mask of someone who supports trans people.
Yeah, look, she's not trying to keep up with a mask. She's a liberal, you idiot. If sex isn't real, then there's no same-sex attraction. She's right. And you guys are saying there's no such thing as sex. If sex isn't real, the lived reality of women globally is erased. It's completely right. I know and love trans people, but erasing the concept of sex removes the ability of many to meaningfully discuss their lives. It isn't hate to speak the truth. Why are you not reading the quotes? Why are you just putting it there and then talking over them and not reading what the hell they say?
People, but just has concerns and wanted to protect women's spaces. A long-time gender-critical dog whistle. She claimed her liking of transphobic tweets was just her finger slipping. Honest. And now she's an ardent supporter of Helen Joyce.
While we're trying to get through to the decision makers, we have to try to limit the harm. And that means reducing or keeping down the number of people who transition.
Yeah.
Based.
Yes. Now, if you had let her quit, if you'd put the context of this entire discussion, which I have heard before, it's been a while, this entire discussion, it's about children.
Someone asked me what's my view on trans. If you want me to do a video on what I think about trans people, there's no way in hell I put it on YouTube.
You can't put it on YouTube.
My channel would get banned instantly.
Yeah. But she's talking here about children and keeping down the number to make sure that it's children who need this, truly need this, not children who have, you know, the study on rapid onset gender dysphoria was removed, but because there were problems with the methodology. But we're seeing this on TikTok. We see this all over on TikTok, that as soon as a young girl in particular starts using TikTok, she develops, or is more prone to develop than a random girl by far, all kinds of mental health disorders, be it gender dysphoria, or be it reports of depression, like severe and rare psychological disorders like borderline, multiple personality disorder, Tourette's. All this stuff happens because it's called social contagion. That's
Tourette's,
what we're worried about. Oh, you didn't know about the Tourette's thing?
No.
Oh, Tourette's is a super popular thing among young kids now.
Why?
So that they can say the N-word and get away with it.
Oh, that's pretty based.
No, it's not. It's not really like that, though. I mean, maybe some of them do that, but mostly what I've seen happen is that it's because it looks quirky and cute. So there was like a big fat woman who was doing it for a while, and she'd be like, she'd make these TikToks, and she'd be like, achoo, 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 send me to China, and like, you know, she's just saying random things. She's being quirky, and she thinks she's being funny, but she's claiming it's Tourette's. It's not Tourette's. It really does make me feel like my heart goes out to people like Sweet Anita. Sweet Anita is a YouTuber and Twitch streamer who does have Tourette's, right? And has said sort of offensive things in the past, and they've neon suspenders like Cartman from South Park. It's amazing how South Park predicts everything, right?
Yeah, it's kind of Park actually.
South Park predicted that people would use Tourette's, like Cartman used Tourette's, to be able to say slurs, and that's what's happening.
Every one of those people is basically, you know, a huge problem to a sane world. Like, if you've got people that, whether they're transitioned, whether they're happily transitioned, whether they're unhappily transitioned, whether they're detransitioned, if you've got people who've dissociated from their sex in some way, every one of those people is someone who needs special accommodation. Every one of them is a difficulty.
But that's true.
Oh dear.
That's someone J.K. Rowling agrees with, platforms is a friend of. Indeed,
Whoa,
the people Rowling champions are fucking monsters. Here's GC Fig.
Did you make a note? Oh. So while complaining about people saying that this woman is being rude towards transgender people, by the way, I would imagine she has children, but even if she doesn't, how cute. You don't have any eggs. Guess what, Stephanie? Neither do you. But see, it's only offensive apparently when I say it. Well, mine's factually true. I don't know if she had children or not. I don't know if she's postmenopausal or not. She looks older, probably is. But you never had any.
That's someone J.K. Rowling agrees with, platforms is a friend of. Indeed, the people Rowling champions are fucking monsters. Here's GC figurehead Posey Parker telling cis men to patrol women's bathrooms on the hunt for trans women.
Talking about you dads who maybe carry, I think that's what you say. I'm so down with the American lingo. Maybe you carry, maybe you don't. Maybe you consider yourself a protector of women. Maybe you're that sort of man. Maybe you have a daughter or a mother or a wife. Maybe you have a sister. Maybe you just have some friends. Maybe you just think women are human and you don't need any absolute connection with them to feel compelled to protect us. I think you should start using women's toilets, men.
So much. Do you know why Posey Parker said that?
I can take a guess.
Yeah, because why not? The transgender lobby has said that, again, in a particular law in Scotland that he's all up in arms about, said that like there's self-ID is all that you need. So men, go use women's toilets. And don't try to pass, don't do anything. Just walk into a woman's toilet and see what happens. I mean, like, I don't really like, personally as a woman, I'm the one who's going to suffer for that. But maybe it needs to get to that point. I don't know. It's going to have to. Because if we're in the self-ID universe, then that's what Jim is calling for. Exactly what Posey Parker's calling for, actually. He just doesn't like it because he doesn't like Posey Parker.
Much for keeping women's spaces for women. Of course, Rowling has tried to be smart. She doesn't record herself outright repeating the violent sentiment. No, she contents herself with laughing at us.
That's how I saw him.
I will never tell this to anyone, so hopefully not with a transgender person.
This has been such a pleasure.
Her slimy cat.
She's laughing at the fact that y'all want to kill her. That's what she's laughing at. Because you've made open... There have been hundreds and countless open death threats against this woman. Again, a woman who was beloved by the left for decades. Because she was a poor, lower middle class woman who wrote a book about a lower middle class boy who becomes a wizard and defeats the evil fascist.
Gary Thomas says, FYI, the issue is what killed Nicola Sturgeon's political career. Good. Out of them, 9 areas out of the UK that are the most anti-them, 8 of them are in Scotland.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and read the other super chats I have about this right now.
By the way, did you see the video that I sent you about Dank talking about her resigning?
Oh, it was amazing, where he just laughed.
He just stares into the camera for
he stares
the
the camera,
first,
just smiles. Yeah,
15 seconds. I was laughing my ass off.
I know,
at
me
him
too.
Just looking at the camera, like
and
I
just
am
slowly
laughing
smiling
at a Scotsman who's just staring into the camera. He's not doing anything, and it's the hardest I've laughed all friggin' year. It's ridiculous.
I know. It was I just Dank's face when he's got that shit eating like smile on it. I love it. It's so good. Like he's got such good presence timing, in that way, right? Yeah, joke timing. He knows what's up. He's a good comedian. So Dreadnought for 5 says, I bought Hogwarts for the Tron genocide, but all I got was some bullshit with wizards and owls and crap. Where's my true genocide simulator? I mean, no, here's a curious thing. We went over this before, but one of the things that's funny to me about is that in Hogsmeade at the Three Broomsticks, the bartender's name is Sirona Ryan. Sirona Ryan is in... okay, but just hang on before you make... Because you know the joke already.
Yes,
but if you don't know the... But I think Sirona's a real name.
Yeah, but it's Sir.
Okay. By the way, what I want to get into is that okay. They were all like, this game's transphobic. They put in a trans character into the game. It's not a question if the character is trans. If you talk to them, you talk to her, they'll be polite. If you talk to her, and she's nice. If you talk to her, she'll say like, oh yeah, well, I essentially use magic. I used to be a man, right? But it doesn't say it in that many clear terms, but it's very, very obvious that the character is transgender, which is, again, remember this game takes place in 1890. Just a little bit insane, but whatever. Okay, fine. There are moments like that took me out of the world building, because again, the game is based in 1890. There's a witch that you run into in the side of the road for a side quest, and she's like, oh, my wife. And it's like, in 1890, okay. Being polite to little NPC. I'm not being polite to the NPC. I guess I am, because I like the NPC. Actually, I don't dislike that NPC. But the NPC is fine. Pretty cool character. I mean, they stick up for your character, and they seem to be a cool person. But you can't kill a whole bunch of NPCs. To be fair, there's all kinds of NPCs. You can't do full like slaughter runs in Hogwarts Legacy. Okay, but anywho, so the character, what is important is the character is voiced by a trans woman, and the trans activists, a la James Stephanie Sterling, got furious that the trans voice actor sounded like a man.
I have nothing to add to that, by the way, because
I mean, what are you supposed to say? But I mean, like, it's supposed to be a male to female. It is an actual male to female voicing the character, and then they got mad that they sounded like a man. That they had a masculine voice. It's like it's an actual trans person voicing the character. Just shows you that people are nuts. I mean, obviously we all knew that in the first place. But what do you want? You got a trans represent. You got this character is involved in a lot of early, like campaign or quests in the game, very early on, and which actually it's just hilarious though that they got mad that the character has a masculine voice. Then they got mad that the character's name is Sir Rona. It says the word Sir in it. So it's like there's no pleasing these people. There is no pleasing these people ever, which is why you should not even try to please them. Because if you try to please them, they continue to get mad. All they're looking at is getting mad, right? Yeah. Lance for 5 says, I've always found the fact that the killing curse is the ultimate in verboten magic, but you can cast a spell to light someone on fire, which is okay. Yeah. It's fine to cast fire spells, but you can't cast you can't cast Avada Kedavra. You can also cut people's limbs off. That one's actually not even though Snape developed that curse, but still that one's not considered one of the unforgivable curses. Septum Sempra. Dirafidi for 5 says, this is why I like Final Fantasy. Guns, magic, and swords are all relevant. Yeah, me too. Jarnegi for 5 says, here's a 5 to encourage Spoon to take the house sorting quiz too. Have you taken it ever, Spoon?
The what?
The house sorting quiz to figure out what house you're in Hogwarts.
Do you actually like speaking a foreign language to me right now?
You've never read any Harry Potter whatsoever. You don't know anything about it.
No.
Watch the movies? No?
No.
Okay, so there's 4 houses, right?
Okay.
There's 4 houses.
Guilds.
Yeah. This happens in like posh schools, right? In private or in public schools, right? Sort of, but British public school, right?
Okay.
Where you're in a house, and so it's the school that Harry, our main character, belongs to is Gryffindor, which their symbol is a lion, and their main traits are bravery. That's their like main trait. There's one main trait of each house. So Gryffindor is bravery. Then you have Slytherin, which is usually like the bad guys are always Slytherin. Their symbol is a snake, and theirs is cunning. That's their main attribute is cunning. They're always considered considered the bad guys. They're always the bad guys in Harry Potter, but there's I actually can't think you'd be Slytherin if I'm being honest. Then there's Hufflepuff.
Should I be offended? I feel like I should be offended.
No, it's not. There's nothing. No, just because they're the bad guys in the books. Slytherin is there's nothing wrong with being a Slytherin. Again, like cunning is not a bad trait.
Let me ask the chat.
If there's
should I be offended? Say yes, because I'll have a go at Aiden, and you can all find it funny.
I don't think that anyone will think that what I said that you might be Slytherin is offense. There's Hufflepuff, which is
So it sounds like an
weasel
animated drug.
Well, it's a weasel or no badger. I don't know why I said weasel. Yeah, a badger, and their main attribute is loyalty. Hufflepuffs are loyal to the end. I know it's a silly name, but people just like I think Hufflepuff just for the name. Hufflepuffs are cool. I like every house. And then there's the house that I always identify with and belong with, which or what belong in, which is Ravenclaw, which is wisdom or intelligence. Yeah, being a big fucking nerd. I think that Spoon is probably Ravenclaw is cunning. It's more like I thought it was more like wisdom. Maybe Slytherin's more ambition. Maybe Ravenclaw's more cunning.
Okay. Break down.
Which Bill's yelling.
House think like apartheid.
Oh yeah, okay, here's a question, chat. Like, which house do you think would like apartheid? And the obvious answer is Slytherin. Slytherins tend to be a little bit of the wizard racists, which is that
I like how Bill chimed in with that.
Yeah, that was his contribution. So in terms of them being wizard
Thanks
races,
for that, Bill, you asshole.
In terms of them being wizard races, it's just that there are like 3 categories of people in the wizarding world. There are purebloods, which are people whose families have only ever been within the wizarding world. Wizards marrying wizards, a little bit incestuous at some point, but it's all magical families. They do not marry people who don't have magical ability. They never marry in whatsoever.
So basically
Then there's mudbloods, who are sometimes people who they're mixed race, I guess if you want to call it. Sometimes people can like come out of nowhere, like they had a magical ancestor, and they just out of nowhere you turn out to have magical ability, right? Which is the fun promise of Harry Potter. That, like, you could have nobody in your family's magic, and then just suddenly you end up being magical. And then there's Muggles, which is people. Bill just says he does not associate with Muggles. Muggles are people who don't have any magical ability whatsoever. Normies. They're all of us. We're all Muggles, right? It's kind of their rude word for, somewhat racist word for non-magic people. So there you go. There's your Harry Potter. I'm so funny. It's so funny that Spoon doesn't know anything about Harry Potter, like, at all, to explain this stuff to him.
Why is that weird?
Because everybody I've ever known in my life knows this stuff by heart.
That's because you used to hang out with nerds.
I am a nerd.
Yes, and I'm not. I used to think I was a nerd, and then I met actual nerds, and then I went, holy shit, I am in no way a fucking nerd. That's just the... I occasionally like to play video games where it involves drugs, sex, and violence, and that's basically as far as my nerdy goes.
Why wasn't Hermione placed in
Nothing else.
Why wasn't Hermione placed in Ravenclaw, even though she's an egghead? Because her bravery was, I guess, more potent than her nerdiness. A couple more things, and we'll get back to this. Oh, by the way, Spoon, I would encourage you to take the Sorting House quiz.
Why?
Not tonight. Just to see. I'm just curious. It's really fun. You can just take... It's just, everyone likes taking personality. Just take this little quiz and see which house you're... I would imagine it's Slytherin, but I also could see it being Gryffindor or Hufflepuff.
Okay, where is it, the quiz?
It's long. You're not gonna want... Do you want to take it... You want to try to take it on the stream?
Sure, why not?
All right, hang on. You're gonna have to go to the Wizarding World, and you're gonna have to make an account.
Oh, for
Probably not
fuck's
gonna want to do
sakes.
that. You have to, though.
Why?
Because you have to.
Can I delete it afterwards?
I guess so.
Good.
There you go. There's the Wizarding World. We'll keep watching this, and I'll finish the...
No, do I have to do it
super
on
chats we have here.
stream?
No, you can do it while we're... I mean, like, you don't have to show it on... But I'm gonna watch the rest of this gym video. Or we... Has Opera for 5 says they hide behind claiming they can't show the message because they're so offensive. Just trust the journalists that have proudly eschewed objectivity. Yeah. Same thing Jim's doing here, where he's not reading. These are not no, not a BuzzFeed quiz. I sent him the Wizarding World quiz. This is the official Harry Potter quiz. Gary Thomas for $10. Thank you. It says, FYI, the tea issue is what killed Nicola Sturgeon's political career. Yeah. You read that before. Out of the 9 areas in the UK that are the most anti-them, 8 of them are Scotland. Yeah, that's bizarre, right? Cold War Mech for $20. Thank you, man. It says, greetings, you two. Firstly, my thanks to Aiden and the Pathfinder crew. Their streams have pushed me as far as to even enjoy my own first gaming starting soon. That's awesome. I'm so glad that you've decided to get into TTRPGs. Thank you. I mean, thanks for the super chat. I'm really happy because it is very fun. A second, thoughts on Trump delivering discontinued water to Ohio. Was it considered discontinued? I mean, I have that article. Like, we're gonna probably stream. Like, we got too much shit. Unfortunately, I might have to change the thumbnail because the thumbnail for the stuff that we're supposed to do tonight, we didn't get into tonight.
It's not a surprise.
Unless you're, depends on how late you're willing to go. Gary Thomas for 5 says, I'm also visiting the UK next year. I'm staying with a friend. Where do you think I should visit while I'm there? It depends on where you're at, man. I mean, like, I know that comparatively to the US, the UK is a very small place, but it's still a very big place. So it depends on where you're at. Gary Thomas, do you have me on Discord or whatever? I don't know.
So where am I going with this stupid thing?
Okay, once you log in, right?
Yeah.
Hang on. There should be like an option to take a quiz, right?
Where?
Hang on. I'm logging in. It should say like discover your house, discover your Patronus, that kind of stuff.
It says, what does your Patronus say about you? That one?
No, we don't want your Patronus. We want to find your house. Go to your profile.
I am. That's what I meant now.
So you see, does it say anything about house?
No.
So say like complete your profile. Okay, so like underneath on the left-hand side, it says like create your portrait, get started, all this stuff. Do you see this?
Yeah.
And right under like beneath your name, it should say house.
Yeah, okay.
Click on that.
Okay.
And it should give you a quiz.
Like, get sorted now.
Yes, yes. Get sorted. Get sorted. I was excited. Oh, sorry. Gary Thomas, in terms of, I don't know. I've never been to the UK besides being in airports. Oh, no, I mean, I was in Birmingham, which no one would ever recommend you go to ever. I mean, I had a nice time in Birmingham, but I don't think anyone would ever suggest that you go to Birmingham. I can't tell you. And Spoon, you don't live in the UK either. Well, you live in the UK, but you don't live in England.
I live in
you know?
Ireland.
Yeah. So again, like Spoon and I probably aren't your best people to ask in terms of when you say visiting the UK. I'm assuming you mean, we're probably not. Neither of us are the best people to ask. Things to visit. I mean, visit Stonehenge. I guess I've always wanted to go. It's what I want to do. Like maybe in summer is if I got some extra cash is for Bill and I to, because he couldn't come to the US with me last year for to go on pool and do all the stuff I did over there. But I didn't see my parents in 3 years, was the big issue. But I thought maybe we'd go to Stonehenge and Bath. Fun. And then Pure Stress for Two says Slither is a sexual slur. Be offended, Spoon. We'll find out what Spoon is. Let's watch the rest of this video.
Cowardly behaviour goes back years. What's shown in this video so far is just from stuff I started collecting in the past year because I knew this subject was inevitable. While she's been careful enough not to use plainly direct hate speech, I don't think her...
Meaning that you don't have any evidence that it's hateful. You're just making it up. Watching a new kind of conversion therapy for young gay people who are being set on a lifelong path of medicalization that may result in the loss of their fertility and or full sexual function. That's true. That's true. It's not hateful. It's true. And we're seeing more and more detransitioners every single day who are saying that exact thing. I was gay. I am gay. And now I can never have children because I've had my nads cut off. I've had an oophorectomy. She's not wrong.
Deniability is close to plausible anymore. Look at the lies she tells, the fascists she supports. Look at how much she...
The word fascist
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything to this dude.
Talks about us. This is not what someone who doesn't loathe us does. This is the activity of someone with a genuine, deep-seated problem.
Very nice projection there.
I was going to say the irony.
Very nice projection.
You don't have to believe me. You can believe the Harry Potter cast members who've condemned her. You can believe the historians who've
I don't believe any of them. I don't care. I don't care what they think. I care what, you know who I care about? If you're asking me if somebody is a bigot or not, someone's hateful or not, I care about their words. I don't care about external third-party sources who are like, here's my opinion on it. I don't really give a shit.
Logged a clear timeline of her descent into frothing bigotry. Or, if you'd rather, believe the Republican politicians who are actually citing her words in their anti-LGBTQ plus legislative efforts.
It's not LGBTQIA+. Yeah, here's the Honey Badger stuff. How funny. Wait. So, if people are not aware, we get to the Honey Badger stuff. So, I haven't talked to anyone in the Honey Badgers in years now, but I've been to the international conference. I was at one of the international conferences on male issues. And I'm a huge fan of Karen Strawn and the Honey Badgers. If people don't know who the Honey Badgers is, and I don't think that Jim does from the shit he's about to say, Honey Badgers are a group of women who began to speak out for men's issues, specifically concerning, initially, men's rights to paternity over their own children. And this ding-dong idiot doesn't understand...
This quiz is long.
Did you already finish it?
Yes.
There's a whole bunch. There's a whole bunch. What'd you get? Oh, there's a whole bunch of quizzes. Maybe that's why I got... What'd you get?
Ravenclaw.
Holy shit, let's go! Let's go!
I don't even know what that means.
It's not the one I was expecting at all. Ravenclaw is the nerdy people.
Okay.
Welcome to my house, homie.
Oh, okay.
We're in the same house.
That's not a surprise.
I really was expecting you to be Slytherin.
I pretty much went for all the answers that asked for wisdom.
Yeah, so you're Ravenclaw. Let's go, Ravenclaws, rise up. You got the nerd school. You got the nerd house. All right. Listen to this dumb shit about people. By the way, also Karen Strong is a wonderful person. Everyone I've ever met at the Honey Badgers have been lovely, wonderful people. So let's hear this.
Believe the virulently right-wing male supremacy group Honey Badgers, who call JKR their queen.
Virulent, white supremacy, hate.
By referring
The
to
Honey
someone
Badgers-
as their queen, that's kind of weird.
The Honey Badgers was started as a way for for women to defend men who were being mistreated, particularly by the system of childcare and the totally unfair system of parental rights and divorce that completely fucks over men. That's not white. They're not white supremacists. I know the people in the Honey Badgers. Now, of course, Jim Sterling would never take my word for it because he thinks I'm sure a white supremacist and misogynist. I mean, I'm a misogynist. Not a misogynist. Misogynist, not misogynist. So I got it wrong.
You're a bit of a misogynist.
Wait.
Don't deny it. It's why you're friends with me.
Yeah, I didn't. I'm a little bit of a not misogynist. Yeah, I got it wrong.
Misogyny is just common sense. Like, let's be real.
Misogyny is the thing. Is that misogyny is common sense. Look, me saying that like women are less strong than men and things like that, and that maybe. And by the way, misandrist, right? I'm not a misandrist. I'm not a misandrist. But because the Honey Badgers and myself, the reason why we first started working together, though, is to say that no, men are valuable. Men should not be treated like shit. It's the same thing that J.K. Rowling is saying. Men have a very important place in society that should be respected. They should be allowed to be fathers. They should be allowed to not be hated for finding women attractive. I mean, it's the insane modern system that demonizes men for just existing. It's why they kill themselves. Like, you want to talk about the I mean, there's a high. They don't want to talk about the transgender suicide rate because that makes them upset. Well, they also don't want to talk about the male suicide rate. The reason they won't talk about male suicidality is because they don't care. They hide the trans suicidality because it doesn't fit their narrative.
Convenient, yeah.
They hide the male suicidality rate because they hate men.
Believe the photos of her at GC meetings. Believe the trans exclusionary women's shelter she set up to replace the trans inclusive women's shelter that her movement bullied and harassed out of operation. Or maybe just believe J.K. Rowling when she says it is dangerous to assert that any...
That was incorrect. That they bullied and harassed out of operation. J.K. Rowling did not bully and harass a trans exclusive women's shelter out of operation. I remember that story. Again, he's not telling the whole truth. And I don't remember all these stories because he's like picking and choosing very quickly and not providing any evidence, flashing them on the screen very quickly. I remember that story. No one got bullied out of operation. It's nonsense. Also, Spoon, if you want to take any other quizzes, you can learn what your wand is and what your Patronus is.
Sounds kind of gay.
We're in the same house. Now I want to... If we have the same wand and Patronus, oh shit.
I don't even know what any of this means.
Okay. Well, your wand, you get that one, right?
I'm assuming a wand is this magical fairy taggy thing.
No. It's how you how you cast your spells. Now it's a big thing in Harry Potter, but like, what is your wand made out of and what's the core of it? Because that determines things about your personality.
You see why I didn't have any interest in this shit?
It's very girly, but no, go ahead. We're watching it anyway. Go ahead and take it. Well, they're also about short. Do it. I want to see if our shit all lines up. I'm gonna fucking die. Okay, I'm gonna be really scared. I'm gonna be sincerely, deeply scared. Now I feel scared.
Presumption of innocence. She meant trans people, of course. But if she's right, then hell, she gets no presumption either. She is a TERF, loud and proud, Merry TERFmas, as she would say, and has said.
She was making a meme, you ding dong.
I've been out as a trans femme now for over 2 years. With my coming out, much about the world around me has changed, be it through my new perspective or the difference in treatment I receive. There's a lot of good. I'm complimented by sweet old ladies who like my boots. I'm hit.
Your compliments sweet old ladies who feel bad for you. That's what's happening. They're being polite.
On by lesbians in Leeds. People in general say nice things about me and I feel more comfortable saying them back. Mostly, I'm more confident. I like who I am and how I look, things that weren't true before. But while good things happened and...
I'm really not necessarily sure about that. But it's because, you know what you like, is that you've received a massive amount of validation about your appearance that you never really received before as a fat man from trans activists who will support you and will do nothing but... Jim, it's been called love bombing, okay? It's called love bombing for a reason. They are love bombing you to show you how supportive they are. They don't really care. They just like the fact that you've joined their tribe.
Love
That's
bomb
all it
sounds
is.
like the climax money shot of a gangbang.
It basically is.
To be honest, 90% of people really don't care if I'm trans or not. There are
Yeah, they actually...
Yeah, they do.
Well, hang on. Actually, no, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm being serious about this. If Jim had just started like wearing a wig one day, because Jim has always been very theatrical in his video. If he just started wearing a wig one day and not made it so that he's not reviewing fucking games anymore and doing this kind of video, people would have been like, well, that's kind of weird, Jim. But they would have, I think he wouldn't have lost 200,000+ subscribers, right? You know?
What's the wood of your thingy?
Okay, so what wand did you get? Or what turnus?
Well, it just says black walnut wood.
Okay, that's the wand.
Yes.
And what's the core?
Phoenix.
Oh, our wands are not similar at all. Okay. All right, so the length.
12
I'm very
and a
interested
half.
in this one. What?
12 and a half.
Oh, and the flexibility.
Unyielding.
Okay, we have the same one. That one. So mine is black thornwood, unicorn core, and I'm sorry to put you to shame, but I have an impressive 14.5 inch. My wand's bigger than yours.
What the fuck just happened?
What? I don't know. What happened?
Oh, hold on, I was being stupid.
So, my wand's a bit larger than yours, my dude. The last one you have to take is the Patronus one.
I don't even know what that means.
It's another. Okay. A Patronus is like a magical spirit animal that you can use to protect you. It has to do with like your soul and spirit of what animal form or what form that the Patronus will take.
Weasel.
Did you get that already?
No, I'm just assuming.
All right. Well, we'll see. Watch it.
Negatives. It's no secret what it did to my career. The way in which I'm criticised online changed. Suddenly I was diagnosed by commenters as mentally ill, my age comes up a lot now, and my writing is tone policed, accused of being rude and screeching where it wasn't before. But most of all, the world has become scarier.
No, it's not. Oh, why are Republicans obsessed with grooming? I don't know, stop doing it. How about that?
Scarier because of the right-wingers calling us all groomers and engaging in violence against us.
What violence? What violence? Show the violence. Where's the violence? Where's the violence? Them calling you groomers because you're like, we need access to your children. In fact, teachers have better rights to your children than parents. We've played them on this channel before. Teachers saying that shit. That really parents don't have the right to their children. Teachers do. They say this shit. That's grooming. Come on now.
Scarier because of the GOP and Tories scapegoating us and legislating our rights away with increased ferocity.
What right? What right?
Base.
What right? Your right to have access to children, which is what you want. No, you don't have the right to other people's children. I'm sorry.
Scarier because of media outlets like the BBC engaging in transphobia as a matter.
He thinks the BBC is transphobic. Dear God. Keza for £5 says, Jim goes full R-tard for so many minutes. Also, I detest Harry Potter as much of the films were filmed where I live. Oh, sorry about that one. Hey, it's the same reason that I don't like the movies Step Up. If you've never seen them, don't worry about them. I think they're Disney movie exclusives. They were filmed. You're supposed to be filmed in my high school, and they're about my high school. But then my high school told them that they couldn't disrupt all of our classes to film there. So then they like talk shit about us essentially. And then Kiss It for 5 pounds says, Aiden, next time you are coming to England, I've never been to England before except for in an airport. You must come and visit me and say hello to my niece, and I'll help you on Pokemon Go. Yeah, we'll talk about this in private, because I talked to Uzulu about this not too long ago, because Uzulu's in the area that I'm probably going to be visiting whenever I do go on a vacation. We'll see if we're in the same general part. I mean, I can just say it. Like, I don't think this part's bad, but it is in the general south. So I don't know where you're at because of it. Let me know.
Of policy. Scarier because of the people JKR has emboldened with her support, the gender criticals who preach eugenics and partake in phrenology to...
Eugenics! Phrenology! Phrenology!
This has nothing to do with the game so far, by the way.
No, 10 minutes in. Nothing to do with the game. There's no phrenology. What phrenology? Phrenology? Do you mean neurology? Because maybe, yeah, I suppose there is some neurological data that the trans people have been trying to cover up. Because we found out a long time ago, actually now, that there are certain, transgender specific male to females. The study that I looked at was that, well, they had a certain portion of people who were male to female transgenders had brain chemistry and brain structure that did look more similar in terms of activation in certain regions to females than it did to males. So it was evidence of what?
I was pretty close with the weasel, actually.
What'd you get?
Field mouse.
You had the field mouse? I got the dun mare.
Yeah, that's all my nerdiness for a lifetime.
So basically, the Patronus turned cantering back towards Harry across the still surface of the water. It wasn't a horse, it wasn't a unicorn either, it was a stag. It was shining brightly as the moon above. So yeah, the same as Harry's done. So I'm Ravenclaw, Dunmare, Blackthorn. You are Ravenclaw, Field Mouse, and what was your wand type?
Blackwood Phoenix, something like that.
Blackwood. It's funny, mine's Blackthorn. But yours is Phoenix, mine's...
Yeah, something like
Look!
that.
How cool! But I'm shocked that we were both Ravenclaw. You got a cute little field mouse as a pet, as your Patronus.
You're very happy, aren't you?
I am. It makes me happy. Let's finish this. Guys, we're not going to get through the Biden stuff I wanted to cover at all. Are you okay to go tomorrow, Spoon?
The which?
To finish all my shit that I had for tonight for tomorrow. Because we didn't get to any of the Biden stuff at all.
Probably.
All right, let's do it again. But we'll finish this up. We'll see y'all tomorrow because I feel bad for missing the normal Wednesday date anyway. Although it's not like whatever. We'll go again.
Yeah.
All right, let's finish this and then we'll go again.
The call for our eradication.
Almost midnight. So let's finish this up.
Scarier because culturally and legally and increasingly physically, we've been staring down the barrel of genocide for a long, long time.
Genocide? Genocide?
You would define long time for me exactly.
Look, okay, what are the things I wanted to play tonight that I didn't get a chance to?
No. I want to know what is genocide. Like, you people haven't
What do you mean by
existed as a
genocide?
mainstream media force for like what, more than 3 years?
This trans stuff. Look, there have been transgender people
Fucking
who have
idiots.
felt like they were. There have been people who have felt like they were born in the wrong body for a very, very long time. That's
and
of
then
course
they
true.
did acid, and then they felt better.
But the transgender movement, such as it is, of people like actively talking about this, has been around for, I'm going to say, tops 30 years.
If that.
Like before that, it was you were first of all called a transsexual, and it was they did do surgeries. I think the surgeries go back maybe about 60 years. But like, this is genocided. Are you going to elaborate, Jim? Of course not.
Time. If you're not trans, if you're not so aware of how there's a new attack on us now right multiple times a day, every day, you won't quite know how bad it is. It's horrific.
Oh my god, I just realized who he reminds me of.
He just like, Jim, get off the internet for 5 seconds. If it's bothering you this bad that you see things that are triggering you,
Do you know who he sounds
and
like?
hurting your who?
He sounds like John Oliver.
Mm-hmm.
And now I can't fucking unhear it.
But it is frustrating to me because I used to like this guy. I used to like his game reviews. I used to actually respect his opinion as a journalist.
As a
Yeah, I'm gonna change the name and we're not the name of this, but yeah, I'm gonna have to change the name and the thing about this video because we didn't get to any of the Biden, Ukraine, East Palestine stuff. So, but I'll retitle this to something about journalism and make a new thumbnail for it. So then we can reuse this thumbnail. Oh, maybe not. Oh, whatever. I'll do something. We'll be back tomorrow with the rest of it.
It's exhausting. We're less than 2% of the population, but we're called an epidemic.
Less than 2% of the population used to be less than 0.5% of the population, which is actually probably still the correct do self-ID.
By the way, that's not a good metric to say that. By the way,
the fact that being less than 2% of the population, well,
so Nazi.
it's gone from less than 0.5 to less than 2 in about 4 years. That's not telling you something weird's going on? Yeah, that is well, right? Right.
Epidemic. We're demonized in the press with extremely disproportionate coverage and wealthy, powerful people.
But you want the coverage. You demand the coverage.
Yeah, it's almost like if you commit a disproportionate amount of crimes, that there might be a reason why you're featured more often.
Yeah.
Hey, look, there's an extremely bizarre group of weirdos who do insane shit. I wonder why they're constantly in the news. Maybe it's because they're extreme weirdos who do bizarre, insane shit.
Right. Kizit for £5 says, remember when the question is temporary, but doom is eternal, and these people are all biological denialists. May I join tomorrow, please? Are you okay with that, Spoon? Because if we talk about, we're gonna be, what we've been talking about tomorrow, which we didn't get to today, is Biden's. It's real politics. It's like not real politics, but it's
only you and I discuss politics. Those are my rules.
Okay, so Spoon only want. It's gonna be the Biden stuff. So I think I would maybe ask you on today then, but I didn't. I thought we would have gotten through more of it, but we clearly didn't. There was too much stuff. This week's been a fucking mess. Galactic Emperor Schlurm for $2 says, T-Folk Epstein, the most T-Folk. That does seem to be the case. It seems to be that way. And Lance for 5 says, I actually do know what it's like to be demanded. Gino's cited all the time, Jin. I'm white. Yeah. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? But that, you're not allowed to talk about that. That's not real. It's not true. Even though the leftist media constantly talks about how great it is that white people soon will become a minority. I can't wait. How funny, huh?
People like JKR can't stop thinking about us. Look, some people might be delighted to hear this from me, but I'm going to admit it plainly.
Stop trying to kill her. Stop talking about how much you want to fucking murder her, and maybe she won't think about you, my dude. I don't know. Stop talking about how much you want to destroy her life, and maybe she won't think about you. It's not that complicated. Things aren't this difficult. It's really actually quite simple, Jim.
I'm afraid. I'm really, really...
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
First of all, Jim lives in the United States. Let us tell you this. Jim moved to the United States. Yeah, I believe he still lives in.
He's not afraid of shit.
What are you afraid of, Jim? You live in the U.S. as far as I know. I think he lives in Georgia, by the way.
A diet.
Or he lives somewhere in the South, because he's in like a South wrestling thing. Or he was, unless he moved back to the UK. I don't know. I don't follow Jim lore. But for a while, he moved to the U.S. So you should see his wife.
He's married?
Let me show you. Should I show it on stream? I'm gonna show you a picture. I'm gonna show you a picture, and then you tell me if people haven't seen it, if I should show it on. Show you the picture first. Should I show this? He does have a wife. I think that they are also non-binary now.
That is a troll.
Yeah. Should I show it?
That's not even a human being. That's like if Jabba the Hutt was a human.
You have to switch back into my screen sharing thing.
That thing has more jowls and chins than I have wrinkles on my balls.
If I wanted to show it, you'd have to switch back to my screen share, and I don't want to do it. But
that thing is so enormous. You need 2 browser windows to fit it in one frame.
Just letting you guys know, if you're interested, Jim Sterling is married. Type in Jim Sterling wife into Google, and you will be able to find what his wife looks like. They are also non-binary now, I believe, which is probably how
morons.
This is how Jim ended up becoming non-binary, I believe,
because the only thing you could have sex with was that thing.
His partner started first, and then Well, I mean, that's how it spreads. It's social contagion. His wife was a big Tumblr person, and what do you know?
It still is big.
Well, yeah, obviously they're both fat. But yeah,
that's not fat. That's otherworldly.
Oof.
I'm very good with fat jokes, by the way.
And every day, for months, I've seen a video game that directly benefits.
Oh my god, we are almost 12 minutes into a 26-minute long video, 11 minutes in, and we finally get mention of the fucking video game in a video game review.
One of the largest sources of that fear promoted on the PlayStation Store and Xbox Live, hyped up by the gaming press and
sources of fear.
Championed by a community with a long-running vein of transphobia running through it that goes back to the hateful protests against her.
Okay, so this character in Dragon Age Inquisition, by the way,
yes.
was horribly. Did you play this DII?
Dragon Age Inquisition? Yes.
Yeah.
I always
this
wondered,
character,
like, what the fuck is that thing?
I didn't know what it was either, and also was so horribly coded it constantly stood on tables. Do you remember that? Like, I liked DII actually quite a lot. I enjoyed Dragon Age Inquisition. But this character in particular, like, it seemed like they added them in at the last second, because this character would constantly be standing on top of a table. Like, everyone else would be seated or doing normal things, but this particular character, which is supposed to be the trans character, seemed so poorly coded, they were constantly standing on top of a table.
Bit part trans in Dragon Age Inquisition. Every day, a constant reminder that we as trans people have so few friends, so few allies.
Do you think maybe the reason you have so few friends is because you're insufferable?
Yeah, that would be kind of a common sense one.
I mean, that would be my thought. Maybe if you weren't
friends, have you tried not being a dickhead?
Have you tried not being an intolerable human? Because
it
I can just tell you, it does go a very long way. Try not being awful. Try being kind to people. Try being, I don't know.
Try being normal.
Not even if you can't be normal, just try not being a dick.
No, I would say be more normal, because I'm a dick to a lot of people, and I'm bizarrely liked for reasons I don't quite understand.
No.
I think it's because I just say things that people need to, I don't want to say need to hear, but people like it
don't
when
want
I say
to hear it.
edgy
How about
jokes.
that?
No, people like it when I say edgy shit.
Well, because people do actually like being told the truth.
Yes,
Kiss It for £5 says.
Good with that.
Yeah, Kiss It for £5 says, no worries, Aiden. Remember, Hoenn toured this weekend. Real misogynist gamers download Golden Eye and ignored Harry Potter. No, I'm playing Harry Potter. But is there a new Pokemon Go thing? I have to. I haven't. I've actually been playing Harry Potter or Pokemon Go more recently. Well, logging in there like every day to check stuff.
I will never be able to hear that freaking title.
Pokemon Go.
Yes,
I
and
play Pokemon Go every day. Is that what you think about?
No, I think of Hillary Clinton saying Pokemon go to the polls.
Go to the polls!
Which was
like,
the cringiest fucking thing I've ever heard.
The game is still around, and I play with a couple of friends.
Unfortunately.
I play with a couple of friends, like internet friends that I send stuff to. That's about it.
You can be so gay sometimes.
Well, it's not like just send stuff to each other to help each other out in the game. It's like a game that you log into for like an hour or two a day, and then that's max. You know? Don't be rude. It's fun.
Every day a reminder that the game industry and community are contemptuous. You know, as much as your gamers TM have tried, you've not owned me by posting the glowing reviews.
It is very funny because, again, what makes this, for people who are not aware of Jim Sterling's past, he was totally on board with like protecting gamers from predatory practices. I know I started this segment out before talking about that. But he used to care about people who played video games. Now he has contempt for all of us. Anyone who plays a video game, he hates you. Even though he's a video game
because this grift is more lucrative.
It's not actually. Like I told you, he's lost 200,000 subscribers.
Oh, then he's just a moron.
Yeah, he's a moron. He is, and he thinks that if he keeps fighting it and keeps getting further and further left, that he'll break into BreadTube. It's not happening. It's not going to happen when you are a fucking video game channel, you ding dong.
Scores for Hogwarts Legacy or boasting about its sales success. That just proves what I knew. That people don't give a fuck. That's not new information. It's not a surprise. It's half of the course. That's all. Those of you actively trying to harass me over it aren't the actual.
I'd like to actually point something out. Now, I'm not the first person to point this out. Obviously, Jersh from QB Farms pointed it out a whole bunch of times. But it's become... So Jim and I use the same stock footage website, which is why I recognize where all the stock footage is from. Have you noticed, Spoon, that he has not used a single piece of stock footage of a man reacting in any way? he only uses images and videos of women?
She's projecting.
Well, yeah, because when I do my videos and use stock footage, I use men and women, but he very curiously only uses women and often uses brown women, non-white women, to essentially project his own. Because like when I'm usually talking about it, right? When I use my stock footage, I'm talking about like, here's a scenario that happened in the study. Here's what happened in the study in a scientific experiment. He's talking about his own personal opinions, and when using an avatar with stock footage to depict his own personal opinions, chooses to use not only women, but very often non-white women, which is all part of his weird leftist grift. And now that I've pointed it out, I guarantee you will not be able to unsee it. Now, I didn't point out first. Joshua Moon of Kibu Farms did first. So, like, once he said it to me, or when I heard him say it, I was like, oh shit, I can't unsee it. Goddamn.
Offensive ones. No, the offense comes purely from the self-described allies who want to have it both ways, who want to play their wizard game and get really upset when criticized over it, or the media.
Yeah,
oh my
some people
god!
Just want to play games. You fucking retard.
He can't understand. He used to be able to understand this, but now suddenly, for some reason, he can't. Some people just. I'm gonna light a cigarette, so like, when I tell you to play the video back again, do it because I won't be able to hit the button.
Push the button.
Well, I'm not saying that yet, but. Look.
Push the button.
No, not yet.
Push the button.
Some people just want to. Some people just want to play their video game.
Button.
And he's like, "How dare you? How dare you? How dare you?"
Push
Greta
the button.
Thunberg intensifies. I just want to play my video games. Like, you're not allowed to play your video game because it upsets my political sensibilities. Guess what, Jim? Most people don't give a shit about your political sensibilities. They just want to play their fucking video game, dingus. Continue, please.
That's the bit that I just found bizarre, like with Hassan Piker
bizarre,
as
right?
well. When it was like, oh, it's not gonna. I want to play it, but like, dude, if you are letting a bunch of jackasses on the fucking internet dictating whether or not you can play a video game, it means you're gay. It means you're gay and you have no balls. Like, dude, it's a freaking video game. Get a life, you sad bastard.
Play the fucking video game,
Exactly.
idiot.
Stop being such a gay. Yeah.
I mean, it's but the reason why Hassan was afraid is because of people like this. It's like they're
No,
going
I think
to call
it's
you.
because his son is a total bitch.
Well, he is, but like, it's because there are people like this who say if you play this video game, you're killing trans people. First of all, no, you're not. They say that kind of stuff because some
That's just
trans
retarded.
person allegedly might, 41% themselves because somebody is claiming the game on Steam. Now, by the way, we know for a fact that like Hassan Piker and all the people who have come out against it did play it, by the way. They all went and played the damn game.
By the way,
Because guess what? It's fun.
Can I say something kind of insane?
Of course.
If you are killing yourself because somebody's playing a video game, your life is not worth anything.
Oh, and that's not true.
Yes, it is.
That's not true.
No, yes, it
actually no,
fucking
hang
is.
on. There's like really fucked up websites on the internet that will actively encourage people to take their own lives. And
I'm not encouraging that. I'm just saying you're a moron if you're so upset by someone playing a fucking video game. Like, you're
Well, I don't want-
pathetic excuse for a human being.
Well, I don't think they actually are. Okay, I don't think they really are. It's a threat, right?
Really,
Like I've been accused of suicide baiting in the past because there was a point in my life where things were really, really bad for me. I had been kicked out of the university. Well, not kicked out. I had been asked to leave from the university, and I had nothing left. And I was on antidepressants, by the way. Guess what? Antidepressants make it worse. And I did try to kill myself, and I ended up in a mental hospital for like 3 months, and it really sucked. And that was called suicide baiting by, mostly people on the left. They said that was suicide baiting, and some people on the right as well. But that was a different point in my life. That was many years ago. That was a very tough situation. So I don't want to like minimize people's experiences with suicide and suicidality, because it's a really serious issue. And I'm speaking from personal experience. It like, by the way, like, all the way, this stream was way demonetized a long time ago, but definitely is now that I've talked about my own personal suicide, which is kind of fucked up, right? That me talking about my personal.
Demonetized.
Yeah, but like, it is kind of fucked up that me talking about my previous experiences with suicidality.
We say the best things.
But that's one of the things that will almost instantly get you on is talking about even a personal experience with suicidality. So like I don't want people to harm themselves at all, but it is.
No, I don't want that either. But if you are threatening to kill yourself because someone played a video game, you can fuck off.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not going to give any sympathy. You're pathetic. Like straight up, I'll just say that.
What was happening to me at the time is that not only was I forced to resign from my position at the university, but I was getting the cops called on me on a nearly daily basis, and I felt at the end of my rope. Right? You know, that was rough. That was many years ago. Then that was like 5 years ago. And I've had other instances where I felt that way, but it's been a really long time. So I've gotten better and
got better.
No, I got better before I met you. But you've been a blessing to my life as well, Spoon. Like it's good to have a nice friend. It really is.
That's
it's gay, but I know, but it's also true. It's nice to have a friend, and not just you, but so many people who are friends and kindly in my life. And finding God was very important part of that, so that I don't have those feelings at all anymore.
And fellow monarchs.
It is very nice to have those feelings, or to not have those feelings anymore. But they are serious, and they should be taken serious. However,
but not when it comes to video games.
However, if it's over a fucking again, what was happening to me was that like I was like losing everything that I'd worked for my entire life, and then people were like, "You're suicide baiting, fuck you," haha. Or it was either like you're suicide baiting, or it's haha, get fucked. I'm so glad that you got what happened to you. And that was rough.
That's kind of.
But that was a long time ago now. It's a long time ago now. Message of Fats for $5 says, funny how Blair White and Susie Hunter's channels are exploding with support from gamers, regardless of what's in our pants, who we're sleeping with. Yeah, because I don't think people actually care about. People just want to play a fun game.
People don't like people don't like the Rainbow Coalition, not because of their identity. They don't like them because they're stupid political views. I watched one guy who was like a drag dude, who was like really heavily a drag dude. You can just see the makeup in the face and everything.
Yeah.
And he just like straight up said like, "No, you're not a freaking woman, you idiot." And he was like really straight up bass. And like he looked like a freaking, he looked like one of those, the one with the blue hair and the pink hair in Pokemon, the two villains with the black jumpsuits. Yeah, he looked like one of them. Like, but he
Rocket.
Yeah,
Rocket. Yeah.
Yeah, he just straight up said like, "No, you're not a female. You're an idiot. This is ridiculous." And I'm like,
"Dang!"
All the comment section was like, "Based. Why can't they be more like that guy?"
Have we done Roald Dahl? We didn't get into Roald Dahl because we're just not going to have time tonight. But I think we're going to stream again tomorrow night and go into the Roald Dahl stuff because it's so much. I'll change all the information about this stream. I'm sorry that the tags and stuff are not correct, and the thumbnail was not correct. But we went through. I had 2 parts of the stuff. Yeah.
You always blame Aiden.
Don't blame me.
No,
kids up for £5.
Here's the reason why you always blame Aiden. It's because I usually have like 2 or 3 things I want to talk about, and then Aiden has like 25.
Because I gather everything that happened over the week. We'll do it again tomorrow. We'll do it live. Kids up for £5 real quick. Says Aiden, we got a Primal Groudon and a Kyogre for the event. Also, if anyone feeling down, adopt a puppy and see what true love is about. Yeah, that's for sure. If you have the capacity. We have dogs next door. Well, my Bill's mom has dogs.
I will never unhear that phrase.
I do have to say, like, I think I've talked about this before, but my minor point. Bill's mom has 2 really sweet, nice, cute dogs. They are spaniels. They're like mid-sized dogs. They're great. Then
however,
Bill's sister and her husband and daughter moved in, and they brought in this dog named Bigsby. Bigsby is some kind of like mix. It's the largest dog on Earth. They specifically were like, let's get the biggest. Like that was, I think, the specific intent was to get the biggest dog that exists, and he's
enormous,
huge. I get scared by big dogs. Because when I was a kid, I got knocked over by a dog, and it scared me. Also, like, he just will lick people's crotches, and he's got a big slobbery mouth, and so I don't want to be anywhere near the dog because he just licks crotches, and it's gross. And also, he barks constantly, so it's really frustrating. I don't like that dog. I mean, I don't have anything I don't hate it, but I don't personally like that dog. I'm gonna go pee real quick. I'll be right back. Watch the rest of this horrible video.
Do I have to?
Yeah, play it. I'll be right back.
Goodness, this terrible hippie minions. Where the hell? I don't even know where the freaking stream is. Oh, here it is.
Who justify their uncritical reviews by having the fucking nerve to compare our protests against them to fucking Gamergate. Transphobes, you need to up your game, because none of you will ever be as insulting as a self-styled cis ally who wants trans people's permission to not take a stand. Oh, and I love how the same Gamers TM who spent nearly 10 years calling game reviewers corrupt suddenly started trusting and touting them when a game they rallied around got 8s and 9s. Some of them even tried to...
Could it be because the game is actually quite popular and good, and you jackasses are upset that someone that you've hated for the, like, what, last 3 years roughly, has produced a game with her name attached to it, and it's actually competent. And because it's successful and competent, and actually proves your entire, I don't know, existence is a complete fucking farce, and you all suck and you're hated, and people don't actually give a shit once they make a good game, that now you're suddenly Mr. Grumpy Poopy Pants. I'm going to assume it's probably that.
Twist Gamergate ethics in game journalism pretext to defend outlets like IGN from criticism. IGN!
Or they will just defend anyone that gives competent criticism. It's
obviously.
It's not the organization, it's just the work, you fucking bloated behemoth.
Suddenly, the Ethics Brigade are standing for IGN, the Too Much Water website, the site whose credibility they've done nothing but meme. Way to prove that you've only ever wanted to be agreed with. You'll suddenly stop believing reviewers.
You've only ever wanted to be agreed with, like, coming from you,
Like,
fat boy.
Do you want to
Really?
say something also? Like, okay, so Jim got this editor a couple years ago who stopped actually like putting in Jim's reactions with like these images of like old cartoon shows, but they're all very low quality, right? They're not HD. So he runs them through an AI to upgrade them into HD, but look at this image a little bit more closely and you can see how it has no idea what the hell it's doing. It's AI. Look at Mario's eyes.
I was wondering, like, why does Mario look drunk?
Because he's run it through an AI to upscale it.
Oh, okay.
So it looks fucked.
Were paid off to me when I posted what I'd heard from a Warner Brothers contact, that WB stacked the deck and only gave review code to outlets it trusted to give positive reviews. Like, that wasn't even a shocking revelation. It's a known fact this happens. An expected practice. I've covered the deck stacking elimination of wild card reviewers for years, but now I'm lying. Now game reviews are above board. Oh, by the way, I've never believed game reviewers are paid off. That's not...
This is insane, right? If you're not getting what he's saying that...
Please rebuke my past person.
Look, in the past, there have been a whole bunch of games that have been paid off. And he's saying that the Hogwarts Legacy reviews are paid off.
No one believes that.
I don't think so, considering all of the public outcry against the game. In fact, there was one outlet, I don't remember which one it was, it said that, like, actually, Hogwarts Legacy is fun, but we refuse to give it a positive score because of transphobia, right? So there have been outlets that have outright said things like that. So what are you talking about?
You know what they're going to say? It's like, oh, we can't rate this review highly.
They
I'm still
have
going to
done
play
that.
it.
Well, they have said that, though, that, like, yeah, well, Hogwarts Legacy is transphobic, so we're, yeah, exactly, same thing, yep.
What happened with Hogwarts? Reviews aren't high stakes enough that publishers are going to bribe over it. No, the sad...
Actually, it's happened in the past, Jim, and you know for a fucking fact it has happened in the past that publishers have bribed for reviews. They outright bribed for Dante's Inferno. You know that for a fact. It was on record that the publisher for Dante's Inferno outright bribed and made it a big meme about, like, we're going to send a bribe and be like, oh, it's from Satan. Can you want to take this bribe for $500 to write us a good review? But that's just the most egregious one. There are countless examples. I stopped looking at it in, like, 2012. There were so over 10 years ago. They don't just bribe with money. They bribe with act. If you don't provide a good review to a game, that publisher will not provide you with early access to a new game the next time, which incentivizes journalists to always publish nice, positive reviews. That has been a thing for 2 decades. And the astonishing thing about this is that there's probably no one else who knows that more than Jim Sterling, who knows that video game reviewers get encouraged to publish good reviews because if they don't, they won't be given new copies. But it's not about Hogwarts Legacy. It's about every single fucking game on the market. So the fact that you're singling out Hogwarts Legacy here, a game that is maligned by the mainstream, is very curious. Very, very curious.
Thing is that there doesn't have to be bribery. Search engine optimization is all outlets need to keep covering games as enthusiastically as possible. Hell, they wouldn't even refuse to cover Ubisoft games after all the sex abuse. They can't be trusted to...
These are allegations, by the way.
Sex
and abuse. I would say that is more that there was a weird stuff going on at Ubisoft involving women being sexually harassed.
By who exactly?
The men upon the women at the organization. Kizza for 5 more pounds says, this might be the last super chat for me, but everyone have a good evening. And Aiden, check your DMs on Discord. I will. Thank you, Kizza. Sorry about that. Oh, look at that cute pupper. Yeah, I'll call you later. I might not be up that late, Kizza, but if not tonight, then I'll call you later. All right? Hey. Why does it keep doing that?
To do the right thing. While I don't think game critics outright lie, I think they have an incentive to not rock the boat, to do conspicuous things like, say, litter a Hogwarts Legacy review with so many negative statements, it sounds like shit, and then give it a 9 out of 10 regardless. From a general fear of controversy to wanting to avoid Gamer Boy harassment and, of course, maintaining a good enough relationship with publishers to keep having access, they've plenty of reason to go soft on big-name games. I left The Escapist in 2014 because parent company Defy Media refused to publish my review of Assassin's Creed Unity and jeopardized their relationship with Ubisoft.
Okay, so I'd like to point out, like I said before, Jim Sterling used to do sincere, legitimate journalistic work. But now we're 10 years out from that. He kept doing it after that, by the way. He left a legitimate game reviewing company to go out on his own. It was really brave. It honestly was. And I respected the shit out of Jim Sterling for that. But this is who he is now. He's not even talking about the fucking video game. He's whinging about the past. Jim, review the damn game.
I'm famously blacklisted by Konami for being such a harsh critic. The PR company 47 told me EA wouldn't send me review copies because I'm a wild card. The only access I get in gaming comes from sources acting alone that need anonymity because they're not allowed to talk to me. My standing in the industry, that is to say, no standing, is the result of doing everything my former peers are incentivized not to do. I burned every bridge I had for not wanting to play with deeply corrupt organizations, and I'm proud of it. I also acknowledge that I can afford to not play in that sludgy water. Most reviewers can't. I scarcely blame them for the system they're stuck in. I've been there, I know how it is, and I don't think reviewers are unethical so much as forced to compromise with unethical companies.
Oh, that AI upscaling attempt on that image did not look good.
While in the thrall to the all-important SEO. They're not paid off, but as we've seen with Hogwarts Legacy and with how quickly they wanted to move on from mentioning Ubisoft and Activision's abuse in their game coverage, not many of them have any damn principles. Multiple times in the past few years, press outlets had opportunities to make a stand. They did not. So yeah, to the born-again Potter fans who spammed me with screenshots of IGN's big ol' 9, I'm not sure what you're proved other than your own hypocritical opportunism. You'll be...
that
the
people
game is
like the video game.
You dumbass.
That the game is good and people like it. That's what it's about. They showed you that image because you were just screaming about how much you hate it because of political reasons. That's what that was about, Jim.
Back to calling game reviewers SJW soon enough, won't you?
Yes.
Yeah, if they act like SJW. Do you understand how this works, Jim?
No.
That
not
if somebody if somebody
Evidently
acts
not.
like an SJW, then cites their reasons for disliking a game for political reasons, we'll call them an SJW. And if they just say wow, actually I like the game, and they give a real review, we won't dislike that. If they give a real review, it doesn't actually have anything to. This is what's so confusing. It has nothing to do with politics. Give a real goddamn review. If your review is just about politics, then it's not a damn review of the game.
It's just you
or
whining.
the product. Yeah, or whatever it is. If it's a show or a movie or whatever, it doesn't matter. Just tell it. Actually review the product,
you gimp.
And not talk about politics. Which is what these people have been doing, is talking about how actually it's not a perfect game. It's an okay game, which is, I think, about what I think about it. I think it's quite fun. But I would say, from my, time playing Hogwarts Legacy, I'd say it's a solid, 8, maybe 7 in that vicinity. it's only because like there's games that I rate a lot higher, and so like if my like 10 out of 10 is Deus Ex, the original Deus Ex, or Baldur's Gate 2, you know, it's hard for me to like say like, well, where does that fall in? And I would say, it's a 7 or an 8. It's a fun game. And I put like, you know, Dragon Age Origins is 9, maybe an 8. That's like where I'd put those games. Same with the like New Vegas is a 10 for me. I'd say, well, 9 because of its bugs, but like that's about it. Yeah, that's it.
I know I'm not changing any minds here. The bigots and Potter fans and...
Then why are you trying? Who are you talking to? You know you're not changing name. Speaking to.
Do you realize I can disagree and it not be bigotry?
Right, exactly. I can disagree and it not be bigotry. That's the most important thing. Like I don't. Did I talk about this last week about like how Keffels has come out and said all like so that she like wants to. That she needs to go into a mental hospital because she blew all the $100,000 that she got from her. So it just as a reminder to those who don't know, Keffels was going to sue a whole bunch of people, but specifically like anybody who talked negatively about her. She was a Twitch streamer. She was going to take down Kiwi Farms. She raised $100,000 to sue everybody who talked negatively about her, and all the money's gone. And she's come out and said that she was addicted to drugs, and now she needs to go into a mental hospital.
To get more drugs.
To detox.
Get more drugs.
And I said, on Twitter to Keffels which I didn't get much traction.
You grifting bitch.
No, I said, look, like drug abuse is a serious problem, but the fact of the matter is that you treated people terribly. You got people with the platform from websites, from Twitter, from YouTube. You need to apologize. People like this never apologize. They just kind of go like, "Oh, poor me," when it's.
Yes.
Apologize when
because they're sociopaths.
Yeah, apologize when you've done something bad. The fact that like people aren't gonna like this video, they're gonna listen to your shit because you're not talking. First of all, you're not talking about the goddamn video game, and secondly, you're just being vindictive. Stop being such a vindictive person. I mean, I hate to. I don't want to like harp on this. Like, I don't know. Try to find Christ. Try to find something that honors yourself. Find Buddha. I don't know what helps you. I don't know what works. Find Allah. I don't know. Find something that makes you less of a horrible person. That's all.
The fans and people who just want to enjoy a video game made their decision. The allies who want to separate art from artists or hate JKR but just always wanted to Skyrim or Hogwarts.
Yeah, they should be allowed to. They just want to play.
Actually.
They just want to play a video game, you idiot.
Yes.
That's it. They just want to play a fucking. And by the way, J.K. Rowling had very little involvement in this game. She gets money from it. Yeah.
Because it has a name on it.
Yeah, because it's her
Yeah,
fucking. It's
obviously.
her creation. It's her creation. It's her world. But she didn't make the video game. Hundreds of people involved in the development did, and there's millions of people all over the planet who love the Harry Potter world and want to experience it for themselves. And why are you shitting on their desire to experience something fun? Because you're a loser.
Made their decision, and regardless of intent, all of you look exactly the same to J.K. Rowling. See, while people have tried to justify Hogwarts' legacy by saying JKR had no direct involvement, that doesn't change the fact she makes direct money from sales. More importantly, it doesn't change the truly insidious aspect of Harry Potter.
That's the reason you're upset. It's because someone's getting money.
Yeah, because someone was. Yeah, it's because JK is getting money, even though she didn't have anything to do with this. She had no involvement in the damn game.
No, but you have to understand. You have to look at it like this. What is the mechanism by which they can destroy you? Is fiscal. So if they see something successful, i.e., it accumulates cash, it is a.
She's got stupid money, like
yeah.
So.
But it is also a rebuking of their ideas.
Yeah, that's it. It's all he doesn't want her to get another cent. That's what all this is about. Not from him.
That is the manifestation of the failure.
Yes, it's not just him; it's the entirety of the left. They don't want J.K. Rowling to receive a single.
Because they hate
red
success.
cent.
They hate capitalism.
Yes, of course, but they love Harry Potter. They don't. It's been really funny to watch this because they have no idea how to deal with it because they want to play the Wizard games much because they love Harry Potter, and I've explained before why they love Harry Potter because they also want an owl to show up outside of their house. Tell them that they are very, very special and they get to go to a wizard school tomorrow. Every single one of them wants that. But it's true. That's the reality of it. I'm not I don't think that's the reality. That's why they love Harry Potter. Is that, hey, you've never done anything in your life. You've never accomplished anything. But I'm going to tell you tomorrow that you're very special and you're going to have all these opportunities. And then you're going to find out that you actually have a bank full of wizard gold. That's what they all want. Every single one of them wants to be Harry Potter.
This is literally the plotline of Fairly Odd Parents.
Yeah, that's what they want. They want to be Timmy Turner. They want to be Timmy Turner. They want to be Harry Potter. They want it. That's why they love this series so much.
Except I think someone needs to bang Vicky.
and specifically, actually, interesting you brought up Fairly Odd Parents. Specifically, Timmy Turner and Harry Potter, because Timmy Turner and Harry Potter are victims first and foremost. So it's like coming. Yeah, Vicky is horrible towards Timmy, and the Dursleys, because of the Horcrux, are terrible towards Harry. So they want to be. It's like, oh, I'm so victimized. I'm so victimized. Everyone around me has victimized me, and then I can be freed from my victimization and go into my magical world. That's what they want. It's what they want more than anything. And they hate the fact that the woman who made this particular show, and by the guy who made like Fairly Odd Parents is also like a weirdo, but it's in some way hurt by the fact that this woman is a feminist who doesn't want men in women's bathrooms.
Potter's continued success. JKR takes it as explicit endorsement of her views. She thinks the success of Harry Potter means people agree with her, and she's said so before. There is no difference in hers or any other TERP's mind between the people who bought Hogwarts because they wanted a fun wizard game and the people spite buying it to demonstrate.
Who cares? Oh, spite buying it? Money. You still spite bought it, didn't you? And also, who cares?
Yeah.
Who cares?
Who cares? Money. That was the fucking point of the game. Hey, look, I made a product. You know what I wanted to be? Successful.
Here's the thing too, though. It's like if you're like a far like crazy person who bought the game.
You're leftist. You're crazy by definition.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, enjoy your fucking video game. It's a video game. It's escapism.
Yeah, that's kind of
enjoy your damn game. Yeah.
Straight the powerlessness trans people already feel. Intent doesn't matter.
Ugh.
You're all just supporters to her. You are all permission. This is why you aren't an ally if you buy Hogwarts.
Play that last bit again. They're like, if you trans people are powerless. I don't see anybody else in Congress or any other government in the world getting legislation just for them.
Yeah, who's got all the power right now in politics?
What fucking group has ever been able to make people not play fucking games?
The reality is that the trans lobby is the most powerful lobby in the West right now. They have the power to stifle your speech. They have the power to stifle your action. There's not been many groups throughout the history of the world that, outside of pure totalitarian regime, that have had that kind of power. The trans lobby has that kind of.
Yeah, you don't do anything decent with it.
No, of course not. And honestly, it should be terrifying to all of us that this particular thing has so much power. And I've said this before, but like it's. You know, I went to my first Pride parade because it was right down the street from my high school when I was probably like 14 years old, maybe 15, probably 15. And my first time I went to a Pride parade, it was quite wholesome, I would say. Within 3 years, it turned into strip club, like a strip show.
Degeneracy.
This was just within 3 years, in like between the years of like 2000,
is real.
like 2005 and 2008, that happened. That was 15 years ago. I saw that happen, you know? And it's been happening ever since. It is the most powerful lobby in the United States. You cannot question trans people on anything. They are, and it is, I can see how it would be extremely, I mean, why would it not, particularly to young people, to say like, hey, you don't need to like show any evidence that you're trans. But if you say you're trans, you can do and say whatever the fuck you want. You can bully and harass and harm and hurt other people as much as you want because you have a sacred identity. We have made them a sacred class. They're the Brahmin of the modern West. And that's what it is. No wonder children want to be, because they can't be questioned if they're trans. This is really insane. And there's not children, but adults as well. If you claim you're trans, And again, remember, you need no validation. If I came out as trans tomorrow, people would not believe me, obviously, because I'm a conservative.
You would lose a friend instantly.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like, if I did, now maybe not because I have such a history of being a conservative, but if I did not have an online profile, such as I do, right? I didn't. And I just came out tomorrow as a 30-year-old woman and was like, hi, I'm transgender. I would probably build up a YouTube following larger than what I already have overnight. I'd probably get 100,000 subs like 6 months. Because these people are so protected, you can't criticize them. If anyone said anything mean to me on Twitter, not only would they be banned, they would be like harassed. I mean, it's insane, like how protected these people are. And I really do want to say that I think this is a very short-lived. This is coming to a close. This is untenable. Literally, it's untenable. We can't keep doing it. It will not be allowed to. You can't keep saying, yeah, that some people just unquestionable, which is what Jim wants, but it's not going to.
Trans people already feel. Intent doesn't matter. You're all just supporters to her. You are all permission. This is why you aren't an ally if you buy Hogwarts Legacy. No, buying the game doesn't make you a transphobe, and I'm tired of hearing the self-martyring whinging about that. I'm not saying you're
It is what you're saying, though. Yeah,
transphobic for buying Hogwarts Legacy. I'm saying you're not an ally. You handed that card in because you...
What's the difference? In your perspective, what's the difference between an ally and a transphobe, or non-ally and transphobe? They're the same thing functionally. Yeah. Oh, true.
You couldn't do the barest minimum. You couldn't make the simplest stand. It's not that hard to not buy a AAA video game. You chose a product over people, and in doing so, you helped J.K. Rowling say things like this when asked how it feels to have alienated so many queer fans.
I read my most recent royalty checks and find the pain goes away pretty quickly.
How curious is this? Is the first quote.
That's fucking base.
Do you not find it curious that he's thrown up like a whole bunch of JK tweets? He has not read them. He's just thrown them up for like 5 seconds, so you'd have to actually pause to read them. This is the first one he bothers pause and read.
Okay, I just became a J.K. Rowling fan just because of that.
I know, based, right?
Like
that's what you do. You empower a fascist-supporting transphobe.
Fascist.
Some of you celebrate...
Fascist-supporting trans...
You don't even know what fascist means, you fat fuck.
Provided no evidence for it either.
Great that you've done it. Some of you wring your hands and excuse it. The result's the same. So enjoy. Not a single one of you are under any obligation to refuse this game. I'm not demanding it of you, and I'm not going to say you're an inherently bad person for it.
Yeah, you're doing both of this, actually.
Yeah, you are.
You are actually doing this. You're demanding they don't buy it, and you are saying that you're a bad person and a transphobe if you do buy the game. Don't lie, Jim. Just why are you pretending like you just went through this whole rant for 18 minutes about why you're a horrible transphobic bigot, fascist bastard if you buy this game? And say, I'm not saying that. Well, it contradicts everything you said before that, Jim.
For it, but I do not trust you. I can't count on you. Can't think you have our backs. I can't feel safe with you. And sorry, but you don't get to feel hurt by that. You get to enjoy your media product.
I don't feel safe around you either because you weigh 250 pounds and I don't know what the hell you consume.
I think it's a bit more than that. Gary Thomas for $20. Hey, thank you, man. Says, as a G myself, maybe being gay, I'm also a... I have to agree with Yuri Bezmenov's beliefs on the alphabet mafia at this. Don't violate our right, but don't let us have political power. Can't reproduce, so we aren't invested in the future. I mean, I'm bisexual, so I guess I'm a little bit out of that one. I'm married to a man. We are trying to have children, but something that I want to get through this and finish this up. But something that's been weird to me in the last couple months, particularly, but the last couple years in particular, with the transgender stuff. Is that they'll say like, oh, well, not all women can have babies. Not all women are fertile. So therefore, I'm just as much a woman as anyone else. And it's like, well,
yeah, that's dumb.
As a woman who seriously struggles with that, like I have I have the worst form of this disease that about 10% of women have. Okay, but I have the worst form of it, which is really frustrating. It stinks. I have been so blessed to have been through treatment to make it better, but it's going to be difficult. I'm probably going to have to go through IVF if Bill and I want to have kids. Like, that's just the reality of it. And I have gotten messages from trans people who have said that I'm less of a woman than they are. because I'm as much of a woman as they are because I have a fertility issue. And it's like, you message me shit like that, and it's like, you're so fucking evil, you know? I don't say, like, the fact that, look, biological men can't carry children ever, okay? Like, that's a reality. And then they will find women who have fertility issues and, like, go and dunk on them, thinking that that's a win. This is why people dislike you, okay? This is why people dislike transgender stuff. Because you act so awfully. You know what? I've said this before, like, many times. I don't think I've ever called Blair White a man. When I refer to Blair White, I call her she, because Blair White is a woman. I would accept... And Blair White is a biological man, right? Obviously.
No, we do it for Blair because Blair's cool.
Yeah, but Blair White's a biological male, okay?
Yes,
fine.
But again, Blair's cool.
But when I refer to Blair White, I call her she. Because that's when I look at Blair, and I it's not even just because Blair and I are even friends, by the way. But the same thing, like when I look at Buck Angel, I go like, well, that's him, you know. So I don't know Buck Angel either. But anybody who has any kind of semblance, or like Sophia Norwitz, I don't call Sophia Norwitz a man. It's just it's about a modicum of respect, and it really is about, like, you get in what you put out, right? If you put out evil, vile, nasty energy to everyone around you, you're gonna get that back, okay? You put out kind energy to people, you put out helpful energy to people, like Blair, who's trying to stop child predation, you're gonna get back positive energy. And so people will call you by your fucking desired pronouns if you are trans. It's not that complicated. It really isn't. Just don't be a fucking scumbag. I don't know why is this revolutionary, people? Please try to not be an evil person. That's it. Try not to be an asshole. I guess so, right?
I get to remember every digital storefront that took a Hogwarts sponsorship, every games journalist that promoted it, every platform and company that embraced it, and I get to remember that when Pride Month rolls around and the performative allyship begins, your rainbow logos won't count for shit. It hardly needs to be said, but any of you who claimed you bought it to support...
No, you'll still... You're like... Just do your little claps. Yay, thank you for your rainbow logo. You'll forget. You'll all forget. Because you always do. Because all you care about is performativeness. That's it.
The developers can especially get in the bin. Oh, they worked hard and should be supported. That's probably the dumbest attempt to lionize consumerism I've ever seen. I've seen this excuse so much, and I'm like, how dare you? How dare you lie to me so fucking brazenly? You don't buy games just to support developers. You buy them because you...
Wow. This guy, by the way, is a communist. He's saying don't support the people's hard work.
That's the reason I wanted to buy Atomic Heart, is because it looked really good.
Yeah, it does look really good.
If people worked really hard for a product and I want to buy it, I should support them because they actually worked for it.
That's how I feel about it as well. And he's saying don't support the people who worked very hard on this product that you want because it hurts my feelings.
Also, it's also with Atomic Heart, sorry to interrupt you. It's Russians who are actually engaging in capitalism. Why the fuck would I not support that?
But moreover in this one...
That's a fucking piece of shit. Russian capitalism fucking base.
But moreover in all of this, Jim, you didn't play the game, did you?
No.
So he has no idea what the content of the game is. So he has no idea if he can tell people that it's transphobic or not, can he? So he's making all this shit up. It's all made up nonsense. This is why he lost a whole ton of subs. Yeah.
Buy them because you want to play them. Tell me, do you buy literally every single game that's ever made and released? If you're motivated purely by dev support, that's what you do, right? Every game is developed by game developers, so why aren't you buying every game? Every single one. Get the...
Because not every game is as good, you fucking moron. If I like cookies, do I buy every cookie that's ever made? No, I buy the one that I like for me. What a stupid comparison.
I know, it's absolutely...
fucking moron.
Yeah, I like this type of cookie. This is the kind of cookie I want to have. I have been wanting this cookie for a long time, and here's the cookie that I want.
Yeah,
sincerely, let me put it this way. Marks, actually, I have a great example. Marks and Spencer's up the road makes pretzels. I love but they only made like 3 pretzels a day or something. So if I want to get a pretzel, I have to show up like early to get a goddamn pretzel. I want the fucking pretzel. I don't care if Marks and Spencer's comes out and says like something racist or whatever. It's like I still want the pretzel. If it's the only place on the island that I can get a pretzel, it's where I want to get my pretzel. I'm gonna get my pretzel from there.
I'm a fan of Hitler. That's great. Can I have one of your pretzels?
Can I have a pretzel? Come on, like I just want a goddamn pretzel. I don't really care about this politics. Sometimes I just want a freaking pretzel. I don't care about the politics.
The fuck out of here with that blatant bullshit. Of course it's bollocks from a results standpoint too. The devs got paid already. They get paid for their work up front. Unlike JKR, they don't get royalty.
Now he sounds like Paul Joseph Watson at like 1.25.
I know, right?
Checks. They're not the ones supported by your purchase. She is. Warner Brothers is. Those are the beneficiaries. As we've...
They are supported by your purchase. They are supported by your... It allows them to make additional games. Future Jim, you know this. You know this. You've worked in the gaming industry for over a decade. For nearly 2 decades. You know this for a fact. You're lying to your audience. Stop lying.
Discussed on this show before, game studios mostly live or die regardless of the success of one game, and thanks to the way public companies work, they're sometimes hurt by it, as layoffs often follow an influx of revenue to maintain the illusion of financial growth. Corporations...
So he just admitted that if they didn't make money, they might have laid people off, but they wouldn't have to lay people off. So yeah, so as someone who hates capitalism and is a communist, it's cute that you want people to be laid off. Jim, that's interesting.
Don't operate based on customer support. If they did, we'd get more single-player games and fewer ones based around financially exploiting a minority of a whale player.
Jim, Hogwarts Legacy is a single-player game. This is the part that actually drove me up the wall. Hogwarts Legacy is we would get more single-player games if we didn't have all this shit. Jim has not played Hogwarts Legacy to the degree that I believe he thinks it's a multiplayer game. Jim, it's not a multiplayer game. It's a single-player game. You know so little about the game that you have spent 20 minutes complaining about, you don't even know it's not a single-player game. Wow.
You're not supporting the devs that tossed in a token trans character called Sir Owen Orion explicitly to try and steer us all away from the subject of J.K. Rowling. So,
no, to try and appease you.
I thought it was a troll.
No, I mean, it might have been a troll, but I think it was really to appease them, because they actually got a trans actor again to voice the character.
That to me is a troll.
It's a quite, like, well-liked transgender person who is a leftist who voiced the character.
I thought it was a good troll.
It's funny, but I don't think it was intended as a troll. It only became a troll because the transgender activist voice actor sounds like a man. And then they got mad about it. That's what it was about.
Support wasn't even your intent. That's a retroactive justification for something you were always going to do. And honestly, fuck any of you who've come at me in the past few months with that excuse or any other excuse that attempts to paint your purchase of a video game in a noble light. You're not noble. You're not a fucking hero. Play the game if you must, but don't you dare tell me you did it for any reason other than self-service.
Oh, you mean playing a video game for self-service as in having fun, as in the entire purpose of fucking playing a video game? Are you out of your mind?
Did he just try and guilt trip you for playing video game?
Yeah, he said that playing a video game for self-service, aka having fun, is wrong.
Shut up, you fat bastard.
And this is insane, right? That's why I wanted to get through this. This is incomprehensibly insane. To say that playing a game to have fun is wrong. This guy used to be decent. He used to, like, defend playing games for fun. And now he's just said that if you play a game, again, that if you play a game to have fun and not for political reasons, then you're bad. Well, then never play a game ever again, idiot. Get out.
Don't you ever look to me for validation, expect me to assuage your guilt, toss hypothetical scenarios at me that you think allow you to have it both ways. Just play your fucking wizard game.
Yeah,
how you feel about that is not my problem. You clearly decided how we feel isn't yours.
I don't care.
I don't understand what he just said.
That you playing a video game hurts his feelings.
Yeah, but that last part.
Yeah.
Hold on, I want to hear that again.
Yeah, go ahead.
Reason other than self-service. Don't you ever ever look to me for validation, expect me to assuage your guilt, toss hypothetical scenarios at me that you think allow you to have it both ways, just play your fucking wizard game. How you feel about that is not my problem.
No, how they feel about it is very much your problem. It's the entire fucking basis for this video, you dumbass.
Yeah, you've now gone 20 minutes.
What are you talking about?
You've gone 20 minutes about how other people playing a video game in the privacy of their own home, just a single-player game,
off. Yeah, so what the fuck?
is your problem.
Yes.
So don't lie. That's the truth. Yeah. Again, it's not a multiplayer game. Although I think he thinks it is a multiplayer game because he hasn't played it. Because he implied that just a few minutes ago that he thought it was a multiplayer game. So it's not. There is a mod for it, I believe, already. So it was like immediate mods on that. But the game itself is not a multiplayer game. So you are lying or stupid. But maybe if you had played the game you were supposed to review in this game review, you would have known that, Jim.
You've clearly decided how we feel isn't yours. Cis feelings aren't our responsibility. It's so telling that the only real coverage of alleged harassment...
Okay, you know what else? Then trans feelings aren't my responsibility.
I don't think they ever should be.
Well, he said, like, cis feelings aren't my responsibility. Then your feelings aren't my responsibility. By the way, nobody's feelings are anybody else's responsibility, ever. That's metaphysically absurd. How can I know how other people feel, and why is it my supposed fault how other people feel about things? Get over it, loser. Jesus.
Games media this week has been about cis streamers getting upset at some mild pushback. It's a really old play. Whenever trans people advocate for themselves, we're painted as unreasonable bullies. Unsurprising.
It's not mild pushback. People have been getting massive death threats. Some of these streamers, like Sylvie, there's some like a VTuber on Twitch who got so many death threats that she like had a breakdown on stream. She was getting so many death threats just from playing this fucking game. That she, I think, went to the hospital.
I wish I could get that level of fame just so I can go on a complete bender and insult everyone.
These people, they're
It'll be fun.
Listen, stop being so hateful. Maybe people wouldn't
think you're complete guns. What?
This was my video. This was a total mistake on our side. Your video has been reinstated, and all associated policy actions against your channel have been reversed. Oh my god.
You happy now?
Thank you so much.
Aiden's in a good mood now.
Oh my god, YouTube.
Now, if you could do that on some of my videos, YouTube, I'd appreciate it.
Oh my god, I can't believe it. I've never seen this happen ever before. It just now happened. Sorry, guys.
Oh, that happened on my first strike, actually.
YouTube came back to me on Twitter and said that they fucked up. Oh my god. Wow. I guess that there's probably like a minor raid against my channel. Wow.
So that's explained why my last 3 fucking videos are demonetized.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Abe. Oh.
I'm still gonna get pissed off.
You deserve to be pissed off, but wow. I'm actually shocked. Let's get through this because I want to get through this before later. I'm very late, but oh my god. I've never seen YouTube ever admit that they were wrong. Ever.
Oh, again, and that it was the first video that I had.
Oh my god. Okay, that was awesome.
Asked to answer for the alleged harassment because minorities are always expected to take responsibility for each other. You know what? I'll answer it when I can go a day online without someone saying something truly vile about me, when I can stream without harassment myself, when I can post a selfie without being called a man or getting...
How about you can go a day without getting your fucking shit randomly fucking attacked on you? Never fucking happens to you, I guarantee it, because you're a transgender person. How about that?
Some other derogatory comment. When what trans people go...
Not about a comment, but getting your shit fucking claimed and struck down, Jim. Doesn't happen. I guarantee it.
Who gets as much attention in the press, and when I feel people give as much of a shit about all of us as one cis person. If all that happens, I'll prostrate myself before you on behalf of all transes everywhere. Until then, this'll do.
Checked out the big one that they're hailing as like the innocent streamer who got harassed off of the live stream.
Yeah, that did happen. There was several streamers, not just one, several streamers who got harassed off of live streams for just playing this fucking video game by the Troon, who then attacked them and called them slurs and told them to commit unliving
and atrocities.
And it was fine because as long as you're trans, as long as you claim to be trans, you can say and do anything on the internet. And that's why I think people like this have decided to all become trans. Because it gives you armor to do whatever you want, to be the most evil, vile person you are. So who do you think is drawn to this? Narcissists, evil people, vile people. That's what happens.
You know what we call it?
And what I have learned is
what?
Humanly think
Politicians.
Yeah, that's true. That too, yeah.
That accountability and basic criticism is the same thing as harassment and discrimination.
It is.
God, why do they all look like this?
Oh, they're just genic. But I mean, this would be a very attractive person if they hadn't like makeup is weird. It is harassment and it is.
They look like someone who's trying to hide the fact that they've done coke for like the last 5 days.
Yeah, it is harassment and it is discrimination. Deal with it. I don't know. Deal with it.
Here we have somebody saying LNG transphobia because obviously they think that it's a big joke. And then, well, that's kind of disappointing. Then we have yikes. Then we have, yeah, I don't care how much you donate to Trevor Project. I'm done. Unfollowed so fast. Sorry, can't support this. Goodbye. Very disappointing. You can really, really feel the discrimination, and there are tons of video games, guys. And here we have the comments.
Discrimination by saying there are other video games that you can play.
That's discrimination.
It's true.
Okay.
It's not because people are insane.
Just let slide on through. Like, Rowling is a good person. Didn't have a problem with that one. And then she had to step away. And then she came back, and then they continued to stream for another 6 hours. And here's the thing, it wasn't even a comment that made her cry from what I could see. It was her and her boyfriend fighting this imaginary angry trans person.
No, it wasn't imaginary angry trans. I remember this. It was someone in the chat who was screaming at them and reported them, and then got their stream on Twitch reported and removed. So stop lying, please. Please stop lying. You understand right now that you have all this power. You are gloating and reveling in the fact that you have all this power. I don't know how to say this to you, but the reality is that you will not have this power for long. People are going to get real fucking tired of it. They just will. Because they will. They will. There is...
Gay.
But just no society will accept a certain group of people being this much more powerful than everyone else based on random categorization. Being like, I decide that I would like to be part of the elite class. It's not going to happen. Enjoy it while it lasts, I suppose.
Yeah, that requires you to be small-hatted people.
Enjoy it while it lasts, I suppose. But I'm going to tell you that...
I'm waiting for the chat to go like, did Spoon just say that?
Yeah, don't worry about it. I had an Anne Frank thing I wanted to cover tonight too, but we're tomorrow. Enjoy while it lasts because it will be short-lived. People are really already fed up with your nonsense and bullshit, and they're not going to tolerate it.
Yeah. Maybe.
And her getting more and more overwhelmed at her defending herself against somebody who wasn't there.
Boycotts don't work. I said that about, I don't know, 10 years ago, and boy, people love blinging that one at me lately. I think there's still some truth to that, though looking back, it really is just what people are using it for. Permission to not take a stand. Kinda like how people have appropriated no ethical consumption under capitalism.
Oh, he hates the fact. He's a... Like, here's the thing. Again, like, Kami Mark here was in the chat earlier. I had like an hour-long talk with Kami Mark. Love you, Bill. Go back to sleep. I had like a nice talk with Kami Mark the other night about actual like capitalism stuff, and the weird thing is that we agreed on a whole bunch of stuff. So, and I'm in no way a communist, but this like we should improve society somewhat. This is like baby's first understanding of communism. It's not like an actual understanding. It's baby tier shit. It's childish. That's why you have to show it in fucking cartoon form.
Regardless, I know that in this case a boycott would never have worked. It's Harry Potter, and people don't care enough about trans people to pay JKR's crusade much attention. A boycott is not what I wanted nor expected. What most of us wanted was to simply point out why supporting a Hogwarts legacy is harmful.
Oh, come on. You absolutely wanted this game. Don't lie. Don't lie. You wanted this game to be like fucking... They wanted the code to all be thrown in the trash because you hate JK Rowling. Only book you've ever read.
To at least get good people to think about the implications, to be heard on this, and to find out who our allies really were. We certainly found out about that last one. We don't have many, and we're sadly not shocked. For me, it's not about stopping you buying Hogwarts, but to get you to accept the accountability of it. I know many of you want to consume guilt-free, but I'm not the girl who's going to condone that. It's really quite simple. If you buy it, you're not a trans ally. Yes, it's that stark and either-or choice, and this is coming from someone who rejects the binary whenever possible. You might not be against us, but you're either with us, or you aren't. Have fun Skyrimming a Hogwarts. And Merry Turfmas.
Nagini, help! They've got a fucking Glock! Anyway, stochastic terrorism. Fee suggested...
This is where it gets insane, by the way. Stochastic terrorism. Do you know what stochastic terrorism is?
A phrase that AOC doesn't need to know.
No, but stochastic terrorism is basically the idea that, like, you can, if you say naughty things on the internet, in particular, it will convince someone else to do a terrorism. That's what stochastic terrorism is. It's so that you can. It's so that you can connect actual terroristic behavior to words. That's stochastic terrorism. We're right into this.
Fee suggested I just briefly let you know what stochastic terrorism is. It's basically what we're seeing a lot of against not just trans people, but LGBTQ plus people on the wider spectrum. That knobhead Tucker Carlson does it all the time. It's causing indirect harm through
Tucker Carlson does it all the time, of course.
Through rhetoric, through the normalization of bigotry and hateful ideas, through incitement. This is what Carlson, a lot of these right-wingers that I've mentioned.
Name anyone other than Tucker Carlson. Oh, you can't. Cute.
On this episode, including Rowling Do, they incite hatred of a minority, of a marginalized group, in the hopes
How are you being marginalized? You're literally promoted by every single aspect of society right now.
that some harm comes to them. It's no surprise that violence against trans people is
Where's the violence?
on the rise, and that it's rising in conjunction.
Where? You put all those little quotes up on the screen before. Where's your evidence that violence against trans people is on the rise? Put some evidence of that. Huh?
With people like Carlson going on TV and engaging in groomer libel, telling everyone that we're out to...
Groomer libel?
What is a groomer label?
Libel. No, it's like blood libel. It's groomer libel. Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence, Stephanie? You had all the evidence of everything else. Where's the evidence?
I like the way that his dress is a corset.
Yeah.
Or it's supposed to look like a corset, but he's too fat to
It is
actually
a corset.
wear one.
Now, I would have to say, I like a nice corset.
Corset
There's
is just
something
boobage.
There's something that feels nice about being in a corset when you're all tucked in there, and it's like it forces you to. Actually, I should wear my corset more often because I have a proper corset. This is what he's wearing is a bodice. It's not a corset. No, I think I have a bodice by that. Can't remember which one's which now, but it feels very nice when you have it on because it forces you to sit up straight. It forces you to you sit properly because I have a terrible posture otherwise. But that's not a proper corset. It's it's a fetish. Like, I have a proper corset that's got bone in it, and you go and you get to pull it out and you pull on it and get all your guts sucked in. And it does actually, I would say, having worn it many times in my life, usually for Ren fairs, obviously, it feels nice to wear it. What he's wearing is not a proper corset.
To get their children. Anyway, that's stochastic terrorism, a very insidious method of causing harm because, as we've seen Rowling do now for years, it allows you to plausibly deny your involvement. Well, had nothing to do with me. Of course, with JKR, there's a lot more we could talk about. We could talk about the many criticisms people have had of the anti-Semitic portrayal of goblins in her work. We could talk about how she constantly equates her idea of physical attractiveness to goodness, certainly when it comes to using fatness as a visual indicator of evil. For this episode, I stuck with what I personally feel is my field of experience, what I feel I can speak to most powerfully, but J.K. Rowling is a shit. That's the bottom line. She's a shit. So, that is the sad look at Hogwarts Legacy. I have been...
Now...
You didn't mention the fucking game even once.
Curiously, now we've all watched this video, lads and ladies in the audience. Has Jim Stephanie Sterling mentioned actually anything about Hogwarts Legacy? Ever? Nope. Well, would you like to continue this stream tomorrow? Because we have a whole bunch of shit that we weren't able to get to.
Sure, why not?
Alright. It's quite late. So we're gonna head out. We're gonna cover the Tomorrow, then we'll be covering the crumble. We'll cover Roald Dahl because I did put him in the tags, but we didn't get through it. But the bumbling
purging of the language.
Yeah, we literally got through like the two shortest parts of my shit. We didn't even get through all of it. Oh yikes. So that's okay. We can do it again. I'm feeling better. We'll go through some more of this tomorrow if you guys are all down for it, and if you're also down for it, Ben.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We'll see you again because sometimes it takes 2 days to do this. Unless you want to wait. I'd rather would do it tomorrow than wait till the weekend. A bunch of stuff. It's from this that we didn't get. Don't die.
I'm not dead.
Don't die. All right. We'll see you all if you'd like to come back here tomorrow.